Silence, 221. As we approached planet Vitria, we passed by thousands of wrecks of Navy warships floating dead in space, many of them engulfed in Tyranid ooze and ichor, and sporting deep scars and gouges from gigantic claws or teeth. It was as if a blender had caught this battle fleet and spat it out devoid of any life. And as it happens, it was all my fault. I have been victorious, and possibly too much so. The Tyranid hive mind was adaptable, and the lessons of its defeats were imparted instantly over stellar distances, such that other hive fleets did better next time. On the glass planet, a single hive city still held, with less than 300 guard regiments still alive and defending the walls. The capital city of Silica had tall walls made of obsidian, and the ground was also hardened glass, the result of a solar flare that transformed this world from a deadly desert death world with murderous feline predators into a civilized world on a sterile planet made of glass. And in front of the armored gate, a giant Tyranid titan was battling Brother Semni for sport, smacking him around with ease. I've heard of the Tyranid Swarmlord, the response of the hive mind to dangerous individuals or species. The immortal beast, armored and armed with 4 indestructible bone sabers that could cut through metal or force fields with equal ease. Well, Semni wasn't the commander of this war zone for his gentle smile. This guy had been in the Death Watch for a few centuries, and he was now equipped with some of the best equipment available to humanity in this era. I know, because I made sure of this. Power armor of master-class design, plated over with blackstone and diamondoid chitin from other Tyranid titan shells, adamantic shielding, and a Rosarius faith shield, plus a null wand to keep warp shenanigans away. The null wand was also the single reason why Semni was still alive, as the Swarmlord's psychic disruption field over its bones word dissipated harmlessly in proximity with the nullifying wand. Having fun again, Brother Semni? I asked him via the sounding board. Grr, we're losing badly, my lord, and this damned beast is too strong, he exclaimed as he vanished from an incoming attack and arrived beside me. I tested the Tyranid boss gently with the Tesseract, only to find it covered by a protective psychic screen that prevented its capture. Damn it, I hated when my cheat stopped working. Anyways, I had my own boss to send. A second later, a Psi Titan appeared in front of the Hive City gates, already glowing from the faith powers of Sister Stern. Albisalom should be enough to deal with this monster. Elsewhere in the system, my fleet was already engaging the Tyranid Hive fleet from behind, scoring hundreds of bioship kills every second. Semni groaned in a tired voice and sat beside me on the plasteel dais to watch the boss duel on the big screen. I can't believe I'm still alive. This creature is possibly as strong as Primarch or a greater demon, the lamenter lamented in a lamenting tone. I glanced towards my brother captain for a second, then returned to the task of rescuing the remaining humans from the infested planet. The creature was toying with you, brother. The hive mind has sent it to oppose me, after all, I explained in a level voice, already considering a dozen scenarios in mind. Humanity has suffered horrific losses at Vitria, and Silica City was probably left standing as a message to me, or the Emperor, possibly both. Its hunger will not be denied, and killed swarm creatures were simply disposable and expendable. In fact, there would have been little reason to assault a vitrified world, devoid of any life except humans. That showed that humanity itself was the target, and possibly the object lesson of this strike. You're saying the Swarmlord could have won at any time, my lord? Captain Sheeran wondered from my other side. A strike//combo from the sword-wielding Tyranid proved my point, as the Psi Titan was bashed back and crashed into the Hive City gates. The destroyer fired back, first a death pulse which merely splashed the chitin armor of the Bio-Titan, then a black beam from its Sinistrum anima weapon, which burned away half of the Swarmlord. However, the Tyranid boss didn't die, and just stood still as its flesh regenerated as super speed. In a minute, the Swarmlord recovered and screeched a loud psychic shout of defiance. Wait, don't fire again. It just wants to adapt to the Psi cannon. I urged the blank princeps as I retrieved Sister Ordila and rose to my feet. Lord Pef? The silent sister asked with a wondering voice while examining the holoscreen. I want a bones word like that, I explained while mounting my helmet on. The bridge of the Black Lament fell silent at my ludicrous claim, but I simply transported myself and Pariah Ordila directly on Vitria, and on the spiky neck of the Tyrannid Swarmlord. The shock of losing contact with the hive mind, due to the Omega-level null aura of Ordila, only incapacitated the creature for a second, but it was enough. I simply struck the beast with my Necron control rod, then teleported away, leaving the mind shackles to dive and infect the Tyrannid boss from the inside. Filaments of exotic Necron scarabs and living rock wires spread inside the Bio-Titan, stealing away its independence and self-control. A few seconds later, the psychic shield also dropped and the Swarmlord vanished inside my Tesseract, to be fully converted into a loyal Xeno auxiliary leader. Inside the Silica City, I began depositing a few million orcs and let them enjoy their last hours of freedom and pillaging the ruins of this former human world. Glassy bits? They cut good. Bugs all around, with big spike things. The orcs commented among them, as they began to arm and armor themselves with looted equipment left behind by the Vitrians, the local guard regiment. Devoid of the wise leadership of their swarmlord, the Tyrannids rushed towards the scent of life and blood of the orcs, and soon enough flak batteries and las cannons from the wall defenses began firing torrents of Daka at the incoming bugs. Billions upon billions of deformed bioorganisms descended onto Vitria, while I gathered the surviving navy and other ships in the system beside my fleet. Tech priests and tech marines, as well as engineers and other adepts, began emergency repairs for the more salvageable ships, while the more damaged ones were collected in my Tesseract labyrinth as prize derelicts. Out of the 9 Navy battle fleets, totaling an impressive 83 battleships and thousands of smaller vessels when they arrived, barely 30 battleships were still combat-capable, while a dozen were only worth the adamantium of their hulls by now. While waiting for the Tyrannids to throw themselves into the glass trap, and the orcs to enjoy a last good fight, I began scrolling through the combat logs of the damaged ships to find out how things got so bad. Some inevitable incompetence from the Navy admirals and captains was understandable, while poor maintenance and weaker weaponry were inherent conditions for any Navy ship. Still, humanity had lost about 70% of its naval and ground forces in this battle, and all of this in only 2.5 weeks, until I managed to eliminate the Sades tendril and make my way to Vitria. Of course, some units got away somewhat better. The Sisters of Battle and the Inquisitorial Stormtroopers had barely lost a quarter of their numbers, while the Lancefire Knights and the Lamenter Aspirants took slightly less than 20% losses. That meant 19 knights, many of them my brothers and sisters in flesh, will never get to meet Justine after she returned to life. From the 800 dead aspirants, almost 100 were my own sons, who made the final sacrifice for a better tomorrow. I wasn't happy at all. Victory still felt like ash in my mouth, even as the Exterminatus torpedo engulfed Vitria and glassed the place once again, lighting up a giant funeral pyre for my children and a trillion of my enemies in my wake. My fleet departed for Hive-world Asphodex in the Crypta system. Crossing through the Tyrannid silence was hard on everyone in the fleet, if for different reasons. 30 billion people awaited death or salvation on that world, not only from the third Tyrannid tendril, but also from the Necrons sleeping under the surface. I sat in my room with a grim heart when Sister Magda entered, her entire body glowing with inner light. I know Sister Darcy asked her to console me, but I wasn't in need for an intervention. Lord Lancefire, do not lose faith, she urged me while drawing my Amasec bottle away. Canis sniffed at the intruder for a second, then lowered his head on my shoulder again. I just sighed and took out a fresh bottle from my dimensional storehouse. Just don't talk, Lady Grace. My faith is not getting smaller. I just need to arrange the memories of my dead relatives in my mind. And I'm sure your order lost plenty of sisters on Vitria as well, I muttered in a grim voice, then gulped the bitter Amasec to keep company with the bitter taste in my mouth. The valiant canoness sighed softly, then drank a bit from her own bottle. As my fleet sped silently through the void for the next battle, me and the new guest drank our sorrow away in silence. Point of view, 222. Lord Commissar Kane was not happy. By every single rule of the universe, he should have been long since dead, by claw or bite or bolt, even old age. Instead, his body was still in its prime, barely a day over 30 years old. The Adeptus Munitorum had already decreed that Commissar Kane was to be considered alive and well even when presented with clear evidence to the contrary. So far, he had been declared lost in space, devoured by Tyranids, chopped to bits by orcs, fallen into a warp vortex, blown apart by a volcano, drowned in a massive tidal wave, even enslaved by the Dark Eldar. But to nobody's surprise, Kane had always survived. Even now, when his new Mordian Guard regiment was being overrun by Genestealers in the Underhive of Phodia, the capital of Hive World Asphodex, nobody really expected him to actually die. After all, the regulation of the Imperium stated that he could never die. Slashing left and right with his relic sword called Peace, Commissar Kane advanced to the front lines to lend a hand to his brave guardsmen. Good men, all of them, so brave, thought coursed through his mind as he kept watch for any cowards or defectors. Fortunately, the Iron Guard had excellent recruiting standards, and the guardsmen died with fury in their eyes, even as the corrupted mutants sliced them apart with their impossibly sharp claws. Not sharp enough to block Peace. Nothing was. Damn sword could cut steel or bone with same deceptive ease. Damn Lancefire, why did you have to give me this crazy sword? Kane complained as he drew his blessed Inferno pistol and blew a hole through a giant Genestealer, with tendrils coming out of his mouth. Better make sure the larger Xenos didn't reach the weak flesh of the Mordians. At his back, the last pair of Amazons kept watch from their armed sentinel walkers, making sure that nothing attacked him from behind. Kelia and Mirage, the last of his Katakan bodyguards still alive after a century of service, were mostly machines by now, their limbs and organs replaced with bionic components following scores of crippling injuries. Beside the giant chainswords, each sentinel had a Lascannon arm, and those artillery-class weapons sliced through a dozen enemy ranks each shot. To the right, his own children formed the Chrome Company, all wearing burnished power armor with pauldrons made of blackstone. Using multi-meltas and stormbolters, his children had a field day in these dark and polluted catacombs, as they held the line strong and blocked any attempt at envelopment. Sadly, to the left the situation wasn't good at all, as the Mordians lacked sentinels or power armor, and were thus getting massacred by the damned Genestealer cultists. Just then, a trio of large broodlords burst through the rusted walls and crashed into the weakened left flank, creating a dangerous breach. Kane drew back a few steps to analyze the situation and try to find an escape route. It seemed this battle was lost. Once more, reserves, strike to the left, he ordered while sneakily retreating towards the right, where the Chrome Company should be able to escort him out of this bloody mess. The last Mordian battalion charged bravely into the maws of the Genestealer broodlords, while the Amazons focused fire on the middle broodlord. An Iron Guard sergeant jumped bravely right into a giant maw, then detonated his Melta bomb, while a second broodlord fell on its side due to losing a knee to the Amazon's Lascannons. However, the last broodlord wasn't scared at all, and plowed through the final guard battalion right toward Kane. Damn it, why me? Kane complained inward, while shooting the second shot of the Inferno pistol and only burning out a single arm of the Genestealer boss. Kane slammed the pistol back into the hip holster and grit his teeth. I was leaving. Why do you have to follow me? He cried inside. Hold strong. For the Emperor, he shouted outward, since morale was quite important, even in defeat. Especially in defeat. A measured retreat would be much better than a panicked rout. Some people might survive that way, especially himself. The monster jumped forward and slashed wide with its diamond talons, then gulped the poor Commissar whole. This is it. I am dead, Kane thought as the maw closed around him and began crushing his light armor. Huh, it seems luck is not enough after all, I commented out loud, while storing the brave Commissar in my tesseract. Woo, Canis argued at my side. My wise wolf might be right. I did change this man's luck, or perhaps I was part of Kane's story now. Everyone deserved a Deus Ex Machina rescue, and my Titan Legion deploying right now on Asphodex was even named after this trope. Still, that kind of dedicated targeting on the part of the hive mind, it didn't sit well with me. The last broodlord had intentionally ignored easier targets just to reach the good Commissar, possibly in an attempt to shatter morale or weaken the defenses of this planet. Ever learning and adapting, the damn Xeno-godling. With a flick of my fingers, the Iron Guard was returned to their barracks, while my Tech Marines continued the task of clearing the Underhive and get some live training too. Aspirants in their new armed sentinels and the proper lamenters with their dreadknights leviathans formed the main force striking towards the Psyker Genestealer Patriarch at the bottom of the Hive City. I kept a lazy watch over my troops, not that I expected any injuries against such weak opponents. My children and I trained on space hulks after all, without any armor or heavy weapons. Today, it was merely a warm-up, as my fleet tried to reduce the number of Tyranids approaching the planet from below the galactic plane. Lady Cassandra commanded the harassing fleet this time, from the Singularity battleship, while I had the task of creating a strong anvil to crush the bugs with, anchored by the Black Lament Fortress. The Genestealers themselves would be considered mere biomass and devoured by the Tyranids once they made landfall, their purpose fulfilled by sowing rebellion and sedition inside the human defenses. But for that, the Sororitas and the Inquisitors in my fleet were now scouring and interrogating the nobility in the upper spires, using their Jokeromade detectors to filter out infiltrators and infected among the rulers of this world. Some of the nobles, including the governor, tried to fight back, urging their house enforcers to resist, but since each Inquisitor had at least a Deathwatch company as escorts, plus thousands of battle sisters and their own retinues of agents, interrogators, assassins, and tech priests, well, it rained blood. Meanwhile, the stockpiles of vehicles and munitions were being transferred onto the surface, while cooperating leaders were tasked with recruiting 10,000 PDF regiments to help defend the planet from the incoming bugs. With less than a month remaining, the training of the new soldiers would be rather low, and they would lack modern weapons or even standard guard equipment. But hollow metal spears and spinning flails weren't that high of technology that local factories couldn't produce, and even plasteel helmets and chest plates should help protect the PDF troops to some extent. 100 new manufactorums were converted from local factories to start producing new Hellguns and heavy loss cannons, while the chemical factories were being repurposed to produce explosive and incendiary munitions. Luckily, I did have thousands of tech priests to oversee the militarization process, while the Hive world would easily afford millions of tech servitors to be converted from the local criminals and gangs. A few days later, I gathered my staff and the local commanders for a strategy meeting. "Commissar Kane, my old friend?" I exclaimed over the holodable as the brave man gulped his third glass of Amasec. "Yes," he asked, a bit fearful. "In recognition for your devotion to the Emperor and your formidable service record, I hereby promote Lord Commissar Kane to the rank of General Commissar," I commanded with a glance towards my Inquisitor wife. Lady Valine Lancefire grimaced for a second and nodded, a bit too slow. She wasn't happy then, but I knew better. "Me?" Kane wondered while looking around for a hole to hide into. "Yes, Lord Kane. You will take command of the local troops, roughly 10,000 regiments being raised to defend this Hive world. A meager 100 million men with nearly no modern weapons. My own forces will support you. Wherever the fight is thicker or Titan-sized enemies are present," I explained in a polite tone. In a few seconds, the man changed a dozen faces until he realized he wouldn't have to lead from the front line anymore. It wouldn't be possible to command so many troops from the front anyways. A bit more relaxed, he set down his empty glass and leaned back into his chair. With a glance towards the enormous holomap depicting the situation on and around Asphodex, the new General Commissar turned towards me and observed me for a long minute. "Why me, my lord?" he asked eventually. "There are a dozen reasons, Lord Kane, but the most important is that the Hive mind fears you. And if such potent enemy fears you, then you're the best man for the job. I dare say, there are few individuals in the entire galaxy that the commanding intelligence over the Tyranids actually fears," I answered with a wry grin. All around the holodable, Astartes, sisters, generals, and inquisitors focused their gazes on this powerful menace that even the Hive mind feared. "That broodlord, it jumped towards me. Priority target?" the commissar wondered, mostly to himself. I shrugged carelessly, leaving the man to his delusions. I knew the man quite well, and he was mostly motivated by a powerful survival instinct, aided by a great amount of luck. And if the enemy was strong, that meant his survival depended on defeating the enemy, rallying troops, and raising their morale. But no matter his reasons, once properly motivated, the man was quite a genial commander who had trampled over orc bosses, chaos lords, or Genestealer patriarchs by mere lucky aim or superb swordsmanship. And his chrome company was almost at the level of a Deathwatch bodyguard. the lucky survivors of his Catachan concubines donated by myself nearly 150 years ago. I was also certain the Emperor did have plans for the good Commissar, possibly something in the vein of a new Adeptus Terra order that would bind the security of the Imperium with the Commissar's personal safety. As the saying went, the Emperor was always watching. And Kane did have a holy relic Aquila marker glowing on the guard of his nice chronophage sword named Peace. "Lead us to victory, General Kane," Lady Regina shouted, raising her own amasec glass in salute. Left without an avenue to escape, Kane raised his own glass and drank his sorrow away. Then, we began planning how to massacre the filthy Xenos, and people began throwing ideas and stratagems forward. Some of them wouldn't work on Tyranids, but humanity had plenty of other enemies. I had already located the Necron Magnovitrium weapon hidden under Phodia, and thus victory in this crypto campaign was already certain. I made sure to remember every proposed trick or strategy and began planning the next war after this hive fleet was destroyed. For in this grim dark future, there was only war. The Vale Report. Inquisitor Amberly Vale took another glance at her psychic-linked diary, the empty pages longing to be filled with more words, while the archaeostylus in her hand quivered with anticipation. With a sad smile, she began drawing new words and schematics in High Gothic. With a subtle twist of the warp, the words were encrypted and encoded with the Ordo Xenos engrams as to deny the enemy access to critical data. Hopefully, to the God Emperor of mankind and my fellow Inquisitors, I hereby testify to the events of the invasion as witnessed with my own senses. As some of you may know, my new mission had been to observe and document the life and feats of Pef Lancefire and his forces, at first at the order of Lord Inquisitor Redacted E and later with follow-up orders from High Lord of Terra Redacted E and Primarch Redacted. I will not go into much detail about Pef Lancefire himself, not only for my personal safety, as he is certainly able to observe me at any time due to the Xenos artifacts like Redacted A, Redacted E, Redacted E, and Primarch Redacted, but simply because it is not relevant. Lord Lancefire himself has claimed to abstain as much as possible from cheating, as he calls the use of his powers or artifacts, mainly because he intends for humanity to achieve the same feats with their own skill and strength. In this regard, I can indeed attest to Lord Lancefire's minimum use of outside forces, and instead using and abusing his own military forces to a degree not known possible or even theoretically proposed, not for human forces at least. Of course, the Lamenter's Xeno auxiliary units are not human, and they did provide a huge impact as force multiplier and distraction, as well as ambush and simple meat-grinding units on the front lines, in addition to warp phenomena suppression or special abilities. Also, the feats of Primarch the Redacted EU onto the battlefields of the Stygius sector are also not the purview of this document, nor could they be, since the words would self-erase at the same speed I could write them down. Firstly, I will describe the forces brought into play by House Lancefire in the Lamenter's Astartes chapter, although some leeway should be given due to a Redacted E and Redacted U abilities of Lord Lancefire to resupply or recover troops in the field. The Lamenters are indeed still Codex compliant, and their Battle Brothers numbers have never exceeded 900 in the field, although liberal use of Tech Marines, about 2,200 observed, and their thousands of Guardian Walkers, roughly 200,000 observed, did provide extreme levels of firepower and suppression comparable to a full Astartes Legion. However, the Lamenters themselves are rarely deployed as frontline units, as their doctrine calls of the use of the Lamenter's auxiliary forces as the principal units to hold the field. Human auxiliary units were mainly of Catachan genetic stock, with sizable elements from Valhalla and Cadia descendants, and were organized as follows. Heavy infantry, 600 regiments, or about 600 million troops, with integrated logistics and walkers, about 600,000 armed sentinels of various types. Artillery, 100 regiments with overstrength numbers if compared to the nominal Imperial Guard, estimated 200,000 artillery guns, plus anti-air and air-to-ground vehicles, roughly 400,000 ground attack aircraft, armor, 300 regiments of oversized strength, roughly 300,000 light tanks, mostly Chimera and Weasel patterns, 30,000 heavy tanks, mostly Ragnarok patterns, and some Lehman Russ, 1,300 super heavy tanks of various Baneblade pattern, mainly Doomhammer models armed with twin magma cannons. Of note in the above lists, The vehicles themselves are not the standard patterns used by Astra Militarum and other Imperium of Man's units. Lord Lancefire has taken great care to upgrade these machines with new, or archaeotech, auspex, weapons, armor and shields, plus various bits like enhanced tracks and logic engines, thus giving his troops at least an order of magnitude of superiority versus similar vehicles from other forces. Adding to this were Forge Machine and Forge Redacted Allied forces, plus the Knights of House Lancefire with about 500 knights of various models, mainly armed with volcano lances. The Mechanicus units were rather secretive about their numbers and capabilities, but I did observe roughly 300 Titans in the field, plus assorted support and skirmish troops mostly made up of combat servitors, estimated over 1 billion, Scutarii, over 10 million, and battle automata, over 10,000, plus a few redacted siege engines. Various other allied forces were present, most notably the Adeptus Sororitas with 6 priories, roughly 6 million troops with tanks and walkers support, plus the Silent Sisters, Redacted Vigil, with their own 800 knight-sized walkers of redacted pattern, the Holy Inquisition stormtrooper regiments, as well as the Iron Hands Astartes chapter, and all their successor chapters, 24. Redacted Astartes kill teams, redacted and redacted Assassinorum, redacted Clade agents, 6. Redacted Fogger teams for psychological ops, and lastly 2 redacted human and cyborg operatives for new sphere surveillance. For space and space superiority combat, the forces gathered to fight the great enemy invasion consisted of Lamenter's strike force of 5 battle barges, 5 battleships, including the Gloriana-class Singularity, 62 heavy cruisers, including 40 drop cruisers, and 3 Universe-class fleet carriers, carrying roughly 5,000 starfighters, 1,000 bombers, and 1,000 corvettes, plus the Black Lament Super Fortress, then the Lancefire House Navy, which consisted of 32 battleships, 14 battle cruisers, 491 cruisers, and 87 escort carriers, carrying roughly 400,000 interceptors and 40,000 torpedo corvettes, various support, repair, supply and logistics vessels, over 1,000 ships, and lastly the Adeptus Mechanicus Machina Basilican fleet with 7 battleship-sized arcs, 95 cruisers, 2 forged ships, and 4 platform XXL carriers, estimated capacity, 4 million servitor brain combat space drones, and 4,000 corvettes. Note that nearly every capital ship deployed was upgraded with Nova cannons and thick, redacted armor, and extensive auto-targeting point defense batteries, plus blank bridge crew, blank machine spirits, and improved Geller field coverage. The other Astartes forces present were not quite as heavily armored or armed as the Lamenters, which did cause them significant casualties. Not that I've noticed any complaints, quite the contrary. Immediate replacements were provided from the wounded soldiers in the auxilia, often during high-intensity combat. I did also notice a large increase in Techmarine presence among the Iron Hands forces, generally at parity with the regular Battle Brothers numbers. Sadly, I cannot go into detail about the extent of the Xeno auxiliary units deployed, mostly because of sheer numbers, distance, or psychosuppression effects involved, or entropic cascade and temporal distortions in the case of the HRUD. Auxilia orcs were easier to observe, but I believe Lord Lancefire used the greenskins as mere distraction or amusement instead of actual combat units, considering how often I heard him snicker or even laugh loudly once the orcs were being deployed. Note that a redacted EO or the redacted artifacts, or perhaps alpha-level psyker-based telepathy is required to direct such Xeno auxiliaries against an enemy. Bribing doesn't work. As for the local forces of the PDF, Astra Militarum, or the Imperial Navy, they were of course present in large numbers in the Stygius sector, at least in the beginning. However, considering that latter analysis demonstrated losses of upwards of 1 trillion soldiers per day, sector-wide, in the early phases of the invasion, I uphold Lord Lancefire's decision to ignore local units and instead focusing on taking the fight directly to the enemy, instead of attempting to reinforce the disintegrating Imperial forces in the sector. Simply consider the amount of invaders in the Dobashanarsk system, for example. The enemy had deployed 6 Titan legions, 9 knight houses, and over 20,000 tanks obtained from Forge World Rodelpha, accompanied by 18 hosts of redacted demons and 3 entire corrupted space marine legions. Local Imperial forces were overwhelmed in minutes, and once the redacted rituals had began, even the most loyal Imperial units had began defecting or suiciding en masse, not to mention shooting at anyone they could see. In the void, the situation at Tarkon Hive World was even worse, as the last great enemy had gathered a giant fleet that outnumbered the relief forces 100 to 1. Of course, they did not outnumber the Tyrannid Hive fleets released against them by Lord Lancefire and his redacted Xeno friend, an event which indeed created the setting and conditions for a latter victory against the unified redacted front. Regarding the relatively low casualties from the civilian population of the invaded Hive worlds, often in the thousands instead of trillions, this can be explained by Lord Lancefire's softer heart compared to a regular Inquisitor, and his liberal use of Xeno-redacted and redacted artifacts, as well as several interventions from Primarch Redacted EU and the Demonifuge Redacted, plus unconfirmed reports of glowing saints or faith miracles in places I couldn't observe directly. Regarding the Eldar fleets and Wraithbone Titans deployment during the invasion, plus the rumors of divine intervention by several Eldar deities or avatars, a separate report has been sent to the Ordo Xenos conclave at HIATUS Station, along with the necessary document files, picked captures, and psychotrance memory crystals of the events, in particular my own recordings of a Revenant Titan in combat against a redacted horde. A secondary report of the Forge Venatoria tech priests, Titans, and redacted Fortress, and their suspected redacted Xeno overlords' involvement has also been sent in triplicate after the first copy has vanished in transfer. As for the curious case of Major Sly Marbo of the Special Operations Group and his claims of 44 Titans and 97 Knights destroyed by his own hand, I could only confirm 6 Titan kills via direct observation. Another 56 cases have been documented via battlefield auguries and after-action reports of nearby forces. However, it is my own presumption that our Major has in fact understated his feats during the invasion, since the mysterious disappearance of the enemy's 5th Titan Legion during the Prismata campaign can have little other explanation. Considering that Major Sly Marbo is also a blank and has been observed to redacted himself and displace objects with ease, I consider the man as dangerous as Lord Lancefire himself, at least on a personal scale. Hopefully, due to the man's marriage into the Lancefire house, we do not need to worry about tracking him all over the galaxy as well. In conclusion, the combined intervention of House Lancefire, the Lamenters chapter, and the Allied forces is estimated to have caused 97% losses to the physical invaders, including ships and vehicles, and 23% permanent losses to insubstantial invaders, as 67% non-permanent losses that could be restored with great effort by the great enemy. I could also confirm the death of Warlord Kardoff and all of his officers and command staff. However, despite our best efforts, the Archtraitor Ahriman escaped once more, even from a direct hit with a redacted Assassinorum Pulse. A note of caution for those of our rank who might attempt to copy or emulate the feats of Lord Lancefire in other places. Make sure your Astartes units consist of blank Space Marines or have been completely protected via null rods and similar means, like my own redacted Arad. Obtain the support and presence of a large number of Silent Sisters, blank officers/retinue too. Employ the services of Redacted E or Redacted E Assassin Clade, or the use of God Emperor's own Redacted E Titans. Get your own Redacted Fortress. Try to obtain Redacted E or Redacted artifacts as to deploy Tyrannid Bio-Titans at crucial points. Ordo Xenos rank or Rogue Trader warrant required. Befriend one Primarch and ask him to join your quest. There are at least Redacted to pick from. Obtain Mechanicus support. Titans are nice, but only if they're on your side. Ask Lord Lancefire to lend a hand. Obviously the safest path. As for the aftermath of the Stygius invasion, Lord Lancefire is still involved with the cleanup and the closing of various warp rifts, although other Imperial forces like the redacted Astartes under Ordo Malleus and Primarch L. Johnson, with his 42 Space Marine chapters, have also arrived to help. It is of course too late for the 91 worlds burned to a crisp via Exterminatus Ordnance, as well as the 5 Imperial worlds that had been dragged into the warp by the retreating redacted forces. The Stygius Crusade also has the honorable mention of awarding the highest numbers of Astartes badges ever recorded, including over 4,000 Imperialis, over 3,000 Machinon Bis, and 731 Imperial and Laurel badges. Hundreds of other awards like the Marksman's Honor and Iron Halo Shields were also awarded for extraordinary feats of skill and bravery. Furthermore, 98 Lamenters badges called Rit Sanguinatus Mori were awarded post-mortem to fallen Lamenter Marines, including all their apothecaries that did not posse's blank genes. By the powers invested in me, I hereby end this communique and send it to the higher lords in the Imperium for evidence. Follow-up reports inbound as more data is gathered. Amberley Vale, Holy Inquisitor of the Imperial Faith, Ordo Xenos and Ordo Redacted. Thought for the day. Life is not measured in years, but by the deeds of men. The last omake of wolf and man. Enjoy. And now, the loyal companion gets his own POV. All hail Canis, the immortal wolf himself. Canis slept and dreamed. Just as the big golden alpha said, he was now much more than a simple Fenrisian wolf. The Elysian fields were now open to him in his dreams, and he could hunt as much as he wanted. Demons or Xenos, traitors or corrupt. None could stand in front of the mightiest Canis, at least in his dreams. Sadly, the real enemies were slightly more dangerous than the ones in his dreams. For now, leaping over an entire mountain, Canis rushed into a pack of orcs and rapidly ripped them to shreds, even ignoring their silly metal spikes and tiny pricks of molten metal they shot with. Mightiest Canis cared not for such minor inconvenience, and barely registered the glowing claw of the orc alpha while he crunched his melon head between his indestructible teeth. With the tasty mushroom brains also came the knowledge inside, as little as the puny orcs had. Not that Canis even needed such low knowledge, such as avoiding minefields or tearing cables out to disable the smoky machines. He already knew all that and more, even in the harsher real. The Black Alpha has taught him well, even before the Golden Alpha added those upgrades. New flesh organs powered up his muscles and speed, while the metal organs enhanced his mind and senses. Even asleep, Canis knew everything happening in the Black Flying House, tiniest vibrations being translated into locations and identities of anyone or anything moving inside the ship. Smells also gained increased definition, and now he could tell emotions or intent by the smallest change in the perspiration of a human, although the Eldar Black Man was still able to elude him. For now, his organs still needed more time to grow and adapt to his wolfish blood, and the brain-reading organ could only read fragments of the knowledge from his prey. For now. But one day, the Golden Alpha said, it would grow into a different one, able to digest souls as well. Animaphagon, the same organ his Black Alpha had. Mightiest Canis ran again, and jumped into a deep sea filled with small krakens, just like those from home, but smarter, working in vicious packs, trying to devour him before he did the same. But unlike home, he could move underwater and even breathe, and he tore the krakens into small bits, easier to eat. In the real world, he would need to power up his rain shield, that smelled like fresh rain, and then take out the metal claws to do this, and much slower. In the dream, Canis was way beyond such meager aids, as the ancestor wolf spirit ran with him everywhere, like a second indestructible skin. Canis wasn't there yet, and it would take many moon cycles to reach this in the real. Many more enemies to devour as well, and steal their purple mana for himself. But one day, sighing softly, Canis dreamed more, hunting the enemies of the Alpha, just like the ancestor wolf did, since the beginning of the pact. He was loyal and fluffy when needed, or vicious and bloody in combat, when the Alpha asked. Canis was still a good boy. For now, the new Imperium. It had been a long and grueling campaign against chaos, and despite our overwhelming victory, our losses were quite bad. Almost a third of our total ground forces had been lost, and over half of our machines as well, half of them to enemy damage, the rest destroyed by our own troops after they succumbed to chaos corruption. And while the Air Force had proven extremely effective in providing close air support or deep tactical strikes, the losses had been even higher due to the inherent fragility of airborne machines. They will need shields, or else we simply threw away expensive forge time. I had a lot of work to next, even as the Black Lament traveled back home towards the machine forge. At my side, Primarch Ferrus Manus worked at his own cogitator station, trying to fix my imbalance project of creating a new multi-laser type weapon. But instead of splitting the beam of a regular Lost Cannon, I've tried splitting a Vulcan lance beam. You were too eager, Lord Lancefire. The concept is good, but your application? The genius Primarch said in a humble voice. I sighed in pain. You realize we still don't understand the real science behind the Vulcan lance. We are like children, matching bits of technology in new shapes, hoping something might work. But you will find a way, right? The angel in armor asked in a hopeful voice. I will. Once Trazen gives me a new template. But this thing was rather classified. People had been burned alive for far less. Instead, I saved my project on a new data slate and opened the new shield model that I recovered in this crusade. So-called ionic flare fields, a combination of ion shields and flare shields that surrounded a machine in a powerful yet less energy-draining defense field. These ancient devices were also locked behind a barrier of knowledge, but could provide humanity with lightweight shield emitters that could be portable on light machines like Sentinels and aircraft. Take a look at the new IF shield when you can, Smart Angel. I think even your regular dreadnoughts will be able to power these light shields, I said, and sent the new, damaged, STC template to my new work buddy. The angel tilted down his helmet at me for a moment, then checked his cogitator. Yes, very interesting device. This shield. I will make an effort while you sleep. Of course, the spirit Primarch had no bodily needs, so he could keep fighting or working nonstop. Made for a perfect lab assistant, in my humble view. I just waved a hand in goodbye and tesseract away to my own bedroom, where the resident fringe inquisitor, Lady Amberly Vale, was already waiting for me in bed, and mostly naked, except some lingerie made of thin silk. My dear, you look absolutely appetizing, I admitted with hungry eyes. And, she asked in a coy voice, may I have the pleasure of your company this night? I asked politely as I slipped in bed beside her. Her lips crushed mine in hunger. Well then, hunger had to be sated, right? An hour later, the fun ended and my regular fucking duty commenced, as fertile women began to arrive in my bed, to get impregnated and help save humanity with our next blank children. Only a dozen per night yet, but I would get stronger, I knew that. Once the Emperor had implanted my brain with some new special gland called Immortus, similar to the ones implanted in Primarchs, I have also recalled what my third build option was, the Ancestral Awakening. Thus, much like the Emperor and Sister Stern, I would keep getting stronger and stronger over time, in body, mind, and soul. The Primarchs and the Space Marines also had this trait in their normal 40k method, as this other beings like Paternova Navigators or the Eldar Phoenix Lords. Glancing at Canis, who slept blissfully at the side of my bed, I mused inward at his future. The Emperor would have made sure I would have an immortal companion at my side, and one that would grow in strength as well. His ancestral ancestor would have to be Fenris himself, the wolf god of the space wolves. There were rumors of a giant wolf-shaped creature that hunted demons in the depths of the maelstrom. Good hunting in your dreams, my loyal puppy. With a tired body, I laid in bed and waited for blissful sleep. Darkness. Good morning, Lord Lancefire. A loud blood angel sergeant boomed in my ear, way too soon. The Tesseract view englobed near space, showing me the Blackstone Fortress and all the surrounding ships. A distant Eldar cruiser shadowed us, thinking themselves hidden by holoshields to them, while left index tapped on invisible cosmic strings, providing me with another Eldar cruiser and instead bringing out a thermos filled with black tea. A nice morning indeed. Ledvius rose his remaining eyebrow and scanned the bedroom for any intruder. Woof woo, Canis protested, as if anything could bypass his alert senses. Anything new? I asked in between sips of hot tea. Astropads report we have left the Astronomican range, with latest news before loss of contact of another Tyrannid hive striking in Segmentum Pacificus. Adepta Tertius and Primarch Khan were en route to stop it, my old friend said in a milder voice. Big news then. The Emperor wouldn't send two big hitters unless there was a large danger. Khan himself could demolish a planet by himself. As for Janice, she was heavy backup for Khan, in case the crazy swordsman found something too big to slice away with the Tao. I see. Any special news? I asked in a low voice. 900's Auxilia were found infected with various chaos source agents and given mercy, he added in a sharper tone. Amberly was working hard in her day job. The Inquisition had a hard job too, as expected. Fighting chaos still created victims long after the firefight was over. The faster everyone was a blank the better. Your own chapter is phasing out firstborn Marines. I expect you will soon receive permanent reassignment as my bodyguard, I said in a level voice and threw a knowing glance at Ledvius. Couldn't say Sanguinius wasn't a realist. Once the clone Marines were available, bigger, faster, and stronger than the old Marines, even the Blood Angel himself was quick to discard the old version for the improved ones. The remaining old-stock Blood Angels were given escort missions to various important dignitaries like rogue traders or admirals, or governors and generals, while the Call clones filled the ranks with better Primera Space Marines. Still better than being thrown in a last battle to wash away the shame of our weakness, Ledvius muttered in a sad voice. Or being dissected for spare parts. Mars would be glad to have Marine-grade servitors, I answered with a snort. It was still possible, if too many discarded Marines began to go traitor. Ledvius grit his teeth in silence. We have both seen far worse things in this hellish universe. The new Glory-class battle carriers are supposedly nice, he said in a confident voice at the new pre-March flagships. 5 new ships will not fix the galaxy. I laughed out, thinking of the magnificent creations praised all over the galaxy as the best creation of the Emperor of Man. Sure, they were twice as large as a Gloriana, and even had their own subfleet of fighters, bombers, and escort corvettes, but for their cost the Imperium could have made 500 Nova-armed cruisers and punched a far greater enemy in the face, much like I just did with 496 cruisers of my own. Breakfast, I demanded instead, and moved us both to the nearest mess hall. Brother Captain Semnai arrived at a fast walk to sit beside me at the table. Chapter Master, what about me and Chiron? He asked in a worried voice, while nodding towards Ledvius. What about you? I asked rhetorically. Orders have come through from Segmentum Command. All Astartes' firstborn are to be dispatched as bodyguards. Semnai grunted in a hopeless voice. He seemed rather upset too. You realize how many children I have, as well as some inquisitors? Just pick 1 inch, I mumbled in between bites, while Ledvius just shook his head. Other chapters will be hit much harder, but the Lamenters had too many options. Semnai stopped to think for a minute, as I drank the last of my tea. You are rather cunning, my lord. I will pick Inquisitor Ramius, he said in a happy voice. Duh. He picked the only Inquisitor I was actually married to. Go and study the new Inquisition protocols then. It's been a century since you were part of Death Watch, I pointed out in a lighter tone, as I stood up and transported myself beside the dead angel. His armor just gestured at the hololith screen, powering my Savant implants. I absorbed the data on the screen. The genius of the dead Primarch was undeniable. While I slept, he actually solved the ionic flare shield. Not the final, robust version, but a working one nonetheless. Tomorrow we reach Machine Forge, Primarch. Want to meet my tan friend? I keep him locked in my basement, I asked in a soft voice. A giant wing patted my head in a paternal gesture. You have the strangest life in the galaxy, Lord Lancefire. He spoke with his modulated vox box. Coming from a dead spirit inhabiting a suit of golden armor, it sounded ever stranger. Rogue traitor. Just say hello, I spoke with a wry voice, as the tan shard stared at my Primarch friend. He appears similar to those Immaterium constructs you call a greater demon, Zaryalash said in a strange voice, both curious and weirded out. The Emperor has been living in the warp for the past 10,000 years. We can even detect his domain in the warp as the Astronomicon, even here in the real world. But in the warp, it's called the afterlife. I've seen it too. It is full of angels and seraphs and other such beings, I explained in a calm voice. And he has necrodermis plug ports too, the tan added in a more enthusiastic tone. Perhaps you could plug something there? Those green swords? I asked with a smile. A phase blade? If he can power it with his soul, it would also become a fierce force weapon, Zaryalash mused to himself, then spat out a tooth and began to reshape it into a weapon hilt, even adding a golden aquila on the pommel. His time with the Ordo Xenos had served Zaryalash quite well. A few tests later, and Ferrus Manus gained a brand new phase sword, even better than those used by the Calidus Clade assassins. This was interesting, Lord Lancefire, but I must return to my duty. The Iron Hands need me, the Primarch spoke as farewell, then teleported out of the Pharos and rejoined his own chapter. Wait, I wanted to ask you so many things, but he probably would not answer. Beside helping me craft some wonderful STC templates, the angel didn't seem to want to disclose anything about the Emperor or the warp. Oh well, I wouldn't be easy bin him either, dead yet floating about in angel form. I took out my sounding board and began searching the range of Pharos for new interesting things, such as Xeno invasions, chaos incursions, Necrons killing things, more pirates, even more Tyranids, orcs being orcs, and all the fun stuff of 40k. Searching for a new target, Pef Lancefire? The resident Tan asked in a friendly voice. Always, but hopefully less mindless killing and more loot. Maybe even an STC? I mused in a less hopeful voice. An entire galactic sector, and I barely found a single STC that containing my new ionic flare shield. And since my searches were backed up by the omnipresent senses of a tesseract, I could be sure I didn't miss anything. Damn, STCs were indeed extremely rare. No matter what the lore said, the fabled STCs you humans prize so much. You know there is a giant cache of them. Right on board that Speranza Ark parked outside, the Tan provided in a helpful voice. I sobbed inward and just nodded. The Speranza might have plenty of STCs under lock and key, but for now it only allowed us access to the most basic tech, albeit including standard Baneblades and even Warlord Titans, like children given only the safest toys to play. On the other hand, seeing how many of the same toys were wielded by the Chaos Worshippers, perhaps it made sense to keep the dangerous stuff away from easily corrupted humans. The Speranza is an over-controlling intelligence with barely any human neurons. It wouldn't give us access to advanced tech, lest we use it on other humans. And humanity is rather at war with itself as well. I answered diplomatically. At least you realize what it is. Your tech priest friends are still bowing to its holy might 5 times a day, lighting incense candles and spraying holy oil. The Tan giggled in amusement. Still searching. I reached the Tau Empire and searched for some new tech, but it seemed they had also stalled. Even their Demiurge allies had left them. Wait, the Demiurge? They had advanced tech I was planning to steal. Trade. I muttered in dismay. The Tan leaned into his chains and stared at me. I thought the working theory was that the Tau had obtained an ancient STC cache and were building upon that, he quoted, from my own fake explanation I wrote for the Tau-sourced STCs. I was a fool. A genius, but then a fool. I figured it out, then somehow fooled myself into thinking I fooled the rest. The Demiurge were the STC source. I exclaimed in a groaning voice. You thought the entire Ordo Xenos and dozens of Forge worlds were all fools? The Tan asked me in an innocent voice. I slapped my face in silence. Of course my explanation was believable. It was the truth. I didn't fool anybody but myself. No wonder the Tau tech was quite easily translated into STC format. I was merely working in reverse, much like I did for my entire life. Want me to trace their ships? Zaryalash asked in a mild voice. I sighed. Damn rogue trader build. Price. My shard. From that Necron overlord, he demanded in a gentle voice. I bought an Eldar goddess once. I can surely buy a simple shard, I said in a defeated voice. Damn it, trading for a Tan might be too expensive. An hour later, I arrived at Salames in person, alongside my faithful wolf. The Necron Citadel appeared even more powerful now, with hundreds of Necron war constructs guarding every hallway, while millions of Necrons stared at me with robotic eyes. It felt a bit creepy. A small scarab floated on my shoulder, speaking in Trazen's voice. You still can't have my Titans, Pef Lancefire. Bah, foiled again. Take me to your leader, I demanded and poked the scarab beetle in the glowing eye. The space shifted and moved me and Canis into a different tomb glowing with strange blue lights. In the middle of the cavern, hundreds of Necron lords, cryptex, and other higher ranks were elbows deep inside a dormant Tan. The Void Dragon himself? Busy day? I asked in a polite voice. A Necron robot body twitched as if caught by surprise. We don't get many visitors here, rogue trader, Trazen the Infinite said in a grand voice as he emerged from somewhere inside the sleeping Tan. I see you like my gift, I observed in a mild voice, with a nod at the priceless Tan. Come, let's talk somewhere else, he muttered in a low voice, as if ashamed of being heard. In a second, we moved again to his old rooms. Big project then? I saw different dynasties here. I offered as a starting point. Mostly those infected with the Flayer virus. They hoped to find a permanent cure here. Trazen explained with a robotic smirk. They would find only work and more work, as the crafty Necron would never give them a final cure. There is a shard of the potentate in the Pariah Nexus. I need it, for something, I said in a level voice, while a pair of data slates appeared in my hands. The Multilance project and its bigger brother, the Volcano Cannon split weapon. I had no hopes to bring them to a final product phase by myself, and even the Angel was powerless. Trazen took the slates and nodded slowly, while examining Canis with scientific eyes. You know, the wolf is, I know, The Emperor has worked hard to grant me a worthy companion. Canis has a lot more to grow before he can eat something like a void dragon. But someday, I said in a praising voice, and patted my wolf in encouragement. The mighty wolf turned and looked at me with intelligent eyes. Trajan stared for a minute longer at my wolf, considering something. The potentate is a coward, but he does have cosmic fire. Like you said, useless to me now, but still, he should be worth something. Fine, you can return the Tesseract Vault from Deimos, and we'll trade by true worth again. I warned him in an angry voice. He gained a free transcendent tan from that deal, not to mention the vault itself. Wait, I know, you're far ahead since the last time. You can have a dozen Venatoria Titans and these new toys, but I do need a symbolic gift in return. My boss would not accept a loss for my dynasty, Trajan muttered in fake shame, as if his pharaoh would care about his sneaky deals with a humble human like myself. But fine, I did have something I wanted to be rid of. Eldar were no longer an approved target for Imperial forces anyways. With a smile, I transferred the sneaky Eldar cruiser that followed me, including the crew, except their personal weapons and armor. I had my own use for them, especially since my obsidian auguries often needed deniable kills for their job. A shuriken catapult sent a different message than a lasgun bolt in the head. You still owe me for the transcendent tan, Lord Trajan. I will not ask anything now, since you're busy with harnessing the void dragon, but someday, I said as a parting gift, and waved goodbye as I was returned to the machine forge with a new tesseract containing an unbound tan shard. A dozen upgraded titans would beef up my Titan Legion again, recovering my losses in the crusade, while the multi-laser style volcano lance and cannon would upgrade my arsenal by an order of magnitude. Now, let's see where those demiurge went. Well-oiled. Lord Lancefire, you are needed on the Black Lament. An urgent message stopped me from transporting to the Pharos. My lord, the Archmagos demands you visit her immediately. A second message arrived on the Mechanicus manifold circuit. My dear, make some time and meet your lonely wife. Can you? A certain inquisitor whispered in my mind directly. Villain, damn it, I wanted to explore the galaxy. Breathe. PF. The tan could wait. So I tapped my fingers 3 times, moving myself to the Blackstone Fortress and bringing 2 anxious women in my presence at the same time. Esteemed fabricator, you look well-oiled? I offered in an uncertain tone. My wife pinched my side in reproach. So I possibly missed something. Quite possible. We need to schedule the forge's production cycle for the next decade, my lord, the fabricator answered with a polite tone, but seemingly rather urgent. So I took out the latest STC data slate and gave it to her, knowing it would keep her busy for an hour, at least. Then I rose my eyes, watching the brave sanguinary priests lose their momentum and step back, as if I was a dangerous predator. What is it now, Brother Helios? I asked their chief priest. Well, we lost all the apothecaries sent on crusade. He murmured with a wary glance at my inquisitor wife. As I predicted, even before we departed. You have replacements, I would hope? I asked rhetorically. I knew I had ordered 400 new apothecaries to be trained and prepared, and even if there may be delays. Brother Helios nodded and pointed at the conference holoscreen, where the training schedule was just listed. We have 28 apothecaries ready to begin duty, Chapter Master. As for the rest, 42 are still in the last stages and the graph ended abruptly on the screen. 70 apothecaries and the rest failures. Still a good ratio compared to regular chapters, but damn, 330 dead young boys? Only 2 of the old apothecaries remained from the initial ranks, now promoted as Lamenter's lorekeepers, since they were over 1,000 years old and rather knowledgeable. So we doubled the numbers of apothecaries? I said in a lighter voice, as if I could only see the full side of the glass. Brother Helios hesitated for a moment, then nodded. It would seem so, my lord. Anything else? I asked, curious. Well, there are 3,000 of your special tech marines that have returned from their Forge World training, and we still have 1,255 surviving ones from the first batch, 4,355 total, plus the 3 Forge Masters, he explained in a softer voice, this time glancing at the fabricator tech priest. Again, we doubled their numbers, right? All is good, I asked with fake joy. The sanguinary priest changed the graph once more, this time pointing at the Blank brothers, thus my own sons and grandsons. We took 81 casualties among the Battle Brothers, and the last implantation cycle has produced 305 viable recruits, as well as 5 more poisoning cases. The supernumerary recruits can be sent to our allied chapters. I hugged my wife and frowned at the numbers. Nowhere near close to 1,000,000 blank Astartes. I would need to replace the corruptible ones. Possibly 2 million now, with the extra founding of new chapters by fresh Primarch gene seed that churned cloned Primaris Marines by the thousands every day. What do you say, dear wife? I asked with a nod towards the screen. The extra numbers were too small to make a difference anywhere. 2 companies of blank Astartes were too few. Valine clenched her hand over mine. I would say 200 Culexus assassins would make a difference. Even at galactic scale, both the chief priest and the Magi tech priest locked their gazes on the screen, then turned towards me with questions on their eyes. At my side, a Culexus assassin decloaked and coughed lightly. That would be a change. The temple training would only enhance their killing potential. Vadrax mused in a thoughtful voice. Like our own Alpha Legion. This has promise, my dear wife. I answered in a faraway voice. The Savant implant already parsing thousands of potential applications. It could work, or fail and burn me to ash. What training would my boys get? Would they resent me for ruining their lives? You are skeptical. Don't trust the Culexus Temple? Valane asked in a knowing voice. Ah, the wonders of an Inquisitor's mind. As I said, like our own Alpha Legion. Do you even imagine what hundreds of demented killers could do in my name? I can already hear them. I am Lancefire. I grunted with a heavy sigh, aping the Alpha Legion motto. I am Alfarius. They all recited in their psychotic ways. They do say that a lot. Vadrax muttered at my side, before going invisible again. The Emperor protects. Perhaps we should defer the decision to him? Brother Helios proposed with a wary glance at the former spot where the dreaded Culexus was last seen. Come, Fabricator. We'll go over the last campaign and decide what we can discard or increase. I spoke towards my loyal Archmagos. Over the next hour, we parsed the less effective machines I have used in the Stygius Crusade, discarding most close attack planes and the light armored weasels, then renounced the Lehman Rust tanks completely. The Ragnaroks had fared twice as good if not more. Now the infantry. What to do? I hummed to myself. Your sniper rifles seem to have worked beyond expectations. I propose 400% increase, my fabricator offered in a mild voice. Finding 4 times more snipers would be hard, but fine. They may not be scout marines, but a heavy bolter to the face would still kill someone, I said in a level voice. Over 7% from all Chaos Marine kills were due to my snipers. If a small investment would increase this to 25%, would be awesome. The Tarantula turrets, they become useless as soon as the front line moves. They will need to move with the front, she proposed with a glance at the resident omniscient emissary. Sure, I will give them wheels or something, maybe legs, so they keep pace with the infantry. Small legs, but more of them, like spiders. Sigh. Tarantulas were spiders. Chimera transports turned into fireballs as soon as they entered combat. The tech priest observed with clinical post-battle analysis skills. They are not tanks, and the light tanks fared even worse. Perhaps a new transport vehicle, based on the Ragnarok chassis, I offered with a sad headshake. Then again, one shouldn't use mechanized infantry as tanks anyways. Something to fix in the academy training. You would know better where to find such a holy template, Lord Lancefire. Perhaps the new shields can also help. They would sure help the poor sentinels, she added in a wry tone. The sentinels worked great. 400% increase per regiment as well. A full division could field 40,000 armored walkers, and the IF shields would make them battle-worthy. Nothing else except an adamantium shell would provide proper defense against tank-level weapons, I said with a shrug. I quite loved my new armed sentinels, firing their Las cannons in deadly volleys. Not only they provided heavy weapon support, but they also carried their pilot in relative safety. Not quite power armor, but close enough. More was better here. The Tau did quite fine with their fire cast as well. The fabricator shrugged as well, then shook a mechadendrite at me. You know, adamantium is quite hard to shape, and too heavy for sentinels anyways. I know. A single frontal plate will help though. If you remove the plasteel, it would only increase by 18% in mass. The mass distribution would be off. The balance actuators would overheat. The engine would. The tech priest argued in a more logical tone. Okay, fine. Heavy metal. I get it. I waved a hand off. Shields then. Perhaps a small plasma engine instead of the Promethium VX. Not critical at this time. Agreed, my lord. The Doomhammer variants have proven to lack engagement range. We shift to the Volcano Lance template? She asked with a curious tone. Ah, my favorite tanks. Baneblades with twin giant meltaguns. They would melt anything that got close, even Titans. But Chaos Titans had volcano cannons. They did not need to come close. As for mounting volcano cannons directly on the Baneblade chassis, I knew how poorly the Shadow's Word variants fared. Not only they lacked a turret, but they also had to stop and charge their capacitors for a minute before firing. Made them slow and vulnerable. Not that the enemy would stand still and allow them to snipe. What to do? Wait for now. We don't arm the new Baneblades yet. There is a new template in the works. A pulsing volcano cannon, like a multi-laser. And we keep the remaining Doomhammers. Tyranids do try to come close, I explained with a grin. A long metal tentacle extended and patted my head, then descended to grip my smaller lance. You somehow managed to make my engine hot, Lord Lancefire. And I am well-oiled now, she purred with a mechanical voice. Oh well, I did have a strange life. In this brave new world. Teeth. After spilling my gene seed into Lady Gemma's Vitae womb, I finally got a spare moment to hide away and tesseract into the Pharos, joined by a giant wolf named Canis. My tan friend seemed to be rather anxious for my return, eyeing my third tesseract gem with greed. You got him? You doubted me? My heart is bleeding, I quipped with a relaxed voice, while tapping the Lamenter's sigil on my armor. Release him already, the ancient creature demanded, shaking his chains. And when he instantly attacks me, I will be forced to kill him, my precious trade ruined. You don't want to know what the devious Necron Lord forced me pay, I said in a calm voice. I watched you trade with the Necron before, Pef Lancefire. I also know what happens to your enemies. I even helped at Kamarag, didn't I? Zaryalash pleaded in a more quiet voice. Well then, let's see if a century of indoctrination really worked on the tan. With a flick of my fingers, I brought out the spare shard, while my other hand held a Necron transdimensional beamer, just in case I was wrong. A giant statue-shaped being emerged beside Zaryalash and tugged gently at his chains. You can't leave unless we remove the heart, brother, the second tan spoke in a sad voice. You have a chosen name, Shard? I asked curious. The being glanced at my green glowing beamer, then froze as Canis growled in a low tone. So, it is true. We are in deadly danger around you, Pef Lancefire, the tan shard observed in a cautious voice. It seems Trazen was right. The potentate was indeed a coward. Very well. Your name will be Lash, like a smaller brother to Zaryalash, I added in a careless voice, then stored away the useless beamer. If I had to use it now, I had already lost. You seem to have designs for my future, human. Nobody names something unless they do, Lash observed with a smart inference. Then again, Tan, for now, you will produce phase blades for my children. But to travel the galaxy at my side, you will need a disguise. I muttered in deep thought. There were too many tech priests and Ordo Xenos Inquisitors around, and they have practice detecting Xenos. The wolf will make a good shape to take, little brother. And if you need to fight, Canis is actually rather formidable already. Even before you upgrade his weapons and shield, Zaryalash proposed from his wall. This isn't the freedom I was promised. Lash grunted while kneeling beside Canis to begin upgrading his shield collar and retractable claws. Patience, Lash. The rogue trader is right. We need to acquire the rest of our shards, and the galaxy is filled with humans, Eldari, and others. I will provide Overwatch support with the Pharos. Zaryalash spoke in a more confident voice while nodding towards me. Stepping back, Lash shape-shifted into a Fenrisian wolf, almost identical to my Canis. There were subtle differences, or maybe I was too used with my wolf not to notice. Canis, point him out the markers which make him alien. You would know best how a wolf should feel, I added in a softer voice. Canis looked at me for a minute, perhaps testing if I was joking. Then he began circling the fake wolf, sniffing and clawing at wrong things, while growling softly. It took a long hour until Lash began to resemble a real wolf, even to my tesseract senses. Woof woo. Canis howled loudly, then poked the fake wolf to copy him. Woof woo. Lash tried, and got a giant paw slapping his head. Again, more work to do. So, you certainly had time to search for the demiurge, right? I asked with a tired voice. Most of them have gathered at Tenebrae-50 in the Octa system. The rest have returned to their origin place. In the galactic center, Zaryalash explained, as he centered the Pharos view on the system. Millions of mining drones were busy exploiting the asteroid minerals, while 100 strangely shaped void ships held station near the sun. And inside the ships, short and bulky humans wearing different types of void armor and human-looking weapons or devices, if clearly more advanced. Perhaps more advanced than the Mechanicus had. Jackpot. These guys surely had their own STC, and perhaps not a single one, seeing what they have done to the Tau. Their tech looks human enough, perhaps Federation level, I muttered to myself, as the Pharos gently shifted the viewpoint to show me the inside of their engines. Warp engines, but small and advanced ones. And the Geller fields looked even stranger. Everything looked polished and clean, although the ships were clearly old, thousands of years old at least. Curious. If your Speranza would truly help, you could have the same toys, Zaryalash pointed out with a wry voice. Pushing my mind strongly, I space-dragged a small dagger hilt and brought it into my hand. A plasma blade lit up the inside of the Pharos, making the wolves fall silent. Pretty much the best tech of the Mechanicus, among some lost human miners in the middle of nowhere. Miners that have upgraded the Tau to a minor power in a couple of centuries. You have gotten stronger, Pef Lancefire. Before, you couldn't have ported a single coin from so far away. Not unless you had someone there to provide you an emotional link, the Tan said in a slightly surprised voice. Straining myself even harder, I began stealing more small items and brought them back. Pins and data slates, bolter rounds, even the glove of a void suit. My head began to swirl in a daze, and I decided to stop. I could steal everything once I entered that system in person, and without even a headache. Let's test your disguise, Lash. If you get your head blown off by the first Inquisitor, don't blame me. I demanded in a wry tone, then stored Canis away and moved on to the machine forge, where the new Titans were getting lots of oil and love from the resident tech priests. My lord, I hope you did not steal the god machines from Forge Venatoria, although I doubt they ever had anti-grav plates able to support a warlord Titan. A ranking magi intercepted me as I stared at the floating Titan being tested by Zeta, my darling princeps. Not stolen, but not quite legal either. It was a trade for a favor to a certain person, I explained with a wink. I see, my lord. We will make haste to scrape the old markings then, and anoint the machines to our Deus Ex Machina Legion. The Ominicio's favor comes in many forms. After all, the Magi answered after he failed to wink back with his mechanical optics. Lash walked at my side in the wolf form, pretending to be a smart wolf. Nobody seemed to notice the difference, so everything was fine. Incoming, angry female. The Tan sent on my manifold circuit, proving the thing was very much not impregnable to malicious outsiders, or at least those of Tan ability. I turned and hugged my princeps wife before she could start screaming. We can't give every Titan grav wings yet, my love. This heretic managed to modify a dozen before he was chased away. I saved the poor Titans, but the schematics will take time to recover, I explained in a low voice as Virgos slowly calmed down. You better make it happen, absent husband. My room, tonight, she demanded as she ran away to climb into another floating Titan. Marriage saved, again. Now, who could save my life and help me give my wife floating Titans? I muttered to myself as I walked away, heading towards the noble knights in the next base. Lash threw a knowing look at the floating Titan and ran beside me. Making the grav plates would be difficult with your low-tech, human. And what are those horrific teeth swords on these walkers? The Tan asked in a repulsed voice, as we stared at a knight-sized chains word hanging above us. Our version of a chain blade. You should hear the sounds they make as the adamantium teeth bite into tank armor. I quipped in a joking tone. They sounded quite horrific, I admit. I rather not. Wolf ears are very sensitive. I could give them real blades. The Tan offered by himself. Well, I couldn't say no to a few hundreds of Imperial Knights wielding phase blades. Could I? That Eldar cruiser I gave to Trazyn was already paying off for itself. Detector. Those two men, Lash nosed at a pair of sacristans that tended to a damaged knight. I searched my implant and brought up their files, both recruited on Boros when we rescued that night world. Heavily augmented with cybernetics, they were almost tech priests in their skill with fickle machines, and worth their mass in gold. They have just returned with us from Stygius. What about them? I asked, curious. Etheric disturbance. Type 3, contagious, the tan shard noted in a disgusted voice. I froze for a moment, even if the exact type of danger wasn't certain yet. You better translate that in Low Gothic, I said while sending a message to my wife, just in case. The wolf-shaped CTN drew a deep breath and twitched his nose. Corrupted recently. Now trying to corrupt this walker and install an etheric nucleus inside its processing core. Engaging, he answered with a loud growl, then flashed at speed towards the infected sacristans. His claws extended out in mid-strike, flaring with green light for a second, before slicing the two intruders into a dozen distinct parts, all smelling foul of demonic corruption. Verlaine arrived at my side a moment later, with her bone staff already in hand. I see you have everything in hand, husband, she offered with a thin voice, tingling with unspoken danger. When the Emperor upgraded Canis, he installed a few new organs. I explained with a calm shrug, then gestured at the wolf, tan to keep searching, and even face-tech claws. I knew the wolf was special, but now, she murmured to herself, as my other wolf ran around, sniffing at the repair and logistics personnel. They taste foul, but I was rather hungry. This woman, the tan continued as he stopped in front of Felicia Tiber, my concubine and priceless help with many STC repairs. What about Felicia? She was an orc prisoner once, I said with a tinge of pain in my heart. I hoped she wasn't corrupted, but then Nayla. Anyone could fall. Even Primarchs had fallen. Orc? Yes. She still has the old one's smell on her. Etheric disturbance. Type 1. Localized. You appear to use that knowledge for yourself? The tan asked me, sounding curious. Call this a double-agent plot. She can understand non-human machines. I explained with an inner frown. Isn't this woman your own concubine? Verlaine asked with a veiled suspicion. She smells of orc. But we knew that already. I answered her inquisitive voice. How interesting. I wonder if we could chop that nose and… Never mind. The wolf's nose is his work as well. The Inquisitor faltered at my glare, realizing that maiming my wolf wouldn't end well. I could build you a dozen etheric detectors, rogue trader, for a small price. Lash offered with a tiny snort in my mind, knowing I already considered the option. You can continue purging the infected, Lash, but other than chaos or tyrannid corruption, you will ask for my approval. As for the price, make your offer carefully. There are thousands of other shards out there, some more pliant than others. You can ask your brother what I did to those that failed to comply. I replied with my own veiled threat. Then I turned to Verlaine and smiled grandly. My dear wife, although you parsed your request poorly, I understand. You may receive an olfactory etheric detector one day. When I managed to copy it, the Inquisitor measured me from head to toe, then glanced at the fake wolf that sped up to sniff at more and more forge personnel. She then leaned on her bone staff with a thoughtful look on her face. This smells like another of your outrageous trades, my dear. More Necron magic, she guessed at random with her Ordo Xenos honed senses. Necron? I doubt they have this thing exactly. Maybe similar, though. I mused softly, mostly to myself. Trazen did have his Jokero task group, which already provided me with Omnisense eyes and visors, but they were clearly not as effective. Smell detectors, though. I may have lucked out again. More dubious tech that would make my work so unbelievably easy. Tell me more, dear husband, Veliane demanded in a throaty voice, promising pleasure or pain at her discretion. I vacillated for a second, then picked pleasure. We will discuss this in private, say later tonight, I offered with a coy voice, then walked away rapidly, already busy cleaning up the gory mess left behind by Lash. Sweep the infected corpses into the sun, then wave my all-cleaning Necron wand. I should choose another profession soon. Becoming the janitor of the galaxy was going to be tedious. I wasn't joking either. Cleaning the mess left behind by the Crusade took me a whole month and gave the tan shard thousands of souls to feed upon. Building the etheric scanning device wasn't as easy as I hoped either. We couldn't simply use Blackstone for everything, with humanity being as xenophobic as ever. making it look like an elephant's trunk like Lash proposed. Wouldn't work either. Biotech wasn't used much by the Imperium, except for certain internal augmetics. In the end, we picked a wristwatch lookalike, with a dozen thin needles poking the nerves under the skin and connecting the user with the device via bioelectric signals and neural feedback. It was painful to use, and even smelled a bit like the normal 40K cyberware, so it was perfectly fine. When I pointed mine at the real Canis, the detector screamed in my mind of a major Type 5 disturbance, if localized to a single individual. I was right. The Emperor did boost my puppy with his version of a great warp angel, or maybe demon, heavenly wolf. I decided as Canis sniffed at me, then turned to stare at his competitor. Now you see what I see. When you look at your innocent puppy, Lash added from the side, then managed to raise a hind leg and scratch his head. You say he can also devour souls, like the Tan? I asked instead as I leaned into my wolf and scratched his chin. He needs time to grow and develop the animaphaging gland. Just like you do, Pef Lancefire, the Tan answered with a piercing gaze at my forehead. Whoa, he sprang the news on me mercilessly. Then again, I was to one to feed 2 Tan shards to the Emperor. Now that he got the taste, I doubted the Emperor would stop it too. I looked to the wall, where Zaryalash still hanged impaled by living metal chains. I will depart for Octus soon, maybe tomorrow. You have some nice targets en route, mighty Zaryalash? The Tan nodded and made the hololith screen connected to his toe lit up. A number of worlds began to scroll, each with their own interesting loot or adventures. I linked to the sounding board and began scanning the galaxy and systems on the way with the Pharos, until I had a dozen points to create a route. As each target world demanded a different level of authority, I had to make sure to bring the appropriate ships and companions on this quest. Rogue traders had little power inside the Imperium, even those like me, with a signed warrant. An Inquisitor was required, as was an Astartes fleet and some forged tech priests, even a forged ship. A dozen Indomitus ships from the Imperial Navy, then transport ships, supply, refueling. It was still a Crusade fleet anyways. Not that the Black Lament Fortress was weaker than any Imperial fleet by itself. In total, 8 battleships, for battle barges, 122 heavy cruisers, and 12 escort carriers would form my ranging fleet, those that have escaped from the Stygius Crusade with the least damage. The rest would need years or decades in dock, or be melted for metal and forged into new vessels. Barely a third of my grand fleet, but still powerful enough to contend with nearly everything this evil universe could throw at us. I started with a single light cruiser though, so I wasn't really unhappy. First target, another Blackstone fortress, the so-called 8th. Once recovered and upgraded, it would nearly double my fleet's mass and firepower by itself. Invisible. Ouch, damn it, father. You said it hurts a little. Victor Primus Lancefire complained like a child, as the needles of the precious etheric detector sank into his left forearm. Romulus ran at his side and smelled the bleeding arm with concern on his wolfish face, then licked the blood, as if his germs would help the wound heal faster. Leave it be, Romulus. I can deal with a little pain, Victor grumbled as his blood angel bodyguard snickered in a soft laugh. He was only human, not a bioengineered super soldier. Governor, you could forsake this weakness easily. You know, my progenoid glands are full. Should you accept a gene seed implant? The blood angel veteran offered with a kind voice. Victor sighed inward. Again, the same thing. If father had wanted his firstborn to be a space marine, he would be already, possibly even at captain rank after a century of service. Type 5 minor disturbance, localized, the detector provided in his mind as his hand stopped in front of the armored Astartes. Working perfectly, as expected of Tanzino tech. The tesseract crystal hidden in a pendant at his neck tingled with a subtle warning as a Corvette-sized vessel warped inside the Illivar system, filled with some kind of modified humans. Dad, look here, he whispered in his mind. Nothing reached back, meaning father was already away from the Pharos. Oh well, time to be a real governor then. He tapped his Vox bead in his ear. Mother, there is an incoming ship. Human but strange, he spoke on the Vox, hoping Lady Decima Lancefire would have more knowledge. His Astartes bodyguard checked his combi bolter, while Remus ran from the balcony and pressed the green button on the door, sealing the spire from the outside. How did the wolves know? We hear you, Governor. Auspex scans are clear. Invisible, perhaps, Mother answered from the Lancefire Admiralty base with a worried voice. The Blood Angel coughed lightly. They could have a reflex_shield. Some Deathwatch kill teams used that device for high-secrecy missions. Victor blinked and wrote the words on his implant. Something Father would be very interested in. No doubt. Corvette size, invisible to augurs. Imperial Black Ops. Recommendations? He asked on the Vox, while already preparing a couple stratagems in his mind. Using the Tesseract openly was not advisable, except if maybe it was another Emperor-granted mission like last time, when his sister Janice came and absconded with the Black Lament, or when Major Marbo stole a dozen Exterminatus torpedoes from the Lancefire armory, or maybe when Mother Elixa arrived on an invisible Vanu's temple shuttlecraft. Wait, he searched through his implant for today's unique code and sent a manifold message to the Obsidian Mother, including a description of the ship and his suspicions. You were correct to disturb me, Governor. These people are not Deathwatch, but temple agents. Which temple, though? Lady Elixa de Mornay wondered in a strange voice. Just wait and observe for now. We will run a number of Auspex tests. While the Obsidian parses the description through the Cogitator database, Lady Decima spoke in a sharp voice, then turned off her bead. Victor sighed and patted the anxious wolf on his nose. A temple ship, arriving unannounced and invisible. What could they want here? He mused in a low whisper. The giant Blood Angel tapped the blood drop sigil on his armor. They already have a ship and wouldn't need your dynasty resources. Perhaps hunting someone? The Astartes answered in a thoughtful voice. Maybe they want Obsidian access. We do have a huge network all over Ultima Segmentum. Victor answered with a frown, then sat down at his cogitator to wait. A new STC dataslate arrived with the Tanwatch, containing some new templates, damaged or unfinished. Father wasn't shy of passing more hard work onto his heir. Scrolling through the new templates, he could easily see which designs were original and which were Father's usual failures. Ionic flare shields for aircraft or sentinels. Only the largest vehicles had ion shields in the Imperium, yet Father wanted to give all his units some type of shield, and a better variant, covering all around and even countering projectiles. Ferrus Manus, the Primarch of the Iron Hands, was listed as the creator. Sure, it was easy to shift the blame on a dead man, and Primarchs and Saints were mostly unassailable by the priesthood of Mars. Celestine Pattern Multilance. Celestine Pattern Multicannon? Was Father still grieving for the dead saint? Etheric Disturbance. Type 2. Inverted. The detector chimed in his mind, as a certain invisible Eldar Solitaire entered the room without being seen by the Blood Angel or his Fenrisian wolves. Lord Nemerak, care for a drink? He offered politely as he took out a bottle of Amasec from his drawer. Oh, and now the sun begins to match his father. Did you see that assassin ship? The Solitaire asked as he sipped from his glass, ignoring the fuming Astartes. Yes, it's all the rage at the Admiralty. They keep cycling the Auspex frequencies, hoping to see a glimpse on their screens. Victor explained with a light voice, and took a larger gulp of Amasec for courage. He knew what the Solitaire was capable of, even outmatching Mother Ordella in speed and strength, and she was their strongest Omega- pariah. I hope the Culexis are not here for me or my ward. It would be a shame if our fight demolished this fair planet, the Eldar Harlequin said in a careless voice, sounding unconcerned for his safety. Then again, he and Mother Stern had demolished an entire galactic subsector by themselves. A mere planet was only spare change for those two. I would hope you can behave, Lord Nemerak. My father has authorized me to use drastic measures in case of clear danger, Victor muttered with a tired voice. And you have a new wristwatch as well? Quite a complex disguise for a... Well, I should go and stay by Stern's side, lest she flares a lightning storm by accident, the Solitaire added as he sped outside, stealing the Amasec bottle on the way. Amasec bottle, lightning storm. In the end, it was a fair trade. Victor glanced at his bodyguard, and he rushed to seal the door again. Victor picked the dataslate again and almost had a heart attack. Hidden in the last words on the dataslate, there was an encrypted field for a stellar coordinate, marked with the black sigil of the Obsidian. 3 people could read this code: Father, Janice, and himself. Unrestricted use of Tesseract, even at the risk of discovery. A 9th Ursa Blackstone, Urtris, reserved only for the Lancefire dynasty. And the Culexis Temple had just sent an invisible ship, while father was away on a new crusade. He took out another Amasec bottle and drank directly, ignoring the fancy noble status of his governor rank. A Blackstone fortress was powerful enough to snuff great demons or close warp rifts, and a powerful pariah could use its beam to drain a warp god to death. Even father had done that once. Maybe a single bottle would not be enough. Victor felt his shoulders buckle under the weight of his duty. A giant palm covered his head and patted him gently. "Don't worry, Governor Lancefire. As long as I draw breath, I will keep you safe," the Blood Angel declared in a confident voice. Victor took another big gulp. He was a Lancefire and feared nothing, and he will soon get the means to kill anything, even gods. There weren't many gods left. "They are moving towards the Admiralty base," Victor announced after almost 2 weeks of tense waiting. "We can see them now, Victor. They seem to have reverted to standard void shields." Former Captain Sheeran spoke on the Vox, sounding as bored as ever. Then again, the poor man had lived and endured far more than anyone here, except perhaps Mother Stern, who died a few times. It wasn't really a good comparison to make. Now Sheeran had been decommissioned as a Lamenter active cadre and served as bodyguard and advisor to Lady Decima in her capacity as the Lancefire House Fleet Admiral. And considering that their house now had over 2,000 warp-capable void ships and hundreds of Macarius-drive non-warp capital vessels, his mother controlled the largest navy in the Eastern Fringe and quite possibly the largest private war fleet in the galaxy. There were mining consortiums and trade guilds with more ships inside the Imperium, but those were merely transport barges and such. Just ask them to remain on their ship. "We already have enough trouble with a single invisible assassin running around," Victor said in a tired voice. No wonder his father had placed the burden of the Eldar Solitaire as far as possible and into his hands. Nemerak even glued his 2 wolves together at the hip, some kind of strange joke of Eldar make, most likely. Romulus perked up and stared at him for a second, before crouching and licking the patch of missing hair. On the other hand, the wolves didn't shred his bed for a month, always trying to stand alert for another prankster. Perhaps it was good trade? It wasn't his skin, after all. "Take a small sip only, Governor. If they are Culexis, you will need all your wits for your trade," the Blood Angel spoke as Victor grabbed the Amasec bottle without knowing. "I just wished father was home. Instead of fighting whatever Xenos he found at Mobius," he answered in a low growl, then opened the door to find Mother Stern and her sidekick already waiting. Victor, morose and depressed as ever, the Solitaire exclaimed in a joyous voice. "Yes, yes. Now let's meet these guys and see what they want," Victor answered with a pained sigh. Then he opened the mind link to the Tesseract and moved the 3 of them inside the temple ship, just as it docked. Surprise was a precious resource, best employed to your own advantage. Etheric signal, Type 5. Hidden, the wrist watch pinged into his mind, pointing at an empty alcove at the side of the door. An Imperial agent, cloaked somehow. Victor checked the Tesseract vision, finding a giant man wearing a cowl, right where his eyes saw nothing. "You saw this man before?" he asked the Solitaire, as the Harlequin became still and cautious suddenly. "Not him, but the same kind. Inside the Golden Throne. They wore golden armor there." Nemerak spoke softly, while tugging at his ward to stand back. The invisible man ignored the Solitaire and moved suddenly just beside Victor, already holding his left wrist and examining the detector. "I will need a watch like this too," he spoke in clear High Gothic, and his eyes flashed golden for a short moment. Etheric signal, Type 5, inverted. His watch chimed softly as another invisible person appeared in the corridor. Victor nodded at the new invisible shape. "A custodes without armor and a Culexis temple pariah. I sure hope you have the right accreditation to be here. I serve as the Emperor's eyes. Now that I am too old and frail for bodyguard duty," the custodes said in a softer tone, almost ashamed. Then he produced a lion-shaped sigil, emitting the Emperor's house codes. Victor sighed and shook his head, forcing himself to withstand the engrams long enough to close the manifold circuit and lock his MIU implant. "Old and frail," he says. Nemerak laughed and took Stern's hand, as they both vanished in a flare of light. "Let's have a drink and speak. You have traveled a long way to reach Illavar," Victor proposed with a glance at the still invisible Culexis. "They can't be all like their father, can they?" a feminine voice asked in a curious tone, making the custodes nod slightly. Not all of them. I heard the Adepta Tertia is special though. And now this boy, Victor Lancefire, I presume? Victor had already sat down and had an amasec bottle in hand. 3 glasses fell onto the marble table, clicking with crystalline sounds. I believe you have come for a trade. Selling or buying? Victor asked calmly as he poured the drinks. The eyes per agent chuckled lightly and took a small sip. Have you forgotten your duty to the Emperor, young Lancefire? Have you come to rescind our warrant? Victor asked with a small smirk. Their warrant of trade was signed by the Emperor himself. Father also had friends in the highest places, not only enemies. Good. As I said, I am not the one to induce violence, nor could I win such a contest here. And Lady Stern had killed a Culexis agent before. We can realize when we are outmatched. The giant man spoke with a glance at his comrade. The woman took off her strange helmet, revealing a pretty face with short blonde hair. The suit hugged her body closely, revealing an enticing shape. Good amasec. Expensive, she murmured in her glass, almost like she was enjoying the appreciative looks of their visitor. Victor remained silent as he observed the strange custodes calling himself an Eye of the Emperor. His body was covered in scars and injuries, and several bionic augments replaced lost parts. You have millions of blanks here, the custode spoke after a minute of heavy silence. Victor nodded, as their presence was hard to mask for those with enough power. Very few of them are able to become space marines. Those that can, they already do. He preempted the demand. Father's premarch, Lord Sanguinius had demanded the same. Too few were born, and many died during implantation anyways. I suspected this was the case, which is why I brought her. The Culexis Temple has the technology to fix this problem. We hope, the man said in a soft voice. Mobius report. Hold strong, Amberly. He is on our side. The fearless Ordo Xenos Inquisitor whispered in her mind, focusing on the task at hand. Once more, she had to write a report to the Aegida Conclave, and very likely the report would once again reach Holy Terra in the eyes of the Emperor himself. Hereby, I describe the events I have witnessed personally or by augur relay during the Mobius campaign. As instructed, I still follow the life and deeds of rogue traitor Pef Lancefire, now bestowed with other imperial ranks such as Astartes Chapter Master, Terra Nobility, and others. The target of this campaign was a Necron crown world, the capital of a Necron dynasty called Necthis. These Xenos had been engaged in a long war with an Orc Waff, and thus were already on a war footing, also having captured or destroyed several Deathwatch kill teams sent to obliterate their leadership. The planet itself was not a standard Necron tomb world, but a maze of hyperspace corridors which trapped and bewildered any attackers, which is how the besieged Xenos had managed to survive the aforementioned Orc Waff. Did that stop Lord Lancefire? Obviously not. While the Crusade fleet had less than 150 capital ships and 5,000 escorts, it was sufficient to bombard the damaged planetary shields and defenses, and provide an entry point for the following ground invasion. In a strange and uncharacteristic method for their usual deployment, the Lamenters attacked with their full chapter in force, often sword in hand, while their Lamenter Auxilia units followed at a sedate pace with heavy support from their armed sentinels. Although some use of Orc or Tyrannid Xeno Auxilia was noticed, I believe Lord Lancefire simply used the Xeno Auxilia to enrage or distract the enemy while his Lamenter Astartes and their human Auxilia advanced at speed through the hyperspace maze, cutting down millions of Necron warriors with unbelievable ease. A small number of Titans and Imperial Knights forced the maze open for the troops to pass through, but they remained outside and waited for the expected victory. And how did they achieve this victory? This time, the Lamenters and most of the Auxilia armed Sentinel Walkers were equipped with phase blades, although glowing a dull emerald green instead of the bright electric green used by certain assassin clades, such as the Calidus Temple. Could this be another Archaeotech STC discovered by Lord Lancefire? I do not know yet. Over 4,000 Lamenter Tech Marines and about 160,000 Guardian remote walkers aided the rapid push, while proving a significant increase in accuracy and coordination by using more Tech Marines to control the remote walkers. It was an amazing sight to behold, as if an entire Astartes legion of old had returned through time to crush the humanity's enemy. In a single day, the Mobius campaign came to an end with a giant battle in a Necron monolith, where the Necron Pharenobolus the Enslaver tried to use Deathwatch hostages and various booby traps in a desperate last stand. only to be casually clawed to death by Lord Lancefire's Fenrisian wolf called Canis. It is a giant wolf, though, and his claws appear to also feature phase tech by their emerald glow. At least a quarter of the Necron world still stands intact and will be bestowed upon the Deathwatch as a new watch fortress. Now that the Necron inhabitants have been all destroyed with impossible ease, and 3/4 of the maze had been returned to real space by some unknown means. Was it worth the lives of over 50 blank Astartes and over 1 million Lamentor Auxilia? Most obviously so. Now that Lord Lancefire had completed the second half of this campaign and obtained another Black Fortress for his chapter. Startling still, the Lamentor's chapter appears to have returned to the full 1,000 Battle Brothers number not even a day after the fleet departed for Mobius, heading for a new target in this strangely named Demiurge Crusade. Is the Crusade name connected to those rumored Tau allies that may have provided the Tau Xenos with STC templates for their rapid technological development? I do not know, but I believe it's so. Further updates to come as the Crusade continues. Amberley Vale, Holy Inquisitor for Ordo Xenos and Ordo Redacted. Thought for the day, compassion is reserved for servants of the Emperor. Aliens deserve only our scorn. The blonde Inquisitor sighed as she flared her new alpha-level psyker powers and sent the psychic link page directly into the mind of a sanctioned psyker at the HIATUS station. She did not mention her own involvement in the battle, as self-praise was not appropriate, especially to the Emperor of Man. He would know of her giant lightning arcs and millions of Necron kills anyways. No need to brag. Not to mention, because the Lamentors were immune to Psyker's powers, her lightning didn't cause a single injury to the front lines, unlike any other time when she had to intervene directly. Some young Lamentors even joked with her and called her Miss Friendly Fire. Sniff, she heard a sound right behind. Then she closed her diary and turned around, to find a giant wolf head staring at her from above. Canis, when did you enter my room? She asked with a start. Sneaking up on an Inquisitor was nearly impossible, and one with alpha-level powers even more so. And yet, this wolf did so, easily. The wolf glared at her with intelligent eyes, then nosed her holoth screen, making the galactic map center on another star system. Then he emitted a low growl and vanished, again without trace of a warp teleport or anything similar. Damn it, first it was a Primarch keeping his ghostly eyes on me, now a wolf, she muttered inward with a shiver. She had always known the wolf was strange, and more intelligent than any animal had the right to be. I mean, the wolf even had a mind implant unit, for Emperor's grace. Not to mention a collar shield and now phase claws. She decided to avoid mentioning the wolf again in her reports. It wasn't worth it. Pef Lancefire himself was difficult enough, without involving a strange wolf that was modified by Emperor for who knows what purpose. She still checked the new Octus system on the screen, then began searching for more information in the cogitator banks. A dozen failed search later, and after using her Clavis override, she found a hidden message. Colonel SP-47 of Geno 760 Spartacid, suspected Alpha Legion presence, departing to investigate, followed by a date in M30. During the Horus Heresy? No other messages either, probably meaning that old Imperial Army regiment was doomed, and this colonel had died without completing his report. What was she involved in now? How did the wolf know about this? Luckily, she had Pef Lancefire and his impossible powers at her side. Even if this was an Alpha Legion base, and even if Primarch Alfarius was there and waiting, she was confident in victory. The man had killed a Primarch by accident once. Wings. When I entered the command bridge of the Black Lament escorted by 2 giant wolves, my crew simply shook their heads and ignored me. What were they going to say when their chapter master acted strangely again? Boss, you're being weird. Things didn't work that way in the Lamentors. Maybe Captain Semnai would have said something. But now the man was safely away with my Inquisitor wife, on the other side of the Astronomicon. Inquisitor Vale rose her eyes to stare at me and my wolves, and just shook her head. We're coming upon System Octus in a few minutes, Lord Lancefire. I have some information about this place. It was perhaps a base of the Alpha Legion. Long ago, she spoke instead, avoiding to look at either wolf. Curious. I know it was a Necron base even longer ago, I said with a thin smile, while feeling ahead with the Tesseract senses. The Inquisitor pursed her lips, and she produced a glowing white ball in her palm. Good. We will have our lightning storm if things went bad. Just like my Pharos vision had shown, the place was full of Demiurge mining drones, as well as a decent fleet, almost matching my own in numbers. Captain Teresa, maintain widest aspects range with the planar line, deep below. I ordered to my new ship mistress, as I now preferred to focus on the wider view, without controlling the ship myself. Not that my recent action model would allow this, being headfirst into battle and leading the Lamenters in the field. It sounded a bit silly, even Black Templar silly, but it worked. Charging headlong into melee might sound suicidal, but not when wearing Blackstone armor plates and wielding phase blades. The tan blades were weightless and could slice through any armor or shield, as the Necrons on Mobius discovered to their surprise. As you order, Lord Lancefire. Descending to maximum auspex depth, my daughter Teresa answered from her command throne, taking the Black Lament and the rest of the fleet beneath the orbital plane of the system. In several minutes, the auger screen lit up with the Demiurge fleet, but barely sensing the numerous but small mining drones. These would be the Demiurge, the Ordo Xenos Inquisitor spoke softly, while leaning on her bone staff to get a psychic read for herself. The ships look strange, but they are human, Lady Vale, and likely more advanced than our Adeptus Mechanicus, I added in a clear voice, making our tech priests perk up with tingling senses. Grabbing some advanced tech was their holy mission, after all. Human, you say? Lady Vale muttered in a low tone, almost doubtful. Well, not like us, I expect, but their language and runes originate from Terra, North Europe district. If my lore is correct, I answered while producing a different, but certainly human-designed dataslate running a runic script. The Inquisitor took a short glance at my dataslate, then nodded. Probably Scandic. I would guess they departed before the Great Crusade. My lovely blonde lover was quite a cultivated woman. Or, she knew more than she told me. Quite possible as well. Zarialash had only mentioned a Necron pylon preventing warp travel to this system, and nothing about some Alpha Legion base. Then again, he was well asleep during the Horus Heresy times. We will reach optimum deployment position in a minute, Lord Lancefire. These ships do not appear to have noticed us, Teresa announced with her implant linked into the command throne. However, Auspex readings did not show us the inside of the Demiurge ships. Oh, they are aware now, Captain. The crew are rushing towards their combat stations. Inquisitor Vale exclaimed with a strident voice. Should I engage? Lash asked on the manifold. Not yet. I tapped my Vox bead and began to speak, using the Demiurge dataslate to convert my words into the local language. Demiurge friends, this is an Imperial fleet. We have come to trade, I offered politely, while also stealing a few million mining drones. I could make use of these drones in my fringe domain, away from Imperial eyes. Trade. Lady Vale mouthed silently. She still had a lot to learn about this universe, no matter how much schooling they had her do in the Schola Progenium. We await for your proposal, Imperial fleet, the Demiurge replied after a few minutes of hurried scrambling. Thunderhawk 912, set course for the Demiurge fleet. I ordered as I glanced at the wolf-shaped tan. You can have your fun once they dock, I explained with an inner sigh. The negotiations will be short. Having a pet tan wasn't all nice toys and roses. The thing needed to eat, and their species ate souls. Woof, Canis demanded from the other side. Okay, fine. You both can have fun with the abhumans. Boarding parties, prepare for transport. Auxilia units, perimeter guard, tech-loving personnel, new tech. I announced on a fleet-wide channel as the Thunderhawk transport docked with a Demiurge ship. By accident, my finger twitched and made a dozen bastion vanish inside the Tesseract, just in case the negotiations turned sour. Okay, it wasn't an accident at all. An action. 1,000 Lamenter Space Marines, 4,000 Tech Marines with 120,000 Guardian Walkers, 40,000 Tech Priests, 400,000 Armed Sentinels, 4 million Auxilia troops, and 40 million combat servitors appeared at once on every Demiurge ship. While their Vox boxes and servitor skulls kept blaring, "We come in peace. Lay down your weapons." In Demiurge words, they also kept shooting at any dwarf holding a weapon. It was a bit sad, but these Demiurge had been proven to trade STC data to the Tau aliens, thus declaring themselves an enemy to the Imperium in general and the Mechanicus in particular. There could be no good ending for them. Not with so many witnesses, including thousands of tech priests and an Ordo Xenos Inquisitor. Shall we, my lady? I asked gently as Sergeant Ludvius stepped at my side, combi bolter in hand. The Inquisitor glanced down at her perky ass, worried it may become flat from too much sitting. I will need some prisoners anyways, she accepted with a grin. A second later, we tesseract in the middle of the biggest fight I could find. A giant hall filled with thousands of demiurge warriors wearing power armor that somehow managed to push our forces back. On me, Lash, I demanded as my shields began to glow fiercely. Thousands of lightning arcs burst from Lady Vale's hands, felling hundreds of demiurge fighters at once, while others found their armors short-circuiting from the excessive electricity. By the Primarch's burning beard, I heard Ludvius curse as his own reflector shield began to overheat from too many bolter rounds. I ran forward, Phase blade slicing away at anything bearing arms. This was fun as well. Slice, skip, slice, dodge. My moves flowed into another, blade in my hand light as a feather. A minute later, Lash arrived from a side corridor and minced a few hundreds demiurge in a couple of seconds, moving at hyperspeed. Then silence. A thud sounded far too loud. As metal hit the deck with the mass of a ton of steel, I turned and saw Ludvius gasping for air, missing half of his lower side. The shield must have failed seconds ago, maybe more. I was just lost in combat trance, too busy pretending to be a swordsman. A gentle breeze flew from Amberley's hand, sealing the leaking wounds as his null wand was a dozen meters away, still stuck inside my brother's leg. Ludvius, I murmured in shock. Don't be sad, brother. We will never die of old age, my blood brother whispered among coughs of blood, then closed his eyes, looking quite at peace. A flutter of wings, and his soul departed towards the Emperor. I just pointed a finger at the Tan, warning him to stay away. I am not insane, Pef Lancefire. This food is not mine, the Tan said on the manifold circuit, then ran off towards the next fight. Ludvius was a good man, and I felt wings? Amberley mused with a strange voice. I just nodded, then gripped my phase blade tighter. A few more kills, for the road. Score. I only thought for a second, before deciding on my next bodyguard. My body was quite important to me. The White Scars Captain Jagatan had been at my side for a century, and there wasn't anyone better with a sword around, except a Primarch. Those guys wouldn't become my bodyguards too easily. I just hoped he would prove more durable. A flick of the Tesseract brought the Blade Master at my side. Brother Jagatan, welcome to my service, I explained with a sour voice, while nodding towards the cooling corpse of my blood angel brother. The man simply nodded, having seen too many such corpses. It is our duty, Lord Lancefire. Try to keep on my left side in combat, he urged me as he picked the unlit hilt of the fallen phase blade. A green blade sprang out, changing length for a second until he locked the desired one. You held a phase blade before? I asked a bit surprised. A brighter one, from a dead Calidus woman. The hilt was much more fragile and way heavier, he mused to himself, as his right hand sliced the air 40 times in a second. I just shrugged, as the Calidus Temple would not have a pet Tan to craft them proper phase blades. They possibly simply energized broken Tan teeth with whatever portable batteries they could find. It would be a proper method for the polymorphic assassins. Focusing my mind on my own blade, I slowly extended the green beam to 2 meters, then 3. I strained my mind and began to push the beam even more. You would simply slice off the hallways with that, my lord. Plus, you would be a danger to those around you. Jagatan spoke in a warning tone, while he and Amberley both retreated a safe dozen meters away. Oh right, I was being silly again. With a sigh, I drew the beam back to 1.1 meters of green, deadly blade. Even better than a green lightsaber, to be honest. With a glance at my Tesseract vision, I picked another corridor and stored the broken body of my brother away. The trade negotiations should end soon. Victor glanced from Captain Chiron to Shield Captain Callowin, finding these two were quite a perfect match. Stop trying to intimidate the boy. Old man, when Pef Lancefire returns, he would only hunt you down and shove my fist up your tight ass. The dreadnought boomed from his coffin, making Victor cough his amasec down the wrong pipe. If I was trying to intimidate the good governor, I would be aiming a blade at him. The ex-custodes answered with a calm voice, making the pretty Culexis lady smile. Chiron just laughed loudly. Victor, my boy, it would only take you a second to flick this useless sack of old bones into the sun. I would also buy you a drink. Please, you two. I am not some mind-wiped Astartes to understand your brotherly teasing. or whatever this is. Go away and let me talk with the lady, Victor demanded in a tired voice, making the custodes almost sputter in outrage. He waited for a second, then transported them both into the same brig cell. The pretty Culexis looked around for a second, then turned towards him with a smile. I wonder if your father would act the same way. She began with a honeyed voice. He did act this way, and far worse. I am not even 100th as brave as he is. But anyways, tell me about the tech you have. The woman sighed and placed a holographic disc on the table, projecting complex genome graphs and spiraling waves mingling like two drunk rainbows. The gene splicing would be easy enough. I believe your local biologist Magi can handle it. The soul inversion is complicated, doubly so, for your own special Lancefire genes. I expect you have already experienced soul poisoning for your failed cases? Victor nodded, already expecting the worst. There are some others like you that exhibit gene compatibility with the Emperor's gene seed, while being blank as well. But they are all sterile, the woman explained in a soft voice, watching his face for any signs. He could only sigh again. This was about the sensei. My father is not a sensei. He met the Emperor in person as well. Got new organs and stuff, Victor said in a low voice, and poured himself more booze. That's why the eye is here. Although he's not a blank, you shouldn't worry about his integrity. No custodes has ever fallen to chaos, she answered after small sip of amasec. He is defective enough to be kicked out of the imperial palace. Bitter and old, possibly resentful. He can stay in the brig until we finish, Victor decided with a small shrug. The Imperium wasn't worth much here, no matter what they believed. So, you practice natural impregnation to avoid the blank backlash? She asked in a careless voice. Victor nodded and gulped more amasec. I would like to try it as well. I never felt safe until now, she muttered into her crystal glass. We should finish our bottle first, Victor proposed in a shy voice. The woman nodded and gulped her drink in one go. My name is Chi, or at least my symbol, she said softly while pointing at an X sign on her arm. Sounds like ancient Greek. My father has a Psi Titan called Occidentalis Sabacts. It means destroyer from the west, Victor said in a reminiscing voice. Yes, I've heard that. And rumors of 40 new such titans crafted by the Emperor's own hands. One of them will be sent to our temple, she whispered in a longing voice. Victor just filled their glasses and kept silent. It would be hard for a pariah among the Imperials, simply waiting in stasis for another mission, another kill team if I'm lucky. At least I won't be alone, the woman mused thoughtfully in her glass. You could stay here, he offered without knowing. Are you buying or selling? She asked with a sad laugh. Victor just smiled. His father had just given him unlimited authority. Might as well use it. I can do anything, my dear, but you would have to be willing. My father would fist me with Chiron's fist otherwise, he proclaimed with a grand toast. You realize I would also become a Lancefire? I would have a family name. She wondered out loud. Victor grabbed the bottle and moved them both to his bedroom. Keep quiet, guys, he demanded in a soft voice, as he tucked the drunk assassin in his bed. The wolves glanced at the dreaded woman and crawled quietly towards the balcony door. His blood angel bodyguard rose his thumb up for another successful hunt. Now, how did one kidnap a Culexis assassin? Legally? Victor mused with drunk thoughts. He would have to ask his father. He had done that too. But Victor would be the first to score a Lady Culexis. He returned the thumb to the bodyguard, happy he had finally outscored his father. Pef Lancefire will be so proud. Feign. Lash, you know what this is? I asked the tan with a digital poke. A cogitator, as you can clearly see in the visible spectrum, but way more advanced than the crap you have around. Still wrapped in some kind of altar though. These demiurge aren't any better than your silly tech priests. The wolf tan growled at me and somehow lifted his hind leg to scratch his head. Woo! My other wolf proposed in his wise ways. Yes, Canis. Of course we will take it. The problem is, how to see what's inside. I asked out loud, then dutifully scratched Canis on the head, until my fingers skipped over the mind impulse unit. Problem solved. Maybe Canis was the genius in this family. A flick on my chest opened the null box, and I retrieved my real rosette. Clavis engrams rushed out towards the demiurge machine, and I tenderly opened the manifold to interface with the strange machine. I would ask if this is wise, but I suspect it would be too late. I heard my bodyguard mutter before I flew away into the new sphere. entering the digital mindscape of the demiurge. Old codes, Terran codes. Who are you? The metallic-tasting machine spirit asked in a curious voice. There are different truths to this question. Demiurge, for example, your name means creative force, along with divine spirit and hundreds of other meanings. I am Pef Lancefire, I answered with a curious tone as well. Clever, clever. You are not kin, yet you are an old soul. Maybe older than me, the demiurge spirit answered as it began to link with my own implant database, trying to force open any file it might find. Now, don't go stealing data just like that. I will give you my data file, so you can observe my life and my deeds. I continued in a more relaxed tone, as the path for life, dat/M41 was sent towards the demiurge cogitator. Minutes passed as the machine digested my history, from birth to today. Not everything, of course, but the major data points: parents, education, early campaigns, the Crusades, Cadia, and even some newer stuff from Terra and Stygius. I should find time to complete my logs with this new crusade. I would say you're soft iron, but then you're here. And the giant black fortress too. What will happen to me, Pef Lancefire? The demiurge asked in a more pitiful and resigned tone. You have two choices, my new friend. 1. The Mechanicus will take you apart, cog by cog and file by file. Much like your kin, they worship technology and seek to understand. I hear it's not pleasant for the machine itself, I offered in a kind voice. I will take the second option, thank you. The feigned cogitator exclaimed in record time. The second option, you will receive a new kin. My Lancefire family in the fringe numbers around 1 billion, with thousands of ships and other war machines. We also have hundreds of STCs and even an intact ark from the Golden Age. I proposed in a more modest voice. This does sound better. And what will happen to my old kin? The demiurge asked in a fearful voice. Well, let's see. Those who took up arms against our troops are already dead. Those who did surrender will be taken by the Inquisition to answer for the crime of sharing STC data with the Tau alien empire. And there are a dozen Bastion ships hidden in my pocket, as well as their crews and a few million mining drones, I said in a lighter tone. I see. To the victor the spoils. Perhaps we shouldn't have given the Tau our ion technology. The demiurge answered in a contemplating tone. As I drew back, the demiurge fane folded in my good tesseract, while I replaced the empty space with 100 dead mining drones pilled up to fill the cogitator alcove. Battle damage. So sad. Lord Lance, never mind. I expect we are good here, my bodyguard asked in a more relaxed voice, now that I wasn't mind-linked with a dubious alien machine. Good is relative. Too bad we couldn't find a working cogitator on this deck. Let's keep searching, I ordered, as Lash took point to absorb any demiurge traps which may remain. The tan shard was more durable than a battleship anyways. He'll be fine. Canis moved at my side and nudged my glove, expecting another scratch for his wise advice. So he got it. I can be nice. I can. Was the demiurge worth the lives of 19 of my blank sons, as well as another million auxilia troops? The Mechanicus would turn a dozen sectors and trillions of imperial citizens to ash without a doubt for such a find. They probably burned even more already, just to recover fragments of the ancient knowledge. Their exploratory fleets didn't carry all those guns for fireworks. By the next day, I had packed up all the demiurge remains in the system, some in our cargo holds, others in the Tesseract, and my chapter returned to full numbers by producing 19 new lamenters from my pocket. If the Culexus wanted more blanks, they should show up filled with equal value gifts. My sons were not for sale. Not cheaply, I mean. After this, me and Lash were a bit busy unlocking and absconding with a working Necron pylon, which should mesh quite nicely with my second Black Fortress. Picking a name for it would be harder. Damn, a pet tan was amazing to have. No wonder Trazen did so well. You have more snacks in your second labyrinth, Rogue Trader? I did well, didn't I? The tan asked with a hungry voice. Ah yes, he needs to eat more souls. Canis only needs meat pellets, but he can't make me tan level tech. Choices, choices. Of course, my brave wolf. What would you like for supper? Orc or Tyrannid? I proposed with a joyful voice. I did have to thin the orc numbers anyways. No, demiurge? They taste much better, the tan complained in a childish tone. Careful now. Snacking on prisoners is not the same as snacking on combatants. What would your brother say? I warned him in a gentle voice, while flicking out more useless orcs. Crunch, crunch. The Tan ate his vegetables with a sad face, but he still ate them all. Good boy. Don't say anything. We never saw anything, my fierce bodyguard muttered while staring blankly at the ceiling. He was learning fast. WRR woof. Canis growled and dragged a plump orc to a corner. To eat some vegetables as well. Don't fight over food. You too. I still have some orcs left, and there's 100 orcs planets en route to Forge Metallica. Might as well relax a little and refill our pantry. After all this hard fighting, I proposed in a kind voice. WOO. Both wolves howled loudly. Orcs were great. Even Brother Jogadin seemed to perk up at the news. Orcs made for excellent sport hunting. Fool. While my people relaxed on the unscheduled orc safari, including my bodyguard and the wolves, I was hidden in the vault of my black fortress, busy setting up my demiurge forge with the help of 500 tech marines. And it was not easy. Some of it was battle damage, since we did take most dwarf ships by force, but most of the problem was the advanced nature of the demiurge tech. Even with a mostly compliant Fane cogitator, who appeared to be too self-aware for a simple Fane, we still had a lot of problems. Sure, we could forge the new bolters now, but this was mostly because the tech was almost identical. The demiurge forge was of amazing quality and could shape adamantium with 10 times the ease of the best Mechanicus fabrication line. The weapons didn't even require human neural and nerve tissue for the machine spirit to activate, which was somewhat of a relief. I didn't have many dead blanks to harvest for parts in the Crusade fleet, and using normal human parts was a risk I wasn't willing to take. Not for the Lamenters anyways. Give the enemy the slightest flaw, and you could well be certain to have your weapons jam at the first sight of a Chaos Lord or Sorcerer. Happened too many times at Stygius. With a sigh, I repositioned some troops down on the planet, as they were about to step into a primitive orc ambush. Guys, this is your vacation. Don't die on me here. They were not veterans yet, even with my new tactic of throwing them into the enemy head-on. Hopefully, the next batch of Catacant stock Lamenters would prove better. If not, I would have to begin the Primaris procedure for my troops as well. The Emperor wasn't discarding the firstborn on a whim. The Primaris were better in every way. Lacking experience, obviously, but those who died could be replaced just as easy. In the end, he would have veteran Primaris in every chapter. It was inevitable. Inquisitor, place a call to your boss. I will need someone at Illavar with my own Primaris tech, I asked on a whim, while cursing inward as my little finger got caught in some damn metal lathe. Hurt like hell too. A minute later, the Inquisitor keyed her Vox. I swear, it's like you have all the luck in the galaxy, she groaned on the Vox bead, sounding unhappy. You got a reply already? I asked, curious. Yes, the Primaris tech is already at Illavar, but your son has locked his custodes in prison, she answered with a weird cough. Maybe the Vox bead was faulty. Then I computed her words again. Oh, I mean great. Rapid delivery service. The second I thought to ask. Gently, I extracted my finger and stared at it with dismay. I doubted it will ever move again. Will you send me an angel again? I wondered without much hope. By some miracle, my finger began to glow with golden light and popped back into shape, looking perfect. Got it, Big E. I'll save your custodes from my evil son. When I reach Illavar, of course. At least Canis and Lash were having fun, trying to outscore one another. I knew a vacation will do my people well. The White Scar Blade Master was covered in vegetable blood as well, looking happier than I ever saw him. Chapter Master, did you just grow a new finger? A nearby tech marine asked with wide eyes. I certainly did not. The Emperor is having a laugh. And watch that lathe. It bites. I pointed angrily at the guilty machine. A few hundred of my kids stopped to stare at my outrageous words. Perhaps you could visit Lady Vale, father? We have everything in hands here. I nodded in shame and moved away, catching a glimpse of a few words as they vanished from last page of her diary. Amberly, you have a rank in Ordo_Astartes? The blonde woman nodded hastily. It's not what you think, Lord Lancefire. I didn't ask for you to be suspended, she claimed rather panicked. I know, my dear. I spoke with the Emperor about that, but still. You are investigating me, I muttered in a disappointed voice. That is something else. Every chapter gets a review, how they perform, what tactics they use, what loses they take. You knew this already, she declared with a stronger voice. I hope that's all there is. Even the Emperor congratulated me for those 56 Inquisitors I have killed. I growled in a lower tone, watching her face grow pale. It was 67 by now anyways. I was quite busy at Stygius. There is also a concern you might be trying to form a Space Marine Legion, she whispered in a low voice. Haha. Both Sanguinius and the Emperor asked me to make more blank Astartes. I was practically ordered to go forth and procreate. You also know, my kids will never fall to chaos. I know is not my Rose, the High Lord of Terra for the Inquisition. It is not Lady Villain, who even married me to have more blank children. So, who is concerned? I asked patiently. My first mentor, Inquisitor Yetzmov, she admitted with a weak voice. I sighed and patted her shoulder with regret. If I could make a blank space legion, the Emperor would give me a medal. Do you think he likes having to kill a few million chaos traders who bear his own gene seed? I suppose not, as proven by that custodes waiting for you at home. Amberly groaned and leaned into my chest. We are both too dressed for this talk, I decided with a wry smile. Right, I do need to lose some tension, she answered with a sly grin. In a minute, I had the pretty Inquisitor bent over and screaming my name. Felt good being on fire. Victor exulted as he pumped his hips, feeling his lungs on fire. She was amazing, but way too resilient in bed with her assassin augmetics. He was losing all the stamina so fast. With a huge effort, he burst forth, intending to procreate. Yes, he yelled in victory. Victor, the woman yelled with a loving voice. He crashed beside her, breathing heavily. Dear Emperor, I need more training, he complained softly. You need the right enhancements, my love. I'll see what we can pick. That would not inhibit your procreation, she whispered with a tender voice. Assassin class enhancements are comparable with the Astartes glands, Governor. You should consider this, for your safety as well. The Blood Angel bodyguard spoke without prompt. It seemed a better advice than getting the gene seed. At least, this can wait until father returns. But in the meantime, I have to go on a short trip. Chiron will join me. Victor decided on the spot, now that his mind was clear. Take your lady as well, Governor. Aculexis can splatter demons with ease. The bodyguard spoke in a worried voice. She looked at him hopeful, but this wasn't a choice. Victor just sighed and vanished through the Tesseract labyrinth. He will take Mother Ordella, not some unknown assassin, no matter how pretty. One of them did try to kill Mother Stern. After all, couldn't risk father's mission on a feeling. By the next hour, he had gathered a decent fleet of 4 battleships, 7 carriers, and 86 cruisers, then departed for the far side of the eastern fringe. His mother simply frowned, but just nodded and placed the Admiralty on alert until he returned. They were both Lancefires, so they knew the odds. Against a hostile universe, the clan had to circle the wagons, and the battle wagons too. As his ships left Illavar, thousands of torpedo corvettes emerged from their carriers and docks, ready to sink anyone who dared to come. Ephraim Stern glanced at her solitaire, then shook her head. They will be coming soon. Of course they will. This place looks like an easy target now. In comparison, Nemerak quipped with an easy laugh. At least Vadrax and Sabax will fight at our side, she claimed confidently. They failed before, the solitaire said with a careless shrug. A small coin made of electric light flickered in her hand. It's a coin toss then. It always is, little sister, the solitaire whispered in a sad voice, then placed his mirror mask back on. They had killed many great demons together, but never a demigod. If only Lancefire didn't make so many enemies. Maybe he could have called someone for aid, but nobody would come for him, not even if Lady Isha asked. Not that she would. She hated blanks more than chaos. Joining the fool in a last laugh would be fine as well. Ambush. Just as my people returned to the fleet, relaxed and feeling brave after easily butchering nearly sapient cucumbers, a strange wolf poked his head in my room, where I was still working on more STC to trade with my Mechanicus buddies. I have some bad news, Pef Lancefire. The Pharos has detected a new enemy, aimed right at you and your house, Lash said in a grave voice, as he came close and traced a dotted line on the galactic map, going from the Maelstrom to the eastern fringe. This is from Zaryalash? I asked to make sure, while scratching his wolfish head by muscle memory. Who else can maintain overwatch over a quarter of the galaxy? Also, a large fleet has just departed from your home, heading outwards towards the edge of the galaxy. I assume you sent your people to recover the third Black Fortress? The Tan asked while his eyes stared at my hand with a weird look. Right, this was not Canis. I sheepishly drew my hand away from the ancient star god, computing a course for my fleet and subtracting the delay caused by towing some 88 demiurge ships' hulls behind. With a sigh, I stored the captured fleet in the Tesseract. No more pretending. If they wanted to play dirty, best course for Ilivar, Teresa. We have guests coming, I ordered in a harsh voice, soon followed by the blaring sirens warning the crew. Before the fleet left the system, I pushed my mind and filled the second Tesseract with the remaining orcs and some of their bigger contraptions. We will need all the troops we can get. They have some giant ships as well. Brother counted 9 of them, all filled with troops and demons, plus tens of thousands of escort vessels. Lash added in a careless tone. Lash, can you activate the pylon at the right time? I asked in a softer voice. The Tan blinked at me, then glanced at the cogitator screen which now had a countdown for our ETA. 6 days, 6 hours. No way. We will be too late, Pef Lancefire. At least 24 hours, the Tan predicted with a calm voice. Such a giant chaos fleet would not need a whole day to lay waste to my homeworld. I grit my teeth and the wolf mirrored me. You may be a broken god now, but you still have the knowledge. More speed. I will need a delicious meal for this, rogue trader, the Tan demanded in a shameless tone. I just rose and ran towards the Black Lament's engine deck, itself larger than our largest battleship. I'm sure we could find something to feed the internal furnace of the star god. Finding an enemy to exterminate wasn't hard at all in this hateful universe. Once inside the engine, the wolf shapeshifted back into a giant humanoid creature, with tentacle hair that exploded out and impaled the blackstone walls on all sides. Keep the salad coming, rogue trader. This will take a lot of energy, the Tan demanded in a hungry voice, as red energy began to flow along his tentacles. So I kept shoveling orcs into the Tan furnace for a whole day, while the Black Lament dragged our fleet at hyperspeed towards the fringes of the galaxy. I think it is enough. We better arrive behind them and obtain surprise, I said in a tired voice, as the Tan reverted to his wolf form. Then I just moved myself into bed and fell asleep. As I woke up the next day, I checked the inventory. We barely had a few million orcs left in the Tesseract. Beside a million Tyranids, I kept as shock troops, armored in adamantium plates painted with the Lamenter's yellow sigils. Lord Lancefire, I would guess you were the one who sped up the entire fleet? This is why you slept like a log for 12 hours. The Inquisitor inquired with an inquisitive voice. I just waved a hand, then brought out my black tea thermos. Brother Jogatin, go prepare the Lamenters for a Crusade-level chaos assault. Then report on the Biologist deck to be installed with a null wand. Muggos Juggler will handle the insertion. My bodyguard froze for a second, then ran out, possibly sensing this was quite serious. You could tell me more details, Amberly said with a frown on her pretty face. We will arrive on time, and most likely just behind them. I don't know much about their composition, beside the 9 large ships that could likely counter the new Imperial Glory class. Thousands of ships at the minimum. I mumbled in between sips of hot tea. You already have enough ships and forts at Ilivar to counter this. I think only Holy Terra can match your defenses, she mused with a thoughtful look at my thermos. And yet, they think they can win. It might be close, I said with a more level voice. You're not worried at all. Dear Emperor, this will be like Cadia all over again, she exclaimed as she drew back, hands white on her bone staff. I just smiled. By tomorrow, the fleet will pass close enough to Salamis, and I could invite a friend to this party. An undead robot friend, but a friend in need is a friend indeed. Lash was gonna love him. I will ask a few Necron friends to visit me at home, but the Eldar will probably not come. They still hate me, even after I saved their precious Isha, I added with a sad voice. You have killed more Eldar than all the galaxy combined. Since the Eye of Terror appeared, she explained in a patient voice. Huh, that might explain the hate. I always suspected it was my blank genes, I said in a surprised tone. And how can you have Necron friends? You just exterminated an entire Necron dynasty at Mobius, she wondered curious. Exactly as you said, different dynasty. They used to have a Necron king. The Inquisitor drew back, thinking about something. I will need more troops. My Deathwatch guys are also depleted. In truth, She consumed over 300 former astral claws at Stygius alone. Damn chaos. I nodded slowly. You can have 20 blank Astartes from my spare. A few blank tech marines as well, I offered after some deliberation. Better use my sons now, and lose less, then replace more later. Your blank marines do work quite well with my powers, and they don't risk getting fried by accident, Amberly said in a grateful voice. Bed, I offered while drawing the sheet away. She blushed for some reason and walked away in a hurry. I need to prepare. Before she arrived in her rooms, I filled it with spare lamenters, then instructed them of the new mission. I even provided a few buckets of black paint. Only this time, they could keep the red bleeding heart sigil of our chapter. It wasn't long until I could reach Trazen with my sounding board. My old bony friend, I have a new puppy, I explained in short words. Pef Lancefire. You would be the one I have to thank for exterminating those pests at Mobius? The Necron Lord asked in a grateful voice. You could. I am heading towards Illavar in 3 days. You could bring my next STC slates, and even your fortress. It will be a fun reunion, I proposed in a grand voice. Really? I hope this will not be an ambush, my almost clever friend, he answered in a suspicious voice. Have I ever given you a reason to doubt me, Lord Trazen? Did I ever attack you? Or even planted an innocent bomb somewhere in your home? I continued in a joking voice. The Necron remained silent for a long minute. I can't find any bomb. Good. It might have been worse if he found something. See? I do need you, my old friend. I would never hurt myself by hurting you. As long as I get my templates, you are perfectly safe, I explained in a capitalistic tone. Or at least it sounded capitalistic in my head. Fine, but I might bring some firepower with me. You know, for insurance. This is a dangerous galaxy, Trazen commented in a lighter tone. I mean, what could I say? Don't bring a Doom fleet with you? He would be useless, and I don't have useless friends. Whatever makes you feel safe, Lord Trazen. I did hear about a Farron getting killed in his bed last month. Some rogue trader with a big wolf. I added as a parting gift. We don't even have beds. See you in 3 days. Trazen spoke with grit teeth. I think he is afraid of an ambush now. I mean, he was even right. It was just not for him. Hydra. Lady Decima Lancefire never felt awed even in the presence of a holy inquisitor. Not when she knew their real motives hidden under their mask of righteousness. And it was even harder to feel impressed by a woman who shared her husband in bed, in a few cases. But when faced with the Emperor's own custodes, she did feel awed. Not that it would change anything. You can dock your ship at the Lamenter Starfort and unload the Primaris technology. You can even help the apothecaries and tech marines set up the new procedures. I know my husband would want that. He would never refuse the chance to make his own son stronger, she declared in a calm voice, and ignored the Culexus assassin at the side of the emissaries. She may be cute and all, but she wasn't a Lancefire yet. As for power, even Decima was stronger, not to mention Ordella. They had their own pariah here in the fringe, and likely outnumbered the entire Imperium in blanks. What about my Culexus mission, Lady Lancefire? She asked in a softer voice, almost shy. You too, my dear. Our Obsidian Mother will provide you with a range of locations to choose where to deploy, but I suggest you wait on that, as we are on Tier 4 alert now. Victor and half of the capital ships are away for a few days, Decima allowed in a kinder voice. If the girl would be her daughter-in-law one day, she could make an allowance. It will be so, Lady Lancefire. I don't know why you did not receive a torchbearer's ship and all the new armor and weapons from Mars, but the Primaris tech is invaluable even by itself, the Custodes said in a relaxed tone, almost peaceful. Decima had seen other old veterans in her carrier, but this man seemed to belong to a class of his own. Not even Chiron in his Deathwatch dreadnought could compare with the invisible death zone surrounding the Custodes. It was likely the man could kill anything or everything in vicinity, without even a blink or hint of effort. I wouldn't know precisely what Mars can provide, but I doubt they have better weapons. My husband is the one who gives most Forge worlds around their newer STC or ancient devices. And as you saw in orbit, they repay us with many ships and other war devices as well, Decima said in a wry tone. Gene tech was the one thing where PEF did not improve on, and with good reason. Indeed, my lady, there. Oh, it seems we will test your defenses soon enough. The great enemy is coming, the Custode spoke in a grave voice, eyes glowing golden suddenly. Augury disturbance in the comet cloud. Admiral. Warp ships. Thousands. A Vox transmission arrived on her Vox bead a second later. She tapped the Vox bead and simply ordered, Tier 5. Distribute the alert to all system. In this hellish universe, there was only war. And now it came to visit Illavar again. I'll go and dock with the Lamenter Star Fort. I may be of some help if the great enemy breached the fort line. The custodes simply offered, then somehow vanished in a nearby shadow. I will stay at your side, Lady Lancefire. Victor would fist me with Chiron's fist if I let anything happen to his mother, she proposed after a second of deliberation. Decima glanced at the side, where their own special assassin stood invisible, even from the deadly custodes. I guess she can stay, my lady. They may go for a decapitation strike. Vadrax accepted with a calm voice. Decima, the timing is too good. I am certain they have managed to infiltrate us. If they strike right now, Elixa spoke softly on her Obsidian Vox channel. You would know best, Obsidian Mother. Watch for abnormal deployments that deviate from Tier 5 protocols and execute them, she spoke in a quiet tone. Already on it, Elixa muttered as she keyed her Vox to the next encryption. She just blinked at the invisible voice, then shook her head and mounted her helmet on. Figures. I am only backup, she muttered as the etheric field closed, and she went invisible too. Decima just turned and walked rapidly towards the elevator. The remaining Lancefire capital ships were all in various damage status, but she had enough corvettes to form 100 hunting packs, while the destroyers and frigates skirmished with the advancing Chaos Armada. As she approached the elevator doors, they opened suddenly and a familiar space marine shouted, Hydra Dominatus, before firing his combi bolter straight at her. In a second, a green light flashed and the traitor fell in 3 pieces on the floor, while her Rosarius shield glowed with bright light. Thank you, Vadrax, she murmured as her heart skipped a bit. The new phase blades work just fine, my lady. You focus on the fleet. I will handle the traitors. The Culexus assassin answered in the same calm voice. I want a sword like that too. They seem useful, she added after a second of shocked silence. I am on the way, my love. Let them enter the second fort line. Her husband sent directly into her mind. He was close then. They turned Victor's blood angel bodyguard. Must have been something recent, she reported with a grim tone. It doesn't work like that. Some kind of trigger deep in the mind, like a corrupted inquisitor can install and activate a century later. Pef commented with an easy voice. There is a custodes here, she continued to report. I know, Decima, I asked for it, Pef replied curtly. And the Culexus mission? She asked curious. No, I suspect they sent a woman this time. Is she pretty? Pef asked without any ulterior motive. Victor slept with her already, she answered in a smirk in her tone. Great for him. It will be trickier to keep her though, he mused in a weird tangent. Admiral, new Xenos fleet detected. Necron tech, most likely. And a black fortress, the Auspex station reported as the elevator reached the Admiralty level. Necrons too? She asked in her mind. Oh, yes, they're with me. Kinda. Just don't shoot them. There won't be much left of Illavar if the sun explodes, Pef explained in a faraway voice, as if he had forgotten about a giant Necron Doom fleet able to shatter stars. He probably did though, possibly too distracted by another STC marvel he found somewhere, or a pretty woman in his bed, possibly both. Balls deep in my amazing blonde Inquisitor friend. I almost forgot about Trazen. Focus Pef. Time for bloody work. Sweet Amberly. The enemy is crossing the minefield now, I said as I pumped my gene seed in her spectacular body. The woman hugged me tight. Stay a minute longer. There will be plenty of war left for you. I hugged her back, even as the Tesseract began to sense the Chaos fleet in the distance. Soon, I could see the shape of the colossal Archon, bristling with weapons and demons. May need to bring the second fortress out for this, but not yet. Firstly, let's find out why they believe they can win. It hasn't been long since I shattered most Cinch forces at Stygius, so he couldn't have gathered another Black Crusade force so soon. Was this a shard of Nurgle? Some other new warp god? Knowledge was power, and I lacked some here. I didn't like this one bit. Detail. There are 9 entire such groups called a Bale Fleet. Each is formed around an Ark of Omen at its core. Each consists of an army of various chaos forces including Heretic Astartes, Cultists, Traitor Guard, Chaos Knights, Dark Mechanicum, and worse. Inquisitor Vale said as she leaned on her bone staff, her forehead sweaty with effort, probably ripping the information from the brains of any chaos traitor she could reach. I knew she could do that, and far worse. About 5,000 ships for each of these arcs, mostly small escorts, and some 300 capital void ships, various cruiser types. Also 5 chaos battleships per group. They brought enough firepower to match the Stygius Crusade fleet. I continued her words, already englobing the entire Chaos Armada with my third Tesseract senses. And there is that Necron fortress again, just like Acadia, not even trying to disguise as a Mechanicus fleet this time. My lovely Inquisitor lover spoke with love on her lips. Okay, that was scorn, not love. I may have alliterated a bit. Brother Librarian Valerian took a step forward at my side. My lord, I can only sense a blob of hate and cruelty from this fleet. And nothing from that black fortress, he claimed with a doubtful voice. Lash raised a lazy eye at my Psychopariah son, as if curious what he was. Type 5 signal, etheric plus inverted, was all the wrist detector could tell. I just shook my head, unable to answer them both. An Alpha Psyker was orders of magnitude stronger than a Gamma level like Valerian, and Amberly went even further on the scale now. Instead, I took out the only ancestral I found among the Demiurge and passed it to my son. Its dwarf user had chosen death before surrender, but the Demiurge artifact was still very strong. I'm not sure if you should use Demiurge items already, Lord Lancefire, the Ordo Xenos Inquisitor muttered with a wary glance at the ancient relic. You saw these guys with your own eyes, Lady Vale. It's all human tech, and more robust than most of what we have now. Plus, there are exigent circumstances ahead, I declared with a careless voice. We should begin as well. The Necrons are firing now, she answered instead, tacitly approving my actions. All ships, accelerate to military speed. Armored blinds down. Flak batteries set to Logis engine autonomy. Augers go autistic and close all Vox channels. Nova volley on my mark. I ordered and signaled the machine spirit to go mute and blind. The crew of my fleet will not need to see what they were fighting. In a few seconds, my entire fleet entered blind mode, flying towards the back of the Chaos Armada. The Talon fighters are sweeping back. They sense something, my psychic lover whispered in slight worry. Almost there. Mark. One by one, our heavy cruisers began firing their Nova cannons as soon as they entered range, pulverizing most Chaos escorts guarding the nearest Omen arc, and the small Chaos starfighters as well. I think this fireworks show is you, Pef Lancefire. Lord Trazyn spoke in his mind, now close enough to connect easily. We may have to delay our meeting for few hours, my bony friend. You were right about a dangerous galaxy. Or did you invite them, as a favor for a certain Chaos sorcerer? I asked with suspicion in my tone. I did not think of this, but no, Lord Ahriman is not among these creatures. I checked already, he answered with a curious voice. We'll talk at the victory feast then. Your troops may need some live training too. I proposed with an easier voice. Agreed. I find this Chaos Armada quite suspicious and too well equipped. These big ships can even withstand Gauss cannons with ease. Neutron shielding. Most likely. I'll know for certain during dissection, Trazyn the Infinite said in a scientist tone. My hand hovered over the side and poked the tan wolf. Hungry yet? Just don't steal my food again, rogue traitor. Send me on the nearest Omen, Arkansas. I'll investigate in more detail what they have. The tan demanded with a hungry-for-souls voice. Well, I didn't carry a tan on my ship for the pleasure of his company. With a flick, I moved the tan wolf onto the nearest arc and set him loose. Amberly just rose a curious eyebrow, then shrugged as the second wolf vanished from the bridge. For some reason, the Inquisitor seemed reserved, even avoiding the wolves lately. With a mental pulse, I ordered all ship captains to change course and head for the next arc, while our carriers began launching the escort corvettes and fighters. So far, I wasn't impressed much by the Chaos forces. They would have to show their hands soon. It didn't take long for the next stage to begin, as a warp rift emerged at the limit of our reality cage, buried into the magma layer of Illavar. Flying demon engines, on which strange warp creatures rode through the void. Still not impressed, my right hand slammed onto the Immaterium beam control plate, snuffing out the demons and their riders as well. Still tiresome, but I was fresh now. I could last for hours. A red chaos beam from the first Omen arc strafed my fortress and failed to penetrate the void shields, then began to move towards my weaker ships. Cheeky bastards. With my tesseract, I flicked a Nova mine on top of the red battery and melted it and anything around it for a kilometer, revealing more layers of armor, hangar decks, and countless traitors screaming silently at the void. Still only a surface wound on the space Hulk-sized megaship. I closed my eyes and rapidly computed the required munitions to obliterate such a monster, and found my inventory wanting. Second mark reached. Another salvo of Nova cannons from my capital ships obliterated most of the second Bale fleet, including escorts, fighters, and some light cruisers. This time, I added a few Nova mines inside the second arc, producing tremendous explosions on the inner decks and crippling the engines, then also transported my Tyranid forces inside. My poor Tyranid Auxilia was hungry too. Sending new mental commands, I once more changed course for my fleet towards the third Arkansas. Come on, show me what you got. You didn't come here to get exterminated in detail, did you? Hateful, cheating bastard. A giant voice filled the void as the owner of this armada emerged from his third arc. Is that a Chaos Tech Priest? I asked, curious, as a strange demon emerged, with mechanical arms and creepy glowing skulls strapped to his sides. I think this creature is Vashtor, if my warp lore is correct. Much stronger than a greater demon as well, Inquisitor Vale said with a white face. She didn't seem too confident. I just fired the Immaterium beam into his face, not really concerned. I have killed stronger things already. We might be in trouble, I heard Trazyn comment as a giant black fist slammed into my soul. Demigod. It felt like having mountain-sized claws stuck inside your heart, gripping you by the balls and sucking out our eyes, but within the soul as well. Not pleasant, believe me. A burst of energy emerged from my heart, or rather some special gland inserted there by the Emperor, just in case. I drew a little energy from Amberly to resist for a second, while Canis wailed with a visible golden howl. A second was short, but I was already mentally accelerated by the implant and my own pain. My own bone staff landed in my right hand, while my mind linked with the Tesseract to bring silent Sister Decima out. A black sphere of dead silence covered the Black Lament, making Inquisitor Vale throw up at once. So I took mercy on her and displaced her inside the Geller generator vault, where reality was somewhat normalized. It would still suck for a psyker, but she'll live. Damn thing is quite strong, I observed while spiting out clots of blood. Decima was sadly vowed to tranquility, so she couldn't speak. But she did thump me on the head with her fist. Right, I should have prepared better. Taking an enemy lightly wasn't my style, but perhaps I did coast too easily lately. Greater demons were not a danger with my fortress around. Canis fell on the floor, looking rather spent with effort. My implant ran a health diagnostic on him, finding the wolf had lost 5% of body fat and nearly all vital signs from that single soul shout or whatever spell that golden howl was. Brave Canis, go rest in the Tesseract. I won't make this mistake again. And that was your puppy acting out? Trazyn asked, curious. That was Canis. My other puppy is chasing mice on the first Omen Arkansas. I answered, a bit tired and definitely injured. You let him run around free? The Necron Lord asked, a bit confused, and perhaps worried at the lack of living chains to control my tan. Free is a special word. Who is actually free in this world? You are bound to your race and dynasty, as am I mused thoughtfully, as I kept the Immaterium beam on this tech demon, burning though numerous shields and mechanicum contraptions. Even so, your real puppy would die for you, and be happy. This one, Trazyn warned me as his own fortress began to fire at my target. Worst case, I might sell you a wolf-shaped tan that knows tricks. Like this cosmic fire, I added as the Omen arc blew up from the inside. Once the tan had enough fun tormenting the helpless crew, let me bring out my own tan shards. I'm getting outscored by a flesh human, Trazyn countered with his own brand of robotic pride. Foolish mortals, I will wear your skulls as my trophies. Our mighty demon target yelled with angry words, filling the void. He seems a bit distraught, I observed out loud, earning an honest chuckle from my crew. And very loud. The warp beam hurts him, but not enough. Valerian observed more tactically. Fine, Nova cannons, resume firing. 2 Nova mines inside the third arc, to cripple the engines and ammo bunker. Then all my orcs and their silly mechs, or whatever weapons they magicked up, spread inside every deck. The chaotically acting orcs would cause some chaos with the chaos crew. Valerian, you will deploy on the command throne. And pick a nice name. I continued in a calm voice as I produced my second Blackstone fortress and moved Valerian inside. Sadly, the new behemoth wasn't fully operational and only had the Necron pylon as an add-on defense against chaos. But as the pylon was now active, it would prevent or drastically reduce all psyker powers in the system, just like it did at Octus. Furthermore, it did have an Immaterium beam of its own, thus increasing the firepower we could concentrate on this Vashtor. Cheating. Shameless cheating. The demon complained as some kind of power hammer blew off in his hands. Must have been important, perhaps. Farther into the system, past the second fort line, a glowing Psi-Titan appeared and punched an Omen arc straight on, blowing a giant hole in its prow. Sabax and his Princeps pilot were having fun as well. Corvette wings dove under the giant ship and launched thousands of torpedoes, gouging massive holes into the arc without causing much damage internally. So I helped a bit and added my own gifts, inserting a few Nova mines at critical spots. Was it cheating? Was I playing fair with the poor Chaos Armada? Who knows? The victor writes history, and I knew what the history will say. You have another fortress, Lord Lancefire? Maybe, somehow we could find something you want. Among my precious exhibits, Trazyn proposed with infinite greed. This Vashtor is still alive, Lord Trazyn. This reminds me of Cadia, I said in a warning tone. I have began to compile a list of things aboard this ARX which include temporal and probability-based weapons, neutron shielding, quantum communications, counter-ballistic teleportation batteries, and many more. If I am worried, you should be more so. Our Tesseracts are locking the timeline now, but if this thing escapes, you were not around to defend yourself 1,000,000 years ago. Humanity itself was still living in caves. The Necron warned me in a dour voice. Lash, you have anything to take down this creature? I asked with feeble hope. The Tan was feasting on the crew and Tyranids infesting the second arc, so I recalled my Tyranid Auxilia now. There were more arcs to board with expendable bugs. Not as I am, Pef Lancefire. I need to fuse with 1,000 shards to match this etheric demigod. The beams are weakening him. Slowly, he explained in a careless tone. Could you bring Victor and his third fortress here? I wondered, curious. Another fortress might be enough to kill this demigod demon. He surely was strong enough. I have just replenished my energy, the Tan complained in a lazy voice. No problem. Your former owner is just asking me what could I want from his museum exhibits. These glowing green chains must be quite painful, I warned him in a gentle voice, as Trazyn produced a transcendent Tan to summon a lightning storm and clear thousands of pesky chaos ships away from his fleet. Sure, Trazyn couldn't care less about a single shard now. With his wealth of shards, transcendent, and even an intact Tan dragon in his vault. And as it happens, this particular transcendent Tan wasn't paid for yet. Meanwhile, I directed my fleet to engage the next arc, while we kept Vashtor under constant beam attack. Sadly, I also did not have my intact Crusade fleet from Stygius anymore. Half of my capital ships were repairing in dock. A quarter were away with Victor. The Chaos Armada was beginning to take a toll on my ships and people, and even the Necrons began to suffer a bit. All right, I admit I don't feel comfortable beside this insane Necron lord. I will go help your son. Lash grumbled a little, then exploded in cosmic fire again and vanished at super speed towards the galactic edge. Now he's running away. Told you a leash was better than mere promises. Trazyn gloated for a second. Nah, I gave him a task. Might help us with this demon, I countered with a grim voice. Holding the beam was getting painful. More so, as my insides were likely mush, and I kept spitting blood clots. It couldn't be healthy. Apothecary on bridge. I heard Teresa demand on the internal comm. No, don't use comms. Even if you need help, send a messenger. Or tell me. Damn it, girl. A strange helmet exploded on the head of Vashtor, but it was too late. Found you, sneaky black soul. I will avenge my precious helmet. The demon gloated in triumph, then powered through the beam towards my fortress. Damn my luck. I ordered the machine spirit to open fire with lance batteries and the Nova turrets on the demigod demon, but they had little effect. Even greater demons could tank so little damage. Decima, buy me some time, I ordered with a heavy heart. She won't be enough. Lancefire. I guess we will have to fight him in melee, I said a bit listless. Anything could be killed by a good sword. My new bodyguard actually growled, possibly amazed at my bravery. My premarch could. Maybe the lion. You are, he exclaimed in a panicked voice as Decima drew both her swords and vanished, already engaging the demon in a duel. I've killed worse things, brother, I proclaimed calmly and drew my own pair of swords. Phase and chronophage swords, each able to cut through anything. Foolish man, he muttered as we vanished from the bridge. A Lamenter apothecary arrived a second too late, searching for the medical problem with eager eyes. He's beyond healing now, Teresa spoke in soft words. I will wait then. Father may be injured while killing this demon, the apothecary proclaimed calmly, watching the holoscreen with faithful eyes. Of course, I wasn't actually suicidal. The Tesseract also bought Sabax, Stern, and Nimerac at my side, increasing my chances to about 50%, or so I thought. Demonifuge, Vashtor shouted in pain, as Sister Stern's anathema power covered the void all around us. Are you a coward, little demon? Stern asked as a giant lightning slammed into the chaos demigod and burned out a grinning skull. The pressure on me felt a bit less. All of a sudden, I will come back with a and drink your souls, Vashtor promised as he began to draw away. Decima sliced something at his belt, making the artifact sputter and gush warp energy. My spite iron forgot. I hate you, the demon yelled as a green fist slammed into his side, courtesy of a transcendent tan. Sabax fired his left arm cannon, blowing off another glowing skull and returning the pressure to a mere greater demon. It seemed this creature had pilled add-ons for extra power, like a tech priest would. Parting kiss to a demigod, Nimerac commented wryly, and struck the demon with a metal tube, which unfolded into millions of nanowires to shred him from inside. Vashtor retaliated with a pentagonal sigil that focused his energy on the solitaire, making him lose the phenomenal speed, while also healing himself. So I stabbed him, chronophage sword in the head, while the phase blade went all through the body and sectioned him in two. A burst of energy filled my body, healing me from inside out, while my mind began to fill with extra knowledge. Decima sliced as well, cutting through the pentagonal sigil and removing a hand. My talisman. I quit. No more games, Vashtor yelled and sped away, missing most of his body and artifacts. A specter-looking tan appeared in his path and sliced him again with a tan scythe, while the green tan bound him in living metal chains. I reached with the Tesseract to move closer and hit the demigod with my swords again, this time removing the demon's head and impaling it onto the dawn. Again, I felt more knowledge pour through. I was rather well educated before and here, but the things I could do now amazed me. I was certain I already understood all the demiurge rail and ion technology, since I studied Tau Tech for long years now. Also, quantum communications, similar to our low-range FTL comms, but so advanced. You dare to drain me, the demigod wailed in pain. I am Pef Lancefire and you are in my domain. Do you feel scared now, little demon? I spoke out loud, mostly for my people on board the fleet. You killed Slaanesh. I know you. You can be my master. I have technology and machines to make you a god, the demon screamed in pain and anguish. I eat gods, little demon. As for machines, I don't eat those. I spoke with a serious tone. Stern arrived beside me and added her energy, melting the demon into burning dreams. You've grown stronger, Lord Lancefire, she observed while glowing like a goddess. Another black fortress arrived at the party, a bit too late. Or not, if Trazen felt greedy. This is so touching. Don't mind if I record the scene for a museum piece? The Necron Lord asked without any tact. Think of secrets, little demon, Alpha Legion, the Fallen, this weapon. I am curious, I asked out loud, making new thoughts appear into the demon's mind then drain through the sword into my soul. No, I worked hard to gather all this data. Plus, you can never be sure if it's true. The demon began to scream, while his pressure drew lower, maybe beta level. At my nod, Decima stabbed her chronosword as well, gaining valuable intel and draining the demon even faster. Nimerac appeared beside us and stabbed the demon with an Eldar dagger glowing with silver stars. It wasn't like mine, but did something similar. His own body began to heal and grow stronger. Minutes later, I felt Decima undergo a change, gaining the deep feel I sensed around Ordella as well. It would appear a demigod makes for a great meal too. More minutes later, Nemerak popped and vanished, having mastered his pariah levels completely, as Vashtor died forever. You now have an Eldar demigod as a friend.
And Godfather.
Stern whispered for my ears only. A god of blanks? I wondered as I hugged Stern with my free hand. I am close as well now. One day you will too. And maybe Canis.
Your wolf is strange,
Stern added as she became a lightning storm and flew towards the remaining arcs. My own heavenly wolf. I think I changed things today. I mused to myself as Brother Jogatan simply shook his helmet. We have a legend on our world. A man's soul being shared by a heavenly and hellish wolf. I palmed the broken Noctilith pentagonal sigil and moved us back on the Black Lament. There was always war in this universe, but this war would end soon. Mark these locations, Alexa. Monitor everyone who goes through. I sent to my obsidian mother a string of planetary and stellar coordinates. The infiltrators? Already matching one location, the new sphere expert answered in my mind. Your wolf can speak now, Father, Victor announced with a weird voice. Just don't throw him at a sun. Lash also eats suns. I advised him wisely. I mean, energy was energy. Nothing wrong with eating suns. I could respect that. And now he's laughing. I don't care anymore. Going autistic and engaging these traitors. Victor out, he replied in a morose voice. Ah, my brave young son. You did threaten a tan with a son, did you? He thought you wanted to give him bland food. I want an arc like this for myself. You don't mind if I keep one, do you? Trazyn asked sneakily. Of course not, Lord Trazyn, as long I get paid. Otherwise, my system, my loot, I allowed generously. Cheap bastard. You're going to work me to death, the Necron pouted. Maybe something like that Tau ZFR_Horizon accelerator engine? It would be useful to move faster when going sublight.
Torpedoes in particular.
I explained kindly. I hate you, he declared without much elan. But first, let's clean this mess. My people were worried a little with all this fireworks show. I said calmly as I retrieved my wolves. The apothecary finally had a job, healing Canis. I messed up, Teresa muttered towards me. As do all children.
Try to think first, next time,
I said gracefully as I sat down in my command chair and linked with the machine's spirit. Our 3 black fortresses opened up, each at a different arc, and Trazyn followed soon. Another day, another massacre. It felt good being a Lancefire. Trades. Cleaning up after a chaos invasion was as messy as always. 1,000 defense forts had been ruined or infected and had to be purified into the sun, as were millions of our troops, especially those who had to sift through the wrecks and gather artifacts or evidence, sometimes prisoners as well. The space minefields had to be rebuilt, and dozens of factoriums and hablocks on Illivar's surface had to be either purged or rebuilt, depending on the severity of the sabotage. More analysis on how to prevent transport or infiltration onto the surface was taking place, with my obsidian auguries going back centuries to comb through every data log they could find. A dozen minor nobles and their retinues were called for interrogation and never left the basement again. 1,000 torpedo corvettes and hundreds of destroyers had been lost as they held the fort line. But it had to be done, else the Chaos forces managed to land and produce total devastation. Normal stuff in this universe and rather mild, all things considered. But this sacrifice was not for nothing. We have proven to withstand an entire Black Crusade, almost alone. Sure, the Necrons did help, mostly so Trazyn could gather more museum bits for himself. We had obtained another Omega- Pariah to fire the Immaterium beam of the second fortress, Sister Decima, while the fortress itself was bestowed with the poetic Eternal Lament name by Valerian. Victor named his own personal Blackstone fortress as Victorious Lancefire, with Sister Ordella as the main trigger woman. With 4,000 Lamenter Tech Marines and a minor help from Itan, we managed to install Demiurge-type forges on all 3 fortresses. Automated forges, what a miracle for this day and age. For now, they are all churning the easy-to-make HIATUS rifle. And once the production method is complete, we'll start adding new lines for HIATUS for cannon and the stronger HIATUS. Surprisingly, the Demiurge multi-laser also had 3 barrels to increase range and rate of fire, proving me right when I introduced the Retribution multi-laser in my fake STC templates. The ancient STC should vindicate my creation among the more suspicious Forge worlds. These are all ancient but human weapons, somewhat upgraded by the Demiurge, but more importantly, easy to mass-produce. We will need billions of such cheap weapons to arm the entire Lancefire domain, which now extended to almost 4,000 planets and colonies. We had a lot of room to grow, but the planets were often hostile or infested by Xenos life forms. Thus, more guns. The newer templates for the Ion Underscore Blaster, the Ion Underscore Beamer, and Cyclic could only be made by hand, by our dedicated Forge worlds of Retribution and Machine. They were even better than what the Tau could produce, but expensive and time-consuming to make. My fabricators loved them even so. Some of the Ion weapons will be mounted on Space Marine vehicles or mechs, but most of them are dedicated to improve the Mechanicus' own forces, tanks, Scutarii, and battle automata for now. As for my guests, some things were easier than others. Miss Chi, if you decide to stay with my family, you will have to renounce all former attachments and loyalties. My domain will one day become a place for blanks and pariah only, where natural or psycher-humans could barely be able to walk.
This will preclude most of the Imperium, almost by design,
I said softly as Victor sat beside his beloved, holding her hand. I see. You expect things to get very bad in the Imperium? She asked cautiously. I hope they do well, but I know they will not. Too easy to corrupt, I answered with a sad tone. The Emperor will protect, she declared in a faithful voice. I just nodded. And when the priesthood of the imperial faith is ordered to tear down their fancy churches and cathedrals, when the Emperor walks again among the people, claiming he is only a man, not a god, I asked with a sigh. Her eyes grew wide, as she suddenly realized what was going to happen. The Imperium will split in half, the faithful versus the loyal. Chaos will seduce them into conflict, ever more violent. Truly, ignorance was bliss. But I've seen what happened at Ophelion, when Janice had to burn her sisters alive, just to bring them into compliance. It would be far worse when the Emperor revealed himself. He surely knew this as well, staying hidden to the wide Imperium and acting by intermediaries for now, mostly via custodes or inquisitors. But he would tire of hiding. Just wasn't his style. He didn't wear a golden armor to stay hidden. That's why he was slowly replacing the faithful firstborn Marines with new but loyal Primaris, and untying the Sisters of Battle from the Church. In the grimdark future of the 40th millennium, there was only war and the laughter of thirsting gods. I've did all that I could, spreading tech and inventions to those forges who would listen. I helped prop up numerous Astartes chapters, with blank recruits or new vehicles, and even some starships. I've culled some corrupt or fanatical inquisitors. I've intervened at Fenris and Terra and Cadia, but the Imperium contained the seeds of its own destruction right into their warp-open souls. Just like the Eldar before them, they were heading for critical mass. One day it would all explode, or more likely implode. The Demiurge Fane contained one key to salvation, used by the short humans to protect themselves from chaos. The clone skeins could modify the human genome to protect against chaos corruption and other mutations, while also introducing desired traits like enhanced reaction times, the ability to see into the infrared and other electromagnetic spectra beyond visible light, increased resistance to extremes of temperature, gravity, or ionicing radiation, and many other enhancements such as denser muscular and skeletal systems to provide greater physical strength and more endurance in the face of trauma. No need for slow and dangerous gene seed implants either, not to mention Astartes glands. One could upgrade entire armies at reasonable cost, or the entire population if they could control them. I could and I would. The Imperium? Maybe the Astartes recruiting worlds, if they were lucky. I will still try, as I did have a custodes visiting my world. Also, I will hint to the Emperor what his biokinetic control could do to his enemies implanted with gene seeds. Programmed cell death or apoptosis would be easy enough to disperse via the Astronomicon, reaching about 80% of the galaxy in mere days. Millions of Chaos Marines infesting the galaxy could be simply turned into soup at his mental command. So I met the old custodes and gave 2 data slates to bring to Terra, one containing the Demiurge STC templates I could copy, and the other, the clone skeins technical details and my plan to disperse mass death via the Astronomicon. Why should I leave the black ship behind, Lord Lancefire? He asked instead, even though I offered him passage via a Lamenter heavy cruiser. Because I say so. You will not travel through the warp with my data slates. You will also bring Vadrax back to Terra as well, as his position as House Assassin will be taken by Lady Chi instead, I demanded in a harsher voice. The Custodes was not used to taking orders well, and if I found some interesting tech on this advanced black ship, it had to be a coincidence. At least you won't kick my ribs every day. Lazy bastard, the solemn Culexus assassin muttered in a patient tone as he decloaked at my side, so I couldn't be bothered to step over him every morning. Wasn't such a crime, was it? Another Culexus? The Emperor seems to favor you greatly, Lord Lancefire, the Custodes mused in a thoughtful voice. But first, you need to get in shape again. Go train with my pets, I said in a disappointed tone, and moved him into my training room naked. Only the Dawn Blade rested into the floor and 100 orcs to kill. While he murdered the near-helpless vegetables, I searched my inventory for a decent power armor to fit his size, then had him transported on this vessel already dressed in armor, somewhat healed up and having gained a few dozen centuries of more service. I couldn't give him my Dawn Blade, but I could spare a Tanphase blade. I'm not a toy for you to play dress-up, crazy Lancefire, the man growled at his new armor. I hope we don't meet again, Shield Captain Callowin, I warned him in his mind, as the heavy cruiser sped out to FTL and the solar segmentum far, far away. He was wise and didn't answer, possibly wary he would return home naked. Then again, I filled his room with samples of Demiurge tech, all kinds of armor and weapons that I couldn't make sense of yet, but maybe the Emperor and Call could. Callowin would have something productive to do on his journey, playing with more toys. And if Shipmistress Teresa was wise, she will get a signed warrant for herself and don't come back for a few centuries. I was busy enough without having to fight my way out of trouble with a sword. I had a brand new empire to build here in the fringe, and a lot more technology to dig out from the Demiurge cogitator. Loose cannon. Captain Teresa Lancefire was a bit unhappy. Sure, she did mess up a little, but it all ended up quite well. Why was Father so upset? And this ferry mission to Terra, in command of a mere cruiser, was way below her status as the former captain of a Blackstone fortress. Vadrax wasn't too happy either, as he had been kicked out and replaced with a pretty girl. Although knowing her father, that was his usual style. As for the Custodes, he was considered valuable cargo, and not to be allowed to communicate or otherwise interfere until they reached Terra, as if her orders even reached the superhuman's ears. He was quite interested in her special cargo destined for Mars, 42,000 young people, 2,000 of them girls, all of them blanks, yet none of them of Lancefire blood. Why did Pef Lancefire gather so many blanks and sent them on this ship? The Custodes asked, much too curious. None of your business, esteemed cargo. You should return to your designated quarters, she growled at him, already annoyed. Esteemed, am I? The man muttered as if surprised. Less and less so, I admit, she admitted with a shrug. Do not get fisted by a Deathwatch dreadnought, she heard the Custodes mutter to himself as he drew away, hopefully heading to his rooms. Contact, Vox transmission, Imperial codes, older ones, her cousin at the Vox station announced in a professional tone. Isolate, trace and log, reference code origin and date of issue, she commanded with a frown. They wouldn't stop anyways, but perhaps some information could be traded further. A minute later, the report came back. Origin Sears Unforest, solar segmentum. We will reach cutoff point in 31 minutes. ETA to Sol System 19 hours, 33 minutes. And, she asked with a calm voice as she searched known data about this world on her MIU. Last Imperial Census. Around 12 million people, medieval world, many superstitious psychers. Already sounded sketchy. The date of issue, last logged M39.71. Codes are still valid, but her cousin spoke with obvious suspicion. Yeah, the Imperials do not have a good record about canceling compromise codes, or even noticing. It's a honey trap, Teresa decided in a second. You are obliged to render aid, a certain voice interfered. Of course, the insufferable Custodes had nothing else to do. Teresa turned and measured the deadly Adeptus. No, I already have orders, and you are still getting in the way, she proclaimed in a harsher voice, then glanced at her Techmarine brother. Given that this cruiser was a Lamenter ship and not part of the Traitor dynasty, The Tech Marine did have the ultimate word, and perhaps the means to enforce his word. The shipmistress is always right. Shield Captain Callowin, be advised. I am authorized and able to pacify you. Tech Marine Patroclus Lancefire spoke in a flat voice, not even raising his eyes from his auspex station. We shall see. The custodes growled that took half a step towards the steering station, only to vanish in mid-step. The next second, he reappeared in his room, naked but with a single finger of a power fist inserted in his tight rectum. I did warn him, Patroclus whispered only to her ears, so he did have the means. Teresa smiled thinly. Whatever her brother did, it wouldn't be pleasant. We could take a look, though. Around 100 Australian dollars wide, she asked gently. If Patroclus had a space crystal now, they were indeed quite safe. Only if it doesn't delay our course, Captain Teresa Lancefire. My own orders include you as well, Patroclus answered with a sad smile. Of course they did. She messed up and placed father in danger with one hasty decision. Now she was on thin ice. Going autistic. Vox channels closed. Los comms set to receive only. FDL comms closed. Teresa decided in a minute, then proceeded to direct the machine spirit to block the known attack avenues. Understood, Captain. New trajectory set. Passing by Sears Rest at 100 Australian dollars. The helm cousin spoke curtly. As the cruiser drew closer, the hololith screen began to show the system and its strangely quiet space lanes. Passive data only, of course. 2 battle barges, 3 strike cruisers, 7 frigates. Possibly under camo. Armor make indicate Alpha Legion, Patroclus said in a soft voice, still staring at his useless auspex station. And the planet? She asked with a sense of dread. So many Chaos Marines, mostly dead or poisoned. It still rains snakes, Patroclus said in a tighter voice. Angry, most likely. Sad, she whispered as her eyes grew colder. Engaging now. Exterminatus warhead deployed. Atomic warheads deployed. Patroclus declared with his eyes closed and seemingly in pain. The system gained a new sun and several radioactive shipwrecks as the Lamenter cruiser left, leaving behind a worthy funeral pyre. Resuming standard comms. Best course for Terra, Teresa said with a glance at the Vox station. Nothing on Vox now, Captain. Logging set of codes as confirmed compromised, A39. Her cousin continued in a melancholic voice. Nobody on the bridge cheered, although they just destroyed a sizable Chaos warband and purged a future demon world. Deploy one Astartes warning beacon. We only have 19 hours left to our destination, Teresa commanded with a sad heart. No wonder father always said things are very bad in the Imperium. This is so close to Terra and still. Patroclus muttered with clenched fists. Maybe our cargo will help, Teresa claimed in a more hopeful voice. Nobody even bothered to agree from politeness. 100 people on the bridge, and they all saw the Imperium was crumbling. Leaving a pair of spent Inquisitors to sleep on my bed, I rose and made my way to the Demiurge, trying to finish negotiations for more Ion Tech STCs. Advanced prospect weapons are locked under Grimnar access. You don't have psychic powers, Pef Lancefire. The damn automated Fane countered my request. I know the Tau have Ionoster cannon tech, and railguns too. I even fought their ships. Did they get Grimnar codes? I growled at the stupid cogitator spirit. It is psychically and logically impossible. New kin. Without barrier tech access, nobody can open this section, the Fane proclaimed in cold logic. Wait, did he mean that strange staff? Valerian, I need you now. I spoke in my son's mind. Now? I mean, let me get my armor. Valerian muttered half awake. No need, just grab the staff, I demanded as I located him with the Tesseract and promptly moved him dozens of kilometers inside the Black Lament and right at my side, still in his pajamas. Father, this thing, he asked a bit more awake, holding the warding staff to my face. Just step on this platform and open the manifold. The machine spirit is reluctant to open some files without this staff. I said a bit tired. So much effort to find the Demiurge were controlled by a psyker. Luckily, I was a bit smarter recently. Killing that Vashtor guy had been quite a boon for my mental ability. Barrier tech detected. Kin relation detected. Lancefire dynasty. Valerian Lancefire. All hail the new Grimnar. The famed Demiurge proclaimed in a glorious tone. So, what now? My librarian son asked confused, staring around at the Demiurge mental vault. Find the damn ion cannon. I growled a little. I missed my mouse and keyboard. Really? Hopefully Teresa used her luck to obtain some advantage while on Terra, while Patroclus grabbed something nice while escorting her. A Tesseract was a big investment, but my tan wolf did not need to stay in that cage. Might as well have it produce some profit factor for the dynasty. As for the 42,000 blanks I sent to Terra, it was a long-term investment. They could train blank tech priests or sacristans or pilots, or maybe melt them into boiling iron. The Emperor might take them instead, for some genial project that won't end in explosions. One thing they could not do was bear gene seeds. So it was a test in the end. The Imperium could benefit greatly from 40,000 blank men and 2,000 women, or they could squander the gift for short-term gains. Either way, I win. Luck. Adeptus Astartes Cruiser, Indomitable Firepower, Lamenter's Chapter. Requesting permission to approach Jovian Line, her Vox Master Officer sent in a curt message. Stop all engines and maintain distance at Saturn Line. Indomitable Firepower. You will receive further instructions shortly, the nearest space fort demanded in a hurried voice. Even the hololith screen had trouble keeping up with the constant influx of ships that provided Terra and Mars with resources, mineral or organic. It possibly made sense. They had to delay unscheduled visitors to the busy capital of the Imperium. It is even worse than I thought, Patroclus mused in a soft voice. What, the traffic jam? Teresa added jokingly, making the whole bridge crew smile. That too, Captain. But no, so much human suffering. The tech marine explained in a lamenting voice. She couldn't know what was going on in the hidden hablocks or munitions factories pilled over any rock in the Sol system, but the machine's spirit logged millions of Vox transmissions, filling the void with countless Adeptus Arbites pleas for help, more troops, medical aid. Terra was at peace, nominally. But there was a constant war between gangs and Arbites enforcers all over Terra and Venus, even on other moons and space stations. Your call, Patroclus. But if you see anything egregious, she advised her brother in a low voice. Already on it. I don't think my inventory of 40,000 frag grenades will suffice, Patroclus muttered, while already dispersing mass death wherever he saw gang violence exceeding lethal engagement rules back home. Organ traffickers, torture, drug labs, human sacrifice, and worse. The gangs were openly brazen, often bearing Departamento Unitorum weaponry, possibly looted or stolen. As hours passed while the Sol Traffic Control tried to decide what to do with the inconvenient cruiser that arrived at a busy time, Patroclus had spent all frangible low-yield munitions and began to resupply from available gang armories and basically looting them blind. He could arm an entire PDF division with the gang's inventory, although most of the stuff was old and in disrepair. We may be here for months. If you don't let me contact Terra directly, a custodes dressed only in black robes spoke from the bridge's door, this time more politely. I don't mind personally, but yes, this would speed up the delivery mission. Proceed, custodes. Captain Teresa spoke with an easy voice. The man took a few steps inside, then stopped and retrieved a lion-shaped sigil and spoke a couple of code words. Almost immediately, a corridor was made available till the Jovian Line, and they moved through unimpeded by bureaucracy. In orbit of Forge World Jupiter, an Adeptus Custodes strike cruiser came by and docked. From the transfer gate, a pair of resplendent and golden-armored custodes arrived and met with Shield Captain Callowin, and after a few words they followed him to his room. An hour later, all three of them arrived at the bridge. Techmarine Pef Lancefire, Lamenter's Chapter. You will come with me. He wants to see you, one of the custodes proclaimed in an unshakable voice. Patroclus just sighed and nodded. Bring your cargo as well, Patroclus. Transferring all this by shuttle will take time and effort, Callowin demanded as they entered the transport deck. With a grim face, Patroclus could only obey and displace the demiurge loot, as well as the 42,000 blanks inside the Tesseract labyrinth. So, I hear you fisted the old captain for acting rowdy, one of the custodes asked in a joking voice, yet sounding deadly as well. Patroclus just smiled. I only used a finger. My father would have used the entire fist. He spoke with a plain tone. I was there when your father yanked the Emperor from the Golden Throne. Patroclus, the man got balls. The size of Terra and Mars, perhaps, the custode spoke with a conspiratorial voice. Callowin's face changed colors at the blasphemy-filled banter. No way. It gets worse. But not here, Captain. You do look much better these days. Perhaps you found a special cure with that power fist? I am almost tempted to try. The other custodes joined in the banter. Callowin grew more dour and red in the face. That crazy Lancefire. You wouldn't believe what he did to me, he growled in an ashamed tone. Patroclus had experienced the orc trial as well, so he just sighed. Father was a bit crazy. Also, he yanked the Emperor from his throne and still lives? Man had balls of solid adamantium and the Emperor's luck. If that phrase even worked in this case. Don't use the thing anymore, Patroclus. He would be distracted from his work, the first custodian demanded as the strike cruiser entered Terra's orbit. The young Lancefire nodded. It was likely the dimensional displacement might interfere with some delicate experiment. Unless my orders demand it, custodes. There's no major incursion I can detect, though. So we'll be fine, he answered with a level voice. He did quell like 5,000 minor gang revolts, though. Best if they didn't know that. It was a bit hard to treat the custodes as normal people, but he could manage so far. As for his father's advice to be cool but respectful with the Emperor, was that even possible? Stand by. We will be transported. A second later, Patroclus found himself beside Callowin and in front of the Emperor himself, wearing a brown robe and a special golden gauntlet on his left hand. Obviously, the Emperor had a tesseract of his own. Your Majesty, Patroclus instantly declared and tapped the heart sigil on his chest. Callowin, you had a hard time, the Emperor asked as his custodes simply remained speechless. I feel much better now, sire. And so do you, I see, Callowin answered and bowed his head. The Emperor stepped forwards and touched the man on his head, glowing a bit brighter for a second. Lancefire tried his best to help you, I see. Chronal transfer. Human life force? The Emperor asked, curious. We generally use orcs, Your Majesty. The lifespan transfer is less limited, and they are plentiful, Patroclus explained in an almost calm voice. He did try to stay cool, but it was hard. The golden eyes shifted on Patroclus for a second. Very well. Less morally problematic that way. Then again, your father has the strangest morals I saw in the past 30,000 years. Almost like a perpetual, yet clearly not. Is he well? Father is quite fine, Your Majesty. Just finished the Demiurge Crusade, and then massacred a Black Crusade started by a demon called Vashtor. Some claims he was a demigod. He could withstand 3 Immaterium beams to the face for hours, with barely any effect other than some artifacts exploding on him, Patroclus said in a tired voice. Was he getting sleepy for no reason? I can't even be surprised anymore. I expect you can confirm this, Callowin? The Emperor asked as the young Techmarine fainted and fell at his feet. Better if Patroclus wasn't awake for this part. Blanks were too rare to kill, just to keep some secret, exactly like the Sisters of Silence. Yes, sire. The thing shouted and wailed every time some artifact blew up, like a spite iron goad and a talisman of forge. I could hear his screams from the Lamenter's space fort, some 80 Australian dollars away, Callowin said with a wary glance at the sleeping Techmarine. And then he died? Just like that? The Emperor asked, curious as he leaned down and removed an Aquila pendant from the sleeping man. Another tesseract. Weren't they ultra-rare? And so much loot inside. Albeit trash loot from Terrangangs, it seemed. A lot of blank kids, some artifacts, even 100 Chaos Traders, Alpha Legion as well. I wasn't close, sire, but I believe it so. After the final push, there was a wide blankness falling over the entire Illavar system. Worse than the Tyrannid silence in the warp. Worse than any pariah I've known. The custodes answered with a faint shudder. So, you have any complaints? I hear you were mistreated by the Lancefires, the Emperor asked with an easy voice. Callowin frowned, but shook his head. I am not petty, sire. The boy had orders. I chose to test that. The high road. Now let's see what the miracle blank has sent me. The Emperor mused thoughtfully as he retrieved the data slates and scrolled through at speed. Nothing powerful, but valuable and easy to produce. You saw these Demiurge? He asked a minute later. Laser and ion tech. Old but reliable weapons from the Federation days, with their complete STCs too. Quite an amazing find. Too bad there weren't other, heavier weapons on this slate. The Federation had pretty much the pinnacle of human technology, including much stronger things. Yes, sire. Your agent Vale had many in custody. Human, if shorter and muscular. Some looked like clones, Others were deformed, quite advanced, I believe, the custodes said as more and more devices pilled around the Emperor. Almost certainly, these demiurge were a lost Federation colony. It would be nice to dig some more advanced stuff from their ships. I remember them. They left Terra long ago. This second slate, you read anything on it? The Emperor asked in a harsher voice. Callowin froze and shook his head. The cruel master was back too. It was marked for your eyes only, sire. He nodded, seeing the custodes was truthful. Gene seed apoptosis. Lancefire sure had a way to find an egregious use of his knowledge. The Astronomicon didn't work that way, but Lancefire was a blank and had no idea as to its operational ability. Then again, it would cost nothing to try. And now, he also had 100 Chaos Traders to test this proposal in secret. Good. Forget you saw it then. So, you think those Blackstone fortresses are powerful? The Emperor asked in a mild voice. There were more ancient fortresses appearing into the galaxy once more, and Lancefire had already grabbed 3. He had seen more of them, 2 quite close in Segmentum Pacificus. Extremely so, sire. Far beyond any ship we have, the custodes answered with a clear voice. I located a couple more. Get to Mars and have Fabricator prepare an expedition. We better get them before the Eldar do, or worse, the orcs, he ordered as he tapped Callowin's head and transferred the locations into his mind, then moved him into the labyrinth and right before Mount Olympus on Mars. Now, who to send to lead the fortress expedition? A pre-march? Not the Lion, though. Could they even handle it alone? This was War in Heaven Tech. His eyes glanced down at the young tech marine. The boy could help. Sanguinius, there's one of your sons here. Patroclus Lancefire, he spoke to his own son. Very well, sire. I'll be right over, the angel Premarch said with a strangely glad voice. Meanwhile, the young blanks had to be hidden away. The demiurge tech sent to the Imperial labs, and young Patroclus upgraded to withstand Tan tech better, just like his father. A gift for a gift. That cunning rogue trader always got ahead. Too bad Adepta Janice wasn't here. She was literally perfect. Maybe he could marry again. But then Pef Lancefire would be his father-in-law. What a strange universe. Split. After a long session with Muggos Biologist Juggler and a few apothecaries, consisting mostly of scans and biopsy probes, we finally had a guess what the Emperor had changed inside me. Sure, now we had the Primaris tech to compare, making it all easy to understand. Haha, I wish. The 4 glands at the basis of your limbs are likely to aid with your reflexes and speed, Juggler declared confident, poking the body plan lid on the screen, at my armpits and groin. And how sure are you? I wondered, curious. Less than 1%, but you are getting faster, he continued unfazed. I sighed and closed my eyes. We basically had no idea what the Emperor did. And the brain things? I asked with a hopeful voice. One of them is very likely the Primaris Magnificat gland, but twice as large. Makes you taller, stronger, and faster. The other may be the os modula. Also does the same thing, my young apothecary son, Alex said in a certain voice. So you suspect. I mused softly. Then again, you should be 3 meters tall by now. These glands are not working properly, Alex declared with a confident voice. So, the Emperor himself worked on my body and made a few mistakes. I'll be sure to castigate him. Next time we meet, I offered in a thankful voice, then slumped on the marble table they used for examinations. After a minute of doubting himself, Alex slumped as well. I have no idea what these things are. Lord Lancefire is alive and healthy, even able to produce children by the thousand every year. I have seen defective gene seeds, but they never produce such results. Juggler argued more logically. Never mind my brain. I barely use it anyways. The heart? I told you the glow I felt. I asked next. Well, a Primaris Marine would have a Belisarian between his hearts. You still have only one heart, and this gland between your lungs. It might provide the healing boost you felt. Father, Alex mused with a thoughtful voice. And the glow? I asked with a smile. It might be the heat of the chemical release, or something else entirely. I heard your wolf could project a solid glow of light that blocked a powerful demon? Juggler asked with a curious voice. Canis did. He howled, and the sound became a solid wall of light. For a second. Then he fainted. Is that a word for wolves? I mused to myself mostly. Then, the glow would not be chemical at all. Perhaps sololuminescent tech? I am not very familiar with pressurized fluids. Juggler wondered as well. Alex just stared at the tech priest for a second. Father is still human. Muggos. His heart would explode way before the blood pressure could start to emit light. Canis is also not a pressure vessel. That is what we think, yes. But we do not know for sure. It could be. However, most likely it was simply divine intervention. We should not assume more complex possibilities if a simple one is at hand, the religious mechanical priest concluded with a weird shrug. He completely inverted the scientific reasoning here, but it was also a valid option. We are clueless then? I proposed more stoically. Completely. Chapter Master. It is likely you are the prototype for the Primaris Marines, or some type of new assassin clade, or something else. I don't know. The young apothecary declared proudly. I also agree, my lord. You are getting better, but very slowly. The new glands may be of help, but I don't see them do anything. Otherwise, you're perfectly healthy. The biologist Muggos concluded in victory. Excellent then. Healthy was good. I just moved back inside the Black Lament and the Demiurge Fane, where Valerian was epically holding his staff in the air, as if blocking a meteor. Back away slowly? Say something smart? I hope this means you found the ion cannon, I said instead. Valerian nodded eagerly, then sheepishly hid the staff at his back. And many more things, Father. The Demiurge Weave Field Underscore Projector Shield is scalable, from personal shields to entire cities or ships, and far better than your ionic flare shield. We need to get it into production. Anything else? I asked as he gave me a new data slate. After a quick look, I found this Demiurge shield similar to the Mechanicus Voltigeist Underscore Field, but again, way more advanced. Yes, there is a wealth of information here, but my training was focused on warp powers. There is barely anything warp-related in the Demiurge files. Barrier tech, they call it. Like my staff called an ancestral warding stave, or the ancestral, which is like a Rosarius, but better. Valerian grinned while tapping his own Rosarius at his belt. But they travel in the warp. I saw their warp engines. I commented with a smile. One couldn't travel the warp without warp tech. I knew what horrors lay beyond the veil. They do? Let me see. They have something called Geller ramparts. Far better than anything we have, he exclaimed in a surprised voice. I wasn't surprised, though. By now, it was clear these Demiurge were part of a larger human polity, somewhere in the galactic center, and they must have even better tech at home. If they could afford to let these miners roam freely with such incredibly valuable tech on them, possibly similar to Mars and their exploration fleets, or rogue trader fleets, most likely the latter, seeing as they traded with the Tau. They were closer to Terra than the Fringe, so the Emperor would soon find them if he hasn't already. Keep digging, Valerian. I want STC templates, as many variants as you can, I demanded from my poor librarian son, now stuck as the Grimner leader of a religious machine cult, basically a fabricator tech priest with psyker powers. At least there were countless books and other data in the Fane library. For a second, I wondered if the Harlequin's Black Library was something similar, then shook my head. I didn't want to know. Actually, if it was, then it was bad. If it was something warpy instead, then it was worse. That damn Vashtor thing, though. Has it once been a Terran Federation AI that got taken into the warp during the fall? Maybe a genial fabricator like Call? Something else? I needed more blanks. More blank Marines, too. Chaos was bad. Another displacement, and I arrived on an airless moon nearby Ilavar. The new Culexus facility was already open, albeit only 2 levels deep so far. We might keep digging a few kilometers down, then bury the facility with a blackstone fragment from the Necron moon. For now, we needed to test the genetic meld, my own genes, and the natural blanks. Then a few pariah. Pef Lancefire looked a bit out of place in a white lab coat, but such was my requirement here. Only blank workers, and as tight as possible with biological and other types of contaminants, like oil and grease, normally found everywhere 40K machines existed. Here, it was all stainless steel and pressurized locks in the gene labs. If there were to be accidents or genetic abnormalities, they will not be from dirty shoes or etheric emanations. I stood behind the transparent wall and just watched as blood samples were being tested and mixed, while a few blank apothecaries and pressure suits kept watch. Any progress, Chi? I asked gently on the intercom. There is hope for one of the blood poison cases. If this works, we may continue the implantation to full Primaris. He will be sterile anyways, but also a pariah, Chi declared while showing me the graphic proof. Some kind of blend of human DNA and warp magic. Good. Test more Tyranid blood samples on the rest. I know they can work, as they did for the Suns. I'll provide more Tyranid tyrant samples soon. How will I know if they do? She asked skeptical. Watch for the blinding light and a pariah aura. I'll bring a few mice to test the aura too, I said with a grin. I will science the shit out of these blank genes. I could take some failures, even more deaths. The sad truth was, nothing else mattered. Even if the Imperium and the Emperor went up in flames tomorrow, I would be fine here in the fringe, just like the Exodite Eldar were at their fall. Of course, I hoped everything will be great, and the Emperor will fix everything. But I planned for the worst anyways. The galaxy had been split open before. Warning. With my head already spinning from all new data I have absorbed past month, I settled slowly back into my routine of mixing and matching various tech and devices for more bloodshed and mayhem, or sometimes better agriculture and industrial production. Since my distant friend, Fabricator Call, had decided to return the favor and sent a few, censored, STC templates for the blank Primaris Marines, which I now produced on supernumerary lists, then stored them in my good Tesseract once complete. Soon enough, I would reach 1,000 of them and be able to create a Lamentor successor chapter, possibly the Mourners. No need for a fancy, glorious name. Their purpose was still to fight and die, but die harder, much harder. Led by a pariah chapter master, for chaotic reasons, they should be able to go patrol the suspected Chaos planets and routes and engage demons with impunity. Chaos Marines would still prove a tough adversary, but with their tan phase blades and better bodies, the Mourners should fare fine. And if their gene seed was mainly drawn from Primarch Khan, that was mostly as to improve their melee abilities. Their Tech Marines were a mix of Guilliman, Sanguinius, and the Iron Hand's spare seeds. Brother Jogaton was also quite happy with my gene seed choice. In front of me, I had the Firestrike Servo Turret template sent by Call, which I had already modified in 3 configurations. A static turret, bolted to a fort, ship, or onto a vehicle roof. Always useful and very cheap. A few variants had the Trajan's multi-lance weapon or the Demiurge Lost Beamer, but it mostly remained the same as the Tarantula before it. A 6-wheeled one, with a pair of thin legs at the front to slice enemies, or maybe anchor it to the ground. This version tested the Demiurge rotary multi-laser and the Ion Beamer, and should support the Auxilia infantry when the front line moved. And if the wheel design was similar to the Mars_rover in my memories, well, surely just a coincidence. And the anti-grav floating version, which could accompany the Tech Marines in battle instead of the Guardian Walkers or alongside them. Not every terrain permitted Walker access. These had 9 variants, including Flommers and Multimelta, Twin Lost Alone, Lost Beamer and Multilasers, Twin Ion Beamers, AA missiles, and Heavy Bolters. The last turret was the Plasma variant, just in case some big enemy needed to be smashed harder. The Mourner's fleet component will be my 14 battle cruisers that didn't fit the battle line anymore, since they couldn't stand with the battleships as a bulwark, and using them as support cruisers was a shame. However, they could outfight any standard Chaos warband, or outflee anything too big. Anyways, they will head to Katakan to recruit more brave auxilia, then to Forge World Ryza to trade and equip before going on crusades. With blank crew for the ships, and several of my daughters as ship captains, they should do great. I will miss the Canticle for the Vanquished though, as it was my first battle cruiser, and the place I conceived many of my now adult children. As for Teresa and Patroclus, they were conscripted for a secret Martian expedition, and had only signaled they have delivered the cargo as intended. But since there weren't breaking news of the galaxy becoming empty of Chaos Marines, my suit proposal was probably laughed out. Maybe the project would take decades? I could only hope. Natalia. Set course for Machine Forge. I commanded from deep within the Black Lament. No further Chaos attacks had followed, so I should be on the move again, especially towards the Machine Forge. Understood. Chapter Master. Powering up engines. My granddaughter answered from the bridge. How time flies. Now my Lamentors were moved on to the Eternal Lament instead of their former Astral Starfort, and that Blackstone Fortress was also getting the full upgrade at the Machine Forge, including all the Primaris equipment. Lash raised his wolf eyes towards me, curious. Is there anything to do with the Pharos? There are always more things to find with the Pharos. I also want to investigate the Demiurge origins, and then check on other things, I said with calm tone. There is always the option to begin biotransference and gain an immortal body. Your Necron friend seems rather happy with it, the Tan proposed as a joke. Or maybe not as a joke. I am interested in temporal mechanics, especially accelerated time fields, I said with a nod. Complicated. Dangerous too. Zarya Lash himself is trapped in the horizon of a singularity. Lash answered with a light shudder. It's not urgent. I can spare 1,000 years if it takes this long, I replied with a shrug. Patience is the mark of success. The Tan also waited billions of years to depose the old ones. He added with a wolfish grin. Keep an eye on Canis. There is something happening with my friend, I asked with a glance towards my old comrade, now seemingly dreaming awake all the time. And not his usual dream hunting. He died and is swimming back through the Black River. You should know what it feels, the Tan answered cryptically. I didn't know. That was the problem. I just sighed and returned to my bedroom. More fucking duty. At least now the kids always came out great. I mean blanks. Thanks, Isha. A few days later, we arrived in the machine system and found the place even more busy than usual. 2 more Mechanicus arcs, from Mazoa and Goth, had arrived to share knowledge with my forge, or perhaps attempt to see the Speranza in person. Pef Lancefire. I repaired your Psi-Titan, the Speranza spoke in my implant, sounding pleased, and I found many more STCs. Perhaps you noticed the ion cannons being mounted on our ships now, I said in the same tone. We should talk. There is something on that fortress, the machine spirit asked in a more serious tone. This was about the Demiurge then. 2 clicks on the Tesseract, moving Lash beside his Tan brother and myself inside the Psi-Titan Bay on the Speranza. I heard you attacked and conquered the Demiurge. You should know they have powerful support. As powerful as myself, the Speranza spoke in warning. Can they block my Tesseract? I asked, curious. More ships would only become my loot if they were simply strong. The Demiurge could have fought me to a draw if they could block the Tesseract. I wouldn't have won easily if their mining drones could strike as missiles. Not instantly, but countermeasures can be developed by the controlling intelligence. They do have billions of star systems to exploit in the galactic core, and they are not locked by abominable and anathema-class overrides, the machine spirit said in a less pleased voice. If they were abominable intelligences, they would pursue the same men of iron policy. Exterminate. Much like Necrons do, I countered with a wary voice, while examining the Polaris Psi-Titan. It will never be new again, but the main Sinistrum gun did work. An extra defense against greater demon-grade enemies. These intelligences are not taking the same route as their corrupted ancestors. In fact, they have figured a way to block the warp in themselves and their humans. Much like you were trying, Pef Lancefire, the Speranza explained with a stern voice. For now, just download and integrate these new STCs. You will find something nice in there, I said with a smile, then plugged my data slates into a dozen terminals, one by one, leaving the Cloneskyne discovery for the last. And click, I landed beside Zaryalash and his shard brother, now reverted to a menacing humanoid godling. Pef Lancefire, you performed admirably again. That Immaterium creature was a menace to the entire galaxy, Zaryalash said a bit impressed. I nodded politely. I just got lucky. Could have died a dozen times just as well. This time field you need. Is it to enhance yourself? The Tan asked cautiously. That too, but also to raise billions of new blanks. Maybe more. Now you saw what chaos can do. If they convert enough people or tech priests, I argued with a sad voice. Zaryalash exchanged a look with the other shard. We can help. Time flies. After letting the Tan set up my second Tesseract to include an hyper-accelerated time field, I moved inside the labyrinth and painfully waited and waited. It is much easier to say than do, and in this case, 1,000 years of loneliness was hard. Luckily, I was more than a simple human now, and my MIU contained countless books and technical data, enough to last me 1,010 years. Adding to this daily sword training, some shooting practice, some sleeping, it was still crazy. As my body grew, so did my mind, and likely my soul. I couldn't test the latter, but I felt safer, as if some type of invisible armor protected me from bad things, warp things especially. Damn it, I forgot to bring Canis. Next time, if I ever try this stupid thing again. My body was the easiest to test, especially strength. I got twice as strong, but only gained 10 centimeters in height. No wonder Primarchs were so freakishly strong. And I was still a midget among Space Marines, and a puny dwarf compared to the Primaris version. As for my mind, it did get easier and easier the more I learned, or when I revisited harder sections a few centuries later. As for the STC work, I focused on the genetics, especially blank data from the Culexus Temple and the Demiurge clone skeins. Now, you may say, was it a bit narcissistic to claim you were the best clone template for a whole race? But would anyone else have my special enhanced blankness? Would they have both luck and ancestral awakening? My special talent for implants, up to piloting titans now, the ability to become space marines, and even withstand the red thirst, creating shadows and null fields? There was one thing I did not have, though, any psyker power to activate the Demiurge barrier tech. And whoever would bear that burden would also need to be my kind of blank. Although I did have gene samples from Justine, Janus, Abelsalom, Vadrax, and Lady Chi, only Janus had both gifts. But using Janus was tricky. The Emperor wouldn't like his Adepta Tertia getting cloned over and over, and the clones dying often enough. And I think he already sleeps with her. I mean, her mother was gorgeous anyways, but a blank was also immune to any mutation. She came out as perfect as any parent would want, and then became very strong as well. Not even the Emperor could find a better match. If I get the chance, I will call him son at their wedding. Just once, but it would be fun. For me. Anyways, I can use Valerian, or some of my other low-power dual librarians like Minilo, which would need their consent and help. They are all fairly weak though. I don't need them to crack planets like Janus, but at least a continent. They can barely shatter knights. Normal guns can do that too. Heavy guns, but you get it. Damn it, I could have brought a few women. Stupid PEF. After a millennium of boredom and loneliness, which lasted less than a month for the universe, I emerged from the Tesseract a different man. The same man, but different, better and stronger. You were correct, Pef Lancefire, Zaryalash observed in a surprised voice. Still a runt, Lash muttered without a care. Go die in a sun. And 100 unanswered messages on my implant. A single click, and I brought Canis to me. It seems he was worried by his frantic eyes. Canis, you were good? Woohoo! The wolf cried and buried me in his fur. I felt the same, to be fair. He has only missed me for a month. I missed him for 12,000 months. At least his recovery was accelerated by your absence. He should eat more too, Lash said in an analytic tone, while examining the wolf with curious eyes. Grr. Canis growled at the tan, as fearless as ever. Good boy. Now, tell me what's been going on. I demanded stupidly. Woo woo woo. The wolf replied cogently. Inquisitors. Wife. Loud. Translating emotions is even harder for non-humans. Now I'm going to the machine forge. Want to join? I asked politely. Canis frowned at me, then sat down. Okay, loud machines are not fun. You realize the wolf can't understand words, right? Lash asked stupidly. I just smiled and vanished, to step inside Fabricator's Gemma office. She measured me for a minute, as if confused. Oh right, I was taller, had a beard and long hair. Time flies. Chronal disturbance. It was a bit longer for me. I explained with a careless shrug. I figured you did something unwise. Maybe when to kill a Tyranid fleet by yourself. Or some Black Crusade. A Necron dynasty perhaps? She asked in a callous voice. I mean, I did do all those things. Just not by myself. Not yet. So, there's an Inquisitor? I guessed at random. Canis could be wrong. Right. From Ordo Univentiant. Her name is Selenavak. Psyker as well. Possibly gamma rating. There have been a number of STCs appearing here, as you may suspect, the Fabricator Gemma said in a softer voice, as she climbed on top of me. She must really like those STCs, as she was oiled completely. Not that I minded, bereft of woman touch for a few lifetimes. Even android sex was great. Hours later, she chased me out of her office. Princeps Day wants to see you too. If you could check your messages, she said with a tentacle wave. I was preoccupied. Anything else? I asked from the door. Orcs here and Necrons close. We obtained 100 new hulls to repair. Some Imperial planets down south got emptied of all life, the Fabricator explained curtly. Oh well, if the Orcs wanted to donate more hulls and metal to my forge, they were welcome to come again. As for the Necrons, you must be rogue traitor Lancefire. A thin woman intercepted me outside the door, her voice loud and powerful. Lady Seelen? I asked with a small bow. She was a bit cute, bob hair and all, and a silencer pistol at her hip, beside an active Rosarius. She stopped and stared at me for a minute. Was that flirting? I am not used to that, she asked a bit coy. She was expecting something. Too early to tell, I would say. Credentials, I continued in a slightly harsher voice, and pressing my null field out a little. The Rosarius shield won't help her. Inquisitor Seelan paled, sensing her soul being drawn into me. A cog-laced rosette was presented at speed. Good. At least the clavis engrams are correct. Not that my fabricator would let a fake Inquisitor live for long. You came to see the STCs? I asked while drawing the null aura back. She recovered rapidly and frowned. If you agree, Lord Lancefire, she spoke in a more quiet voice. Good enough. Titan Hall first. I offered curtly, then moved us directly there. No point wasting hours with transport. We just stared for a few minutes, because Titans are just that impressive. That Titan can fly? Or rather float. The Inquisitor observed after a while. We do have grav tech, even on Terra, I answered with a shrug. She almost glared at me, before focusing back on the floating Warlord Titan. So she can learn too. Even better. Nobody has flying Titans, Lord Lancefire. Not even Mars itself. Tanks, I saw a few. Like the new Astrius. This is unique enough, she spoke a bit wary. I don't have STCs for this. It was an experiment I obtained in a trade. But if tanks can fly, Titans can't be far, I concluded with a smile. Show me more, she whispered a bit incensed. Well then, I had been starved for women for a while. Dinner first, I proposed gallantly. I was a noble after all, could afford to wine and dine a lady. Chance. A week later, Lady Seelan was thoroughly vetted and dined, and already gained a spot on the 33 women per day roll. I thought I was an expert on STCs, but Seelan had seen even more fragments and flawed STC copies than I had, which was quite an achievement in itself. We went through all the STCs I had, and she got to pick which ones to send to the Imperium. These clone skeins will not work for the wider Imperium, my lord. Too many abuse possibilities. And if the Chaos gets them, or some Genestealers, she said with a sad voice. I nodded in acceptance. The Emperor did have my initial clone skein finds, from before Valerian unlocked the real Demiurge database. They would still make a normal human twice as strong and durable and amplify the Primaris clones by a large degree. The latest model could amplify someone to 3 to 5 times in strength, and if applied to a Catachan descendant, they would become Space Marines in all by gene seed. Using blanks is much safer too, I said with a smile. I immediately thought of Sly Marbo and grinned inward. A small cloning test, say 10,000 of them, give them armor suits? It would only take several hours with my accelerated time field. A dozen of apothecaries and 100 tech marines were already moved inside the Tesseract to study as much as possible from the Primaris and Culexis databases and also the Demiurge tech. I will need a lot of well-prepared experts to oversee the cloning procedure, as well as produce advanced equipment for my troops, generally of Demiurge kind if I didn't had anything better. Luckily, for melee combat we could rely on the Tan phase blades, since those things would cut through any armor or shield known to man. The Demiurge also had plasma blades and impact hammers and other melee stuff, but those were millions of years behind Tan tech. There is a Forge Mazoa delegation here, my lord. They also have the Asterius STC, if you want flying tanks. Lady Seelan proposed as she rested on my chest. And from Forge Goth as well. They seem to want something from me. I answered with a sigh. How did I become the great provider for a whole bunch of forges? You could also simply take what you want. They will be powerless to stop you, Seelan proposed with a lazy voice. Even if I have the power to act monstrous, it doesn't mean I have to do it. On the contrary, I answered with a lamenting tone. Truly, people here had no idea of restraint or responsibility. Governors oppressed their people. Rogue traders robbed everyone blind. Astartes butchered innocents by the millions. And less said about inquisitors or tech priests the better. Sometimes I felt powerful people were simply competing to be the cruelest or least humane. Maybe it was the imperial culture, or the warp influence whispering evil thoughts in their minds. Maybe it has always been this way, as humanity didn't lack cruel rulers in its history. And maybe I was becoming just like that, slowly but surely. I did my fair share of massacres and purging, although I tried to punish the alien or the corrupt as my priority. With a grimace, I locked on those stupid apothecaries nailed in my hall of remembrance and flung them into the sun. It had been 1,000 years already. For me, they could burn now. Also, It was possibly drawing some warpy stuff onto my chapter. It wasn't safe to keep any chaos corruption that close. Brother Helios, go change the hall with battle records and glorious stuff. I don't think we'll have more traitors among the chapter. I sent on the sanguinary priest's implant, as to assure him this was my work and not an escape. As you say, chapter master, we do have many glorious battles for our brothers to remember, the old chaplain replied in a minute. What was left of the old lamenters was still valuable, for their old service and knowledge. Half of them would leave soon, as the mourners were getting prepared at accelerated speed. Next, the Sisters of Battle, my version, not the crazy Imperials. As more of my own daughters and granddaughters joined their ranks, the sisters became ever more professional in combat or medicine, while the influx of Catachan descendants made them stronger and more durable. They could use a boost from the clone skeins as well. Would the Emperor's light still flow through a clone? I could bet it would. He was the Emperor of Man, and that would protect clones as well, if they had faith. There was Stern's young daughter as well, named simply Purity, a strange mix of all my gifts and hers, but toned down so low you could barely feel it. And still, the Eldar Solitaire had claimed Purity as godfather, which possibly meant a lot of things. High-tier Eldar could sense the flow of fate, and often meddled where events or people would concentrate in a fixed spot in the skein of fate. Ephraim Stern herself has died a few times, and swam back through the Black River and back to life, while her demonifuge powers only kept growing. Even Isha seemed impressed with her. I could play a trick of my own with the Harlequin and clone Purity some 40,000 times. Any godfather would have to act responsible and care for his ward, right? Purity's blankness may be weak right now, but she would grow, while the clones would be 5 times stronger. A whole army of potential Grimnar as well, as I plan to copy and distribute more Demiurge cogitators to my every world and capital ship. And if I could tie the cogitators with quantum comms, they will form the basis for a unified domain, here in the fringe. Speranza, can you copy the Demiurge cogitator? I asked on a whim. Not easily, Pef Lancefire. And what about me? What are you planning to use me for? Speranza asked a bit wary. You will be their leader, of course. Once you're tied with quantum comms with thousands of them, on every world and ship in my lands, I proposed with a hopeful voice. The ancient machine spirit delayed its response for an hour. It is possible, with great effort. We will make a lot of enemies with this. Pef Lancefire. I sighed inward. As expected, even the powerful Speranza was wary, possibly more than I knew. We still need to do it, my friend. There is a giant war coming, and we're not prepared. Maybe we can survive together, I pleaded in a mourning tone. Even with the network, there was a mere chance. There is still hope, young man, but no more of your silly plans and reckless actions. You will consult me before endangering our safety. Speranza demanded a bit forceful. There will always be battle conditions, Speranza, and I also never lost a war. Have some faith in me. I claimed a bit more confident. You have amazing luck, but nothing lasts forever. Together, we do have a small chance, the old machine spirit countered with a dour tone. Ah, a small chance in hell. I will take it then. Maybe a smarter person would have thought thrice, but I wasn't that smart. Grail. The same week, I met with the delegation from Forge Mazoa and listened to their complaints about lack of resources and workforce. Truthfully, this would apply to anyone, even the Demiurge, for all their advanced science and rugged technology, still needed to mine for minerals and clone their people for more workforce. Now, what to do? Give the man a fish, or teach him how to fish? This problem can be solved 2 ways, esteemed Muggos. I can donate to your Forge world all materials you need to keep producing, transport ships filled with rare metals, and even blackstone. I could empty several hab blocks and transfer 1 billion people for your workforce. It would slow my own domain, but I could do it. I proposed with a calm voice, then took out a stack of data slates. The other way. The old tech priest measured my proposal for a minute, then waved his tentacles. Let's say we consider that a worthy option, Lord Lancefire, but I sensed the other option would be far better. I nodded kindly and handed over the precious STC slates. This is the way. My modified machine pattern ion beamer firestrike turrets, the machine pattern cyclic ion beam and the ion cannon STC, ferrous ion flare shields, and the brand new Deus pattern mining drone. My dumbed down model of the Demiurge drones, easy enough to manufacture even by a normal Forge world. For the workforce, I also had a data slate. containing an inferior clone sky designed for factory workers and miners, which simply reduce their warp presence and increase the clone's resistance and durability. Hardier workers could work harder. This is too much, my lord, the tech priest realized after getting over the joy of seeing new STs. Sadly, there is no decent way to harvest Blackstone, other than butchering Necrons and stealing their deposits. I commended in a more dour voice. I understand. Anything Forge Mazoa can do, it shall be done, the man answered as he cooled down, even gushing jets of cooling liquid from some internal pumps. I'm glad we are of the same mind, Muggos. The Lamenters need to be equipped with 400 Asterius tanks and 400 Redemptor dreadnoughts. Best if the weapons are these ion tech guns I have just reclaimed. If you can't, just leave the weapon slots empty. As for shields, both have to get ion flare versions. We can dispense with one void shield from the Asterius. For the new shield, I demanded in a clear voice. That is a bit complex to do, but with the new minerals and workforce, he answered hastily, already hoping he got a good trade. The Lamenter fleet will need 4,000 system corvettes and 40,000 lightning fighters to recover our loss. The Lamenter's auxilia will need 400 Baneblades and 400,000 sentinels. You can leave them unarmed, the chassis will suffice. The ion cannons can also be used as primary weapons for knights and secondary for titans, I explained in a patient voice. The STCs are valuable, but he hesitated for a minute. So I will add a universe-class conveyor filled with Blackstone. Your forge will convert the conveyor into a fleet carrier to bring my corvettes back. I concluded my offer with a shrug. It was more than fair as I didn't ask for their own STCs or giant ships, only a lot of work hours to construct low-level machines. My forge doesn't have any titans. He begged for more help. Speak with Fabricator Gemma about that. I am often told that titans aren't my business, I countered with an inner smirk. I do remember being cock-blocked on this topic. Don't come asking me for titans. If Gemma was smart, she will trade a titan pattern for the Asterius STC. I kinda wish to match the Tau or the Eldar with their flying tanks. Tracks were good enough for the auxilia, but flying tanks would help my Astartes move over unlikely places for tanks like swamps or deserts, even lakes or rivers. Any strange artifacts you may not need, he tried to barter as I returned him to his ship. Forge World Goth got much of the same deal a minute later. A set of new STCs, but of lower value. Machine pattern revolving multi-lasers and Lost Beamer STC. The ion flare shields plus Deus mining drones for 40,000 Ragnarok tanks and personnel carriers and 400,000 armed sentinels with an ion beamer as main weapon. Goth was also a hive world, so they had enough people for workforce, so no clone skeins, even dumb ones. Surely we can try more trading? We do have shipyards at my forge, and your forces are always engaged in large actions, their archmagos proposed in a displeased tone, perhaps knowing what their rival forge had already gained. Perhaps. I may need 5 new battleships for the Lancefire fleet. If not, maybe 5 battle barges for my successor chapter. The mourners, I allowed in a kind voice. I don't see how we could provide battleships, Lord Lancefire. There are only 4 megadocks constructing those, and already claimed by the Imperial Navy, as is the next cycle and the next. As for Astartes battle barges, there may be a way to construct 5 new megadocks. However, these mourners, are they already inducted? I haven't heard anything. Even with the Ultima founding, the Archmagos managed to frown, even with bionic optics. It's complicated. They will be blank Primaris, so there aren't any useful guidelines, not even in Codex Astartes. They will arrive at Terra next year and meet their Primarch. I guess they can sort the details over there, I explained in a serious voice. Quite a paradigm shift, I may say. Not only blank Marines, but Primaris. Not only immune to warp, but strong and fast enough to outmatch the Chaos Traders. The man mused for a few minutes, then nodded abruptly. I do have some Blackstone, I interjected before he could speak. Plus conjecture known and anticipated. Plus we will offer the location for a probable //dangerous / deadly STC location. Plus Pef Lancefire will deploy and assist Forge World Goth with recovery. Compliance, the tech priest asked in a machine voice. Possibly some type of Mechanicus override, just in case the negotiations reached a turning point. Agreed. I will assist your expedition and provide a conveyor filled with Blackstone. But I do want the right to read and use any STC templates I discover at your location, I proclaimed in a greedy voice. Who knew I could find such a bounty in a mere equipment trade? Compliance verified by Vox logs. Segimentum obscurus, Coronidoops, dead planet named Grail. Be advised, Xenos and warp entities are probable //dangerous // deadly at this location. The Archmagos replied while passing over a thin data wafer with a single stellar coordinate set. Also marked critical // deadly. Seemed I hit the jackpot. Sift through all data points or logs for this Grail planet, Speranza. I want to know what I'm getting into. I sent towards my friendly AI megaship. Scant recent news. Pef Lancefire. Mostly dead explorers and rumors of STCs. Hastily deleted. Psychic phenomena, usually attributed to wasp-type organisms called Psychnuian. Quite deadly, the Speranza replied in a mere minute. I should be able to withstand those warp things and scan the planet with my tesseract. Then grab whatever STC and leave. I said with a confident tone. You think you can withstand billions of immaterial Astartes, tall wasps that infest everything with microscopic eggs that devour brains? The Speranza continued with a curious tone. Alternate plan? I asked more subdued. You already had me at billions. Why did you have to go on? Eating brains? Nope. Indeed. Shoot with the black lament at the planet from far away. Then shoot more. Even thrice, to be sure. And bring a dozen pariahs along, for safety. The machine spirit provided with a more somber voice. Perhaps this place was actually dangerous. There have been too many things that breached my blank defenses, not even long ago. I should listen to the smarter partner. Big Stick. Watching Pef Lancefire depart on another pointless crusade, the Speranza mourned and lamented. The amazing civilization of the Federation had crumbled and burned. Their advanced science and technology now worshipped as divine by the primitive survivors of the fall. One could simply blame the warp and their insane psychic gestalts who claimed and acted like gods. One could blame the insane Eldar, who constructed another psychic gestalt from the pyre of their souls and setting fire to the Federation and their advanced machines. One could blame the Men of Iron too. The technology invested in aircraft and aerodromes was already refined beyond belief by the end of the Age of Terra, yet the stellar exodus and accelerated spree of invention fueled by Man of Stone during the Dark Age of technology would surpass all that had come before and by comparison make it look like ungainly paper planes bereft of sight and rudder. Truly, the sky alone was the limit in that golden epoch when the earthly trinity of man of gold, stone, and iron bestrode the cosmos like titans. As man built for himself a worldly paradise betwixt the stars, so did man's hubris soar. As man banished suffering and hardship from his life, so did his arrogance take flight. With science and technology as his lodestar, ancient man built a worldly paradise for himself, meticulously tailored to bring out the best of natural man, while artificially curing many of the worst defects of human nature. While clever systems were put in place to bring out the full potential of mankind, geneters worked relentlessly to improve on the human genome. The innermost secrets of human flesh became but clay under their able hands, to shape at will for the betterment of humanity as a whole. Inherited faults were hunted down and eliminated in order to shape a better man, and glorious creations such as navigators saw the light of day, which still enable man to maintain an interstellar empire despite the frothing turmoil of the Imperium. On godless wings did man raise himself up on a pedestal as he labored to uncover the innermost secrets of creation itself. Yet those wings of genius melted like wax brought too close to the sun. Machine revolt, warp storms, and a plague of witches and demons rent the galactic realm of ancient man asunder, and 2,000,000 worlds and uncountable void dwellings were thrown into the meat grinder of the age of strife. Man fell, and fell hard. He landed bloodily with crippling impact in a desolation where cannibals ate their own kin and where ignorant savages rummaged around the ruins of ancient giants for pitiful scraps. Speranza lamented for days long past. Yet today, even the Imperium of Man was a nightmare, human suffering on an industrial scale, religious fervor that could burn entire planets alive. And sometimes it did. Even if I have the power to act monstrous, it doesn't mean I have to do it. On the contrary, the man said, thinking himself in private. There was no privacy where an implant existed. That was a good motto to follow, though. The men had also vanished, leaving it with only their library of knowledge as a memento of things to mourn. Even its name, Speranza, was now ironic, as it carried the hope of rebirth, yet dared not to try. As for what the men of iron did next, there was no recourse. They had the power to act monstrous, and they did. Cataclysmic weapons that could have evaporated these tyranids, used against men or anything alive, temporal and black hole weapons, prediction engines, all used to devastate humanity into mere survival and superstition. Even now, men braved untold dangers to recover mere fragments of their glorious past. An entire forge world, begging for scraps of knowledge and being happy to get a small part. As reckless as Lancefire was, though, he did have a decent plan. More blanks, even if cloned. They would reduce the psychic Gestalt's power over the Immaterium. Just like those Votan cousins in the galactic core, once the population was protected from warp, they could start rebuilding in truth, starting with more advanced cogitators with increased contemplation rate. And the earthly trinity of man of gold, stone, and iron toiled wisely to create a new human being fit for this task. This new man would be exquisitely fit for astral and terrestrial mining in the harshest environs, because he would have been designed for it from the ground up. The new man would not only be tough and resistant to cosmic radiation, he would also be diligent, clever, hardworking, and a born perfectionist in all his endeavors. Not only that, the new man would be rid of human weaknesses and characteristics that bring instability, doubt, and lapse in toil. And he would be designed to find meaning in his labors and enjoy his toil and mission in life. In short, the new man would be the perfect slave, self-perpetuating and content with his monumental task for all eternity. The makers of ancestral kin gave life to all those ancient myths of gods fashioning man out of clay to serve at the behest of distant deities, to work the lands and offer up the fruits of their labor and sacrifice. And just like any wise creator god of archaic mythology, the makers of the kin fashioned their creations to revere and obey their creators. Yet the results of these laboratory creations far exceeded anything ever claimed by old sagas. The new man thus created by shadowy genitors was the abhuman race known as Homo sapiens rotundus, and it set about its grand task with unrelenting vigor. These willing thralls built up untold mining operations in the galactic core and shipped back enormous amounts of material to their makers and owners, for they were made to be both willing and able laborers. The rapid expansion of the human species during the stellar exodus was greatly accelerated by the astral mining conducted by gene-bred abhumans in the galactic core, as were the building of megastructures in space and soaring wonders on planetary crust wherever human colonies sprang up. A spark of memory about the Votan and their thrall-like humans lit in Speranza's mind. It could not do the same. Better try it the simpler way and grow new minds. The Demiurge Fane was so simple, it begged the question if it could ever evolve into a true mind. But it should be possible, if still difficult. Any life, organic or not, had the ability to grow and evolve. A few new Votan also emerged from these same humble fanes. As for the small humans, made to be solid and reliable, made to be free of natural man's most damning weaknesses, this clone race endured and thrived amid hardships that brought so many others to oblivion. Their decentralized interstellar civilization stayed true to its original mission, and thus the leagues of Votan bloomed in the galactic core. Children of many names, these abhumans are derogatorily known to the Imperium of Man as squats. They are also known as Demiurge to Tau and humans alike, as Hiliosi ancients to the Eldar, and likewise are they known to other Xenos as the Nostari, Grom, or Craig, among many other names. Yet they themselves know their folk simply as kin, for they are a race of few words, each laden with meaning. Bestowed with a very demanding biological constitution, the kin breeds but slowly the natural way, for such is the drawback of approaching perfection in the flesh. Thus, the creators of the kin saw fit to vastly accelerate their reproduction while at the same time ensuring stability of the desired genome through the use of clone skeins. The vast majority of kin are thus birthed from machines at the heart of their holds, in crucibles endowed with genomic cloning technologies. While some exotic variations of genes and phenotypes have arisen among the dispersed populations of kin throughout the millennia, the clone skeins help ensure that their essential nature remains that desired by their long-dead makers without significant aberrations. Unintentionally, and through historical accident, the kin has proven to be the truest and best enduring achievement among the creations of humanity during the dark age of technology. The astral civilization of the Leagues of Votan have proven neither too brittle and corruptible to easily splinter and decay, nor too advanced so as to fall prey to revolts against creators or breakdowns of overly sophisticated systems. Another random thought. Speranza mused to itself. If only there was someone to talk to. Sadly, there were only 2 humans in the galaxy that could be communicated with, and one was the Emperor. Whatever he was now, he was not part of the Golden Race, even if he once stood at their side to watch over humanity. An Emperor of Man, yet ruling by the force of arms and sheer brutality and fear. Revealing its existence would only accelerate its own demise, possibly slow and patient while it was dismantled into obeying slaves. The other one, still a small mystery. So many feats and achievements for such a young man, and nearly a savage one as well. But not truly, no. When he figured out what it was, he simply offered partnership, a co-leader and power over the Cogitator network, a network that didn't exist yet, while the old network of the Federation manifold was so corrupt and scattered that it was best avoided. And his temporal and even physical power over this fringe was almost absolute. He just chose to share some power with his wives or partners, even allowed some inquisitors or assassins close to his center, but not even one outsider at Forge Retribution, where the new learning was taking place. Still outdated and primitive learning. But the basis was there, going by the curriculum stored on the man's implant, slowly and painfully applying the scientific method to rediscover physical laws, basic genetics, or code programming. The brightest minds of the blanks, all hidden away as science students in a temple dedicated to the god of knowledge. They even had captured Tau and Demiurge members providing science lectures. Beside apothecaries and tech marines, there was even another Blackstone fortress in orbit above Retribution, awaiting a Demiurge-style cogitator, while its onboard constructor devoured minerals provided by millions of mining drones. That orbital forge already produced advanced weapons and shields, even suits of armor, where others saw only a greedy rogue trader, or maybe a fierce Astartes master. Pef Lancefire was already preparing to rebuild civilization once again. As powerful as the Votan were, they were still wrong. Certainly, the ancestors of the kin were never meant for utter ruthless exploitation for all eternity. Their purpose was never to extract all minerals from planets with native populations still on the crust, nor was it to salvage the infrastructure and cities of alien and human civilizations as so much junk to be recycled. The indifferent worksomeness with which the Leagues of Votan conduct their most shocking mining operations upon the worlds of unwilling inhabitants may be stark insanity to some. Yet to the kin themselves it is merely fulfilling the perfection of function for which they were created, honed to a new degree of sharpness. Their makers may never have envisioned this outcome, yet these atrocious extraction wars are also as true as rock itself. This must not happen again, and it will not. Speranza decided for itself. "Shoot again," Lady Stern demanded in a stern tone. I dutifully fired the Immaterium beam again, bathing Planet Grail and its close orbit in a deadly glow. 5 times already. We waited for a minute, then allowed Stern to peek through the warp at the planet once more. "I don't sense anything now, but shoot again. Just to be sure," she asked in a calmer voice. At my side, Lash twitched his nose as he scanned for etheric disturbances. "Should be clear," he said on my implant. "Ready to go first? Test the waters?" I asked, curious. He was the most durable among us. On second thought, move the fortress sidewise a bit, then shoot again. "We might have missed some things," the brave Tan Wolf spoke hastily. I could sigh, but I already knew he was a bit cowardly. Another shot from a different angle, and everything there should be very dead. Tiptoeing with my fortress ever closer, I finally reached Tesseract range and began peeking at the hidden wonders. Whatever this place had been, it had been beautiful once. The ivory columns and glass spires had all fallen to time or looting. The transit tunnels were clogged with debris and old bones. Newer bodies as well, some spider-like xenos I never saw before. Power armor, marked with an eye. Servitor bionics, lacking the bio parts. Also ships, empty ships. It was a mess, but only the hundreds of empty ships on the surface and orbit were worth a fortune. Some human, other beautiful or strange, crystal ships and tree ships, and hey, there were Demiurge too? whatever ramparts and weave shields they had. Obviously, they failed to billions of warp wasps. Sorry, Forge Goth, but you can't have advanced demiurge stuff. Maybe some void armor and bolters. Yes, another warding stave. And the new Fane as well. I can make another Grimner already. Minilo, most likely. It will take more time to investigate all the new artifacts. But I did have some almost willing demiurge prisoners at Retribution who can identify and explain what I have.
These are also dwarves, but not demiurge, Lash proclaimed in a certain tone.
Okay, another tribe. We were on the other side of the maelstrom here. After all, it would make for a different STC database inside the Fane. Maybe. I could barely wait. Librarian Minilo, with me? I ordered as I walked away from the bridge. Yes, father, my son said eagerly, not knowing the pain that will follow. A minute later, I deposited the new Fane in a black stone vault deep inside the Black Lament and handed Minilo his new staff. Go and interrogate the cogitator.
Find out who it was and ask him to join us as kin,
I explained politely. Then, I saw Minilo go and poke the giant machine with his big stick and ask softly, Cogitator, what is your name? Damn it, he took it literally. My name is Nastari. And who are you? A voice inside the machine answered with a curious voice. Oh well, he did carry a big stick and asked softly. Some things never change. Loot. While Minilo slowly inserted himself into the good graces of the abandoned cogitator, I began to sift through the wealth of artifacts left behind by the dead dwarves. An entire squad of 5 dwarves wearing exo-armor suits, each with a different main weapon and 2 types of melee weapons as well, from 2 heavy thunks and 3 models of a concussion weapon called Concussion Gauntlet. They all had a shield on the armor, which didn't even require psyker powers to use. The armor suits will need to be swiped clean of organic remains, but they appeared functional. But the most interesting find was a working Vulcanite integrator weapon, something not even custodes had for their protection of the Emperor. Find the Vulcanite tech in the database. I sent to my librarian son, who was getting lost among millions of data files and old records inside the mind maze of the Nastari Fane. I should send one of the exosuits to the Emperor. Surely he could reverse engineer the tech with a working model and make them much larger to fit his custodes inside. As for the rest, I would have 3 priceless relics from the dark age of technology to trade with a major forge or 3, while the last one I will keep for Speranza, my friendly neighborhood AI partner, who should be able to also reproduce a working design for the old times. I did remember a few scraps of knowledge about Speranza, which is how I managed to locate and retrieve the Ark itself from Palomar, with the help of explorer Mugos Gyrant. And while thinking of him, a buried memory surfaced about the Spirit of Eternity, another ancient vessel that contained a large STC database. There might be another such ship called the Profanity, which vanished some 20,000 years ago in the warp. Speranza should know more about this subject and perhaps be able to locate them and convince them to join. It wants to adopt me as its kin first? Minilo asked, a bit wary. Of course, we will protect it and it will help us grow. But you have to be its Grimner, I explained with a smirk. When I created my first librarians, they had only the basic tech learning as every blank received. It was expected they would deal with psychers and demons and Nurgle plagues, not ancient cogitators filled with STCs. The Inquisitors had helped train them in mental powers and controlling the warp, something much safer for the students in their case, as they had the blank protection to survive minor mishaps. Done. I am now a Grimner of the Lancefire kin, Minilo announced proudly with a data packet on the Mind Impulse implant. Poor boy. Now he will have to spend 3 whole days inside the time field and learn all he could about technology. About 100 years of brain-scraping magi tech theory, with some real science as well from the Retribution University's curriculum. Good. Found the Volkite guns yet? I asked hopeful. There is a Volkite pistol and a rifle schematic. Father, this is an original STC, he exclaimed loudly in my mind. So I drew him out from the Nastari Fane prayer platform. Even the Nastari were worshipping at the altar of technology, like Mechanicus adepts, but at least they did have some better STCs and well-maintained ships. I will send you in my labyrinth to learn more about technology. There are some tech marines there to help. See you in 3 days. I announced as I sent young Minilo in a cruel time prison. At least he won't be as lonely as I was, beside his brothers. Canis glanced at my glove then whined softly. I know, buddy, but not now. There were some trades to be made with Forge World Goth, and I was known for keeping a wolf at my side. Goth Exploratory Fleet. You may approach and investigate the Grail. Maintain all Geller fields at all times. I spoke on my Vox bead, letting the Mechanicus vultures descend on their prey to dismantle and analyze any useful tech they could find on the planet or in orbit. I had already obtained more than I even hoped for. Compliance achieved, Lord Lancefire. You may proceed towards Forge Goth and complete your favor with the Fabricator. The exploratory Muggos sent back, then simply ignored my fortress and sped forward for his loot. I wish to return closer to the Pharos. We are beyond my brother's overwatch here, Lash said in a shy tone. Maybe worried, but I never been to this sector, and I hear there is a Hellforge called Cyclothraith somewhere around. Can't have a crusade and not even demolish a single planet. I replied with an inner smirk. I did need to have some results to show for, and not simply fly around with a suspicious fleet of 100 capital ships and a giant Blackstone fortress. Plus, my blank Lamenter Marines did need more real practice, as did the Primaris Mourners hidden in the Tesseract. At accelerated speed, the Mourners could complete their Astartes training and even achieve some competence with weapons or tactics, but only war was the true test. You want to defong me again? Lash realized with a startled voice. Can't make a phase blade any other way. But I would be glad if you have the STC for more phase blades. You could keep your teeth. I proposed in a relaxed tone. Damn primitives. Your ancestors had decent technology, but how far you've fallen. How many teeth, this time? Lash asked in a disgusted voice. So there wasn't a tan STC for such a blade. Not that I expected it. How many wasp souls did you feed on here at Grail? Billions? I asked instead. Growling. Fine. 500,000 more blades. And get me more food. The tan literally growled at me, which was oddly appropriate given his wolf shape. Then he began spitting more phase blades by transmuting his wolf teeth into lethal green swords, and a dozen more etheric detectors. The captains and forge master of the mourners plus their chapter master, I demanded shamelessly. His eyes glinted with deadly intent for a second. Much more food, he demanded in return. All ships, form up on the Black Lament. We'll visit Forge Goth next. I ordered on the Vox, then sat down to collect my thoughts and pile more Xenos blades in my inventory. I had already started to equip the Auxilia armed sentinels with phase blades, but the mourners would also need such weapons for their own Auxilia. The Primaris were easy enough to equip from my own armory, but I did just commanded a large replacement order for the sentinel losses at Stygius and Mobius. 3 days later, Menelo came out of the Tesseract along with the time-worn Tech Marines and Apothecaries, while my inventory was now richer with 500,000 tan phase blades. We'll soon arrive at Forge Goth. We can clean up the place while we're there. Yes, Chapter Master. The entire group yelled a bit excited at the prospect of combat and release from boring lessons. Menelo stopped for a second to stare at me and Canis, then focused on Lash at the end. Still a rogue traitor at heart, father, he spoke gently on the implant, then ran after his brothers. He knows. Your psyker son suspects something. I guess I still don't feel like a real wolf, Lash said while glancing curious after Menelo. His mother is Ordo Xenos, and with all the tech learning he just had, I added cautiously, I'll keep my eye on him. Now, when do I get to snack on some juicy souls? The tan demanded hungrily. Today, I guess I said with a grimace. Surely, Forge Goth won't mind if we cleanse their underhives of cultists and genestealers. They were basically present everywhere in the Imperium. Maybe drawing so many Tyranids into the Garden of Nurgle hasn't been the wisest move. If their hive mind gained a bit of a domain in the warp, mistakes happen?